All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports Club Presents Community Cup Season 3 for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and yes, of course, our broadcast partner Loco here. With me is myself, Bagusta. With me, I have my co-caster, Cresto, as we are here to talk it off in the second qualifiers. Talk about the first qualifiers that we didn't had as of now. We already had our 4 teams already qualified. We had Uvu, Noah Killer Warriors, G2 Esports, and Water Boys. And now on the second qualifiers, we need to determine who will be that lucky 4 teams who will have the main spot on the main event. So, Cresto, welcome to the Community Cup. How do you feel, man?
Thanks a lot, Baba Gustav, for having me here. And I'm actually having a lot of emotions. I'm having the exhilaration here because these teams have made it so far, and now we're having the second qualifier here between the sides of FARDIN OPIUM and Gunners, along with the side of Crouch Potato. So I'm obviously gonna be excited because I've seen the player lineup. So it kind of gives me a lot of goosebumps from back in the days where while the other compositions of the roster, the other compositions of the countries used to be a famous thing. So it brings back a lot of memories because back in the days when I personally used to be a TEC player. So I'm really excited to see what these players have to offer.
Glad to have you on board, Cresto. And as we take a look at the match schedule itself, we have our 2 matches. Starting off, it will be Fardin is back, who will go up against Team Copium. Kind of like that logo on that end. Talk about the second matchup, it will be Gunners, who will go up against Team Crouch Potatoes. And talk about this today's matchup. You could say that the 2 spots for the second qualifiers will be in play, and only one will be having a spot towards it. And Cresto, talk about this match itself. Do you have any predictions as to which team will have a chance to proceed? And especially talk about the tournament format itself. We have our first and second qualifiers. I mean, first qualifiers already done. We have our second qualifiers, which we had a total of 64 teams. And out of all the qualifiers, only 8 teams, remaining 8 teams, will be qualified in towards the playoffs. And like I said, Christo, these top 4 teams that we have, I mean, these top 8 teams that we have on second qualifiers event, who do you think will proceed and have a spot on the playoffs?
It's gonna be a very hard decision, or should I say, it's gonna be a bit more like me being the devil's advocate. So I'm not gonna be risking it. But then again, when it comes to the team competition in general, I do see a lot of fans from the side of Fardin is back in general from the current map at least, because there's gonna be a couple of more matches in the second qualifier, which is gonna be right around the corner, and obviously the second qualifier is gonna be escalated to the 2nd of August, which is tomorrow. So yeah, there are like expectations from personally, I would expect a lot from Fardin because we have been to a lot of journeys. But still, as I mentioned, who wants to be a devil's advocate here? So it's gonna be a billion-dollar question we will be getting the answer of eventually. So it's all dependent on the player composition. It's all dependent how much time they spend together with the scrims, with the compositions, with the rank games as well. Because in the end, it all comes down to their understandings. It's not about the roster changes. It's not about the players. It is just their own understandings.
Yep, as we take a look at the tournament prize pool itself, although, I mean, talk about the prize pool itself, the first place who gets to win the Community Cup will have a total of 6,000 credits. Let's just keep that in mind, that 6,000 credits is per player, which means that since there is five players in one team, they'll have almost around 30,000 credits just by
That
winning
of
that
math.
first place. So it is a lot if I have to talk about when it comes to credit wise. Second place will also receive 3,000 credits per player. Third place 1,800. Third and fourth, fifth and sixth 1,200, and last but not least, seventh and eighth place will receive 600 credits. In order to secure these top 8 spots, the main thing that you have to do is to get qualified for the main event. And that's the reason why we have our second qualifiers up and running, and we only have 4 spots left to get into the main stages. Who will it be? That's the biggest question. But talk about the entire journey that we've had. Talk about the entire pro series that we've had. Hunters LFO winning both of their matchups back to back, and now we're back in the Community Cup where we get to scout a lot of new youngsters, get to see the performance that's been happening on the South APAC region. And it's always more of like a refreshing course for me to determine on what kind of plays do we get to see on South APAC region. So Cresto, knowing that we have our 2 matches in board, talk about the first match. It is Fardin is back versus Team Copium. What are your thoughts, and what do you think the maps that we might be able to see?
I think there is a high possibility that we will be seeing the map of Oregon in general. Well, to be very honest, this is a bread and butter of the game of Rainbow Six in general. But then again, there is a possibility that both of these teams can go for an unusual composition. For example, I am expecting a Chalet as well, and so on. So it's all gonna be dependent on which team are which map they're flexible on. And this is gonna be bringing us to the map selection, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see, Chalet is gonna be the very first map, as I mentioned. Well, it's not necessarily the most common map, even though it has been reworked, but on the other side of the spectrum, Oregon, even though the map itself has also received some changes, but I still feel like it is a map which actually remains in my heart. It is, well, if not the most fundamental map of Rainbow Six Siege, it is still there in every team composition, or even in the pro plays. Players tend to go for that. And finally, I love to see the map of Clubhouse, another bread and butter map of the game, because these two maps in general, other than Chalet, these are some maps you cannot have be too creative with. You have to understand that these are some specific plays, and these are there have some straightforward lineups. So if you cope up with that, if you can do it slightly better than your opposition, you're gonna have the upper hand. While Chalet, definitely that is gonna be a banger, which is gonna be the very first part. Picked by the side of Fardin is back. So I really want to see what these teams have to offer. This is still remaining as $1 million question, but still, I'm not gonna be able to answer.
Yeah, an interesting map pick too. Chalet being picked by Fardin, Copium in the usual as it may seem on map number 2 Oregon. There's nothing nothing too out of the order, as I'd like to call it. But map number 3, the decider map, will be Clubhouse nonetheless, unless and until Fadin had things under control on map number 2. And when map number 2 Oregon, without having any issues, this might end up on a 2-0. But this is this is Copium we're talking about, right? And I believe with the amount of info that I have, according to the players wise, on the side of Fardeen, we have Fardeen Jazz. Yes, of course, he's the main leader for it. We had Vanpai, Phoenix, Shreds, Din, Super Kami, and Shohan. I mean, you still have some subs remaining from the players' teams itself. And talking about on the side of Team Copium, we have Shindra, Vortex, Psycho, Avidwi, Cheesy Chimkins, and Kek W. And I have to say, there are so many returning players from the South APAC region who just, they just came back and want to have a feel on professional play, and maybe community cup might be the main reason why they could bring up more momentum. What do you think about it, Cresto?
Absolutely, because this is exactly how they keep their momentums up. And then again, there have been a huge lackluster of tournaments very recently. Even you agree to that, Baba. And this is kind of hurtful to me because, yeah, we understand there have been some rough times with the game itself, but then again, this is the game we love and this is the game we live for. And in the end, these guys are having a shot for the pro plays, and who knows, maybe in the future they will be on the big stages in the six majors, in the six invitationals, and this is exactly where the fundamentals are going to be brought on, the fundamentals are going to be built on, and this is exactly where they will have to fight against each other on. So I'm actually having a lot of exhilarations here. This simply cannot be described by words, and I guess this is gonna be described by the players instead in the game itself.
Yep, as we already got a hold of our map veto itself, we have map number 1, Chalet, second map being on Oregon, and third map, I believe the deciders will be on Clubhouse, I guess. Yeah, map number 3 will be on Clubhouse. Now, since when it comes to the traditional way of Rainbow Six Siege, we always expect maps like Oregon and Clubhouse. Well, the main maps we don't expect to return back was has to be on Theme Park, right? Theme Park hasn't been played a lot because mostly it's the amount of uh, let's just say the amount of plays that they try to make. They usually try to master certain maps like Oregon and Clubhouse, because those two maps are the only main ones in the South APAC region who are comfortable with, which is very easier to make up strats, very easier to hold choke points, just the normal usual. But bringing in on a map like Chalet, where there is a high likely a chance that some certain teams can master it, and you could say on a map like Chalet, if Team Fardin has some sort of strategies behind their backs, which in which Copian has no idea of, you could say that map number 1 could go in the favor of Fardin, maybe ending the first map on a 7-5. That might be my prediction, Cresto. But what do you think about this? Is it a 7-5, or would it end up all the way from a one-sided 7-1?
I would actually expect a 7-4 instead, because I am seeing a couple of experience from the side of Copium as well, especially the side of Shinra Vortex. And to be very fair, you cannot count these players out of the contention, and not so easily, because they have played for so many professional teams. And undoubtedly, if not the entirety of the region of entirety of Asia doesn't know them. At least South Asia, whenever you say the names, they know that they play these conversations and they have this strategy. So it's still gonna be very difficult. I'm thinking a 7-4, but then again, I'm not gonna be surprised if I see a 6-6 and a possible overtime on the map of Chalet. And to be very fair, in any tournaments or any in game general, you can expect the very first map to have a lot of momentum in general, because all of the players are pumped up. They have prepared a lot of time. But on the second map in general, they have a very short time just to prepare themselves, like 10 to 5 minutes, and then they are like, okay, guys, we don't give a damn about the first map, and we're gonna be going to the second map. And that's exactly how their momentum comes in, and that's exactly how they're usually the show stealers.
Okay. Yeah. Talk about. Yeah, I kind of felt like the on the Cresto's end, something might have happened. But yeah, I think he's back. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, if I have to talk about the entire map itself, yes, I can understand that all of the teams are prepped and ready to, ready up on the second qualifiers matchup itself, especially for Dean and Copium, who has a lot of experience when it comes to competitive play as well as tournament play itself. And if I have to take an example, I could say on the side of Copium, you have Shinra. Who is very excellent. He is such an excellent player when it comes to getting those early picks. You'd bring him the Finca. He does an excellent job when he's on the attack side, and when he's on defense, he'd ensure to have some spawn picks. Rather successful most of the time when he was at Kira Esports. I mean, this is the Pro Series I'm talking about. Pro Series, that's exactly where Shinra used to be as the main fragger for Team Kira Esports. But now seeing him on FARDIN really shows that there is a lot of space for him to deal with, knowing that you have other players like Venpai, Shreds, and Super Kami, who's also great at, doing their support roles and ensuring certain amount of deployable shields which can help them protect a lot of lines of sight. But it always depends on who's going on attack first and who's going on defense first, right? So on map number one, according to the maps that we found on Chalet, Fadin will be on attack, which means that on a map like Chalet, you could say the entire map is heavily attacker favored, especially when the site is on second floor master bedroom slash office, because you have the entrance or the entrance door for the attackers, which can easily enter towards second floor office without having any problems. So knowing that you have the attack rounds in the first half, Fadin's main focus has to be racking up a lot of round wins on attack, right? Unless and until Copium decides to succeed most of their defensive rounds, you could say that this can end up on a 3 to 3. It always depends on how well Copium defends on a map like Chalet.
Absolutely. Well, as you mentioned on the map of Shell in general, when I think about it personally, there's a lot of exterior windows in general. Yeah, the door of the K9 side is definitely there, but the big window, if specifically if the train side is covered by the attackers, there's no way a defender can possibly contest the big window. And even though Black Bear is not in the meta, but then again, some players tend to go for an OSA play, and that's so annoying to get rid of. And that's exactly where the attackers shine in general. And when you think it into consideration, the entirety of the map of Chalet has at least one exterior. You go to the game room, you go to the kitchen. Oh, kitchen, no, the kitchen is the only exception here. But then again, there's a lot of hatches. There's a vertical options. But other than that, when you go to the game defense, even there a window is available, and that's exactly where the defenders have to be worried about, because with the contestants of exteriority, you have to be aggressive, and if you're not being aggressive, you're simply giving away the control of the attacking side. That's number one. And if not if that's not the case, you're simply forced to take the cover and allow the attackers to come in. Going for the retakes, yeah, that's absolutely a nightmare.
Yeah, retakes will be a bit difficult for Copium to handle it out, especially knowing that on a map like Chalet, once the attacker gets control by opening up all the lines of sight, it is pretty difficult. And for the viewers out there who are watching the stream right now, if you guys are wondering why we're still back at the casters camp, it's just the usual. We're just waiting for the players to arrive at the lobby, ensure that we have all our ready confirmations coming in from both the sides on Fadin's end as well as on Copium's end. And when the time is right, we will not waste any time and just proceed into we'll just proceed into the match whenever we get the callouts. But for now, you just stuck with us, and the most of the time we'll be just randomly talking about the map wise. We just talk about the players. We even talked about the way how we talked about the way how Chalet works out, and you guys don't have to wait for it a bit more longer. We just need just more than 2 to 3 minutes. It's more than enough for all the teams to get their early confirmation and just proceed in towards the game right away. And Resuming back the conversation, Cresto, you talked about Blackbeard not being in play a lot, mainly because the huge number of nerfs that they had, but instead he's been replaced with the Osa's Bulletproof Shield. Now, talk about Bulletproof Shield from the Osa, it is very powerful, especially if the defenders had lost a lot of explosive utilities on their hand. If we talk about impacts or C4s, if you don't have it, especially on post-plant situation when the Osa shield is still active, it poses a threat for the defenders, and that's the main reason why Osa is being brought a lot. But in this specific region, I'm pretty sure that we haven't seen Osa being brought a lot. Most of the time it's just the usual, the mainly the ace combo. You have the ace summer breach charges to open up lines of sight. You even have the Iana, which could give you a lot of information from the holograms. You even have the grenades. And when it comes to meta wise, it's always the Finca, right? The Finca, the LMG, the adrenal surge, the grenades, so many utilities at their hands, so many things that a single operator can do to get the job done. And knowing about it, Osa has been reduced in a way that we don't get to see her play much often. But when it comes to situational times, that's exactly where Osa comes to shine, right? But all in all, folks, we are not going to waste any time at all. So we are definitely jumping in on our first matchup with some slight altercations. I believe the players on the side of Fadin had a bit of issues, so we are starting it off on a 5v4. Unfortunate, but we have to start the match nonetheless. It's map number one, folks. Fardeen on the side of attack, Team Copium on defense. As we take a look at the ban phase.
Well, as the ban phase comes in, we're going to be seeing the side of Copium going for the initial ban, and I expect a Thatcher being banned because Thatcher is not your kid. And to be very fair, Thatcher is an operator. I cannot remember the last time I played him, even in my ranked games. So it's not going to be surprising for me to see him getting banned. And then again, there is a possibility that Thatcher will be receiving a reward, seeing some love, and there you have it. Thatcher will be taken out. But what excites me here is the ban from the side of the attackers. Is it going to be a Maverick ban, or is it going to be something we can be surprised about? Because Maverick, yeah, usually in the maps where you have to go for a hard beach composition, for example, like Clubhouse, for example, Oregon. I mean, not necessarily on Oregon. Thermite does, Maverick does see some play, but usually in the maps where you have to go for those specific hard breaches, at specific times they also go for a Maverick ban as well. Some people goes for a Twitch play instead because Twitch has been buffed along with Akali as well. But this time around, I think the players are listening to the game after all, ladies and gentlemen. Osa will be taken out, so Osa is not going to be seeing any play here. I believe Hardin understands that this is something they can use, but at the same time, Copium is not going to be an exception, while they will be also locking on the side of the mirror. Well, that makes absolute sense to me because when it comes to the basement defense in general, getting rid of the mirror window once the garage wall is opened up, it's really a hassle. Unless you have a Habana or maybe a Twitch, as I mentioned, it's really hard to get rid of. And finally, Copium will be locking onto the Valkyrie. So straightforward bans, thus Osa is the only surprising factor here, but then it makes absolute sense from my side. So it's gonna be an interesting game to say the least. But as the Valkyrie is banned out, yeah, getting information it's not gonna be very easy. But I'm expecting a Maverick, not a Maverick actually, a Mozzie or possibly some bulletproof cameras to be seen. Even though teams tend to play a lot of traps this time around. Speaking of traps, we will be seeing Frost in the action. Then again, it makes absolute sense because there's so many windows as I mentioned in the proposed game
Yep.
pre-game.
Yeah. So many windows presence, especially on a map like Chalet. You could place those frost mat traps in a way that you could gain advantage while holding up a particular angle. So the attackers, mainly they'll be focused on removing the frost mat trap first and then focus on the player because it's an instant down, right? And you, as an attacker, you really don't want to get caught out in those frost mat traps. So just like I said, folks, we will start the match off on a 4v5 disadvantage at the hands of Fardeen, which means that they they will start with just only four players, right? But all in all, we will resume and start our first round of attack. The site being on second floor master bedroom slash office. Like I said, this is favorable for the attacker's side unless and until the defenders know exactly how to counter those situations. And I believe the main counters has to be gaining control from mezzanine hallway, right? There has to be at least one defender holding the mezzanine hallway to ensure none of the players could have an access towards the library and also as the windows that can open up lines of sight directly towards second floor master bedroom. So all in all, most of the preparations are made and I'm really excited to see how Fardeen will respond to this, especially on their first round.
Well, they will have to find somewhere or another, but I believe they will be exceeding their way to the library side instead. But then again, they're actually focusing a lot on the canine side, so that is interesting because usually you opt to go for a library control and then you go for a canine window control, and that's how you cut off the rotations. And obviously, to be expected, there is going to be a player on the second floor with a shield setup. Usually, you do not give away this location because if you do that, you're simply giving away the absolute control library along with the hallway. So that's going to be detrimental for your side. So understanding the situation, and it is a pretty quick execution indeed. So I really want to know how is the smoke going to be played out because he is still holding that specific location. But in the process, Cheesy Jim is going to go down, and I do not know from where. I believe it was a grenade because I did hear a grenade in the distance, and there you go, Vampire. I do not wait a second. Was there? I do not know if there were any ADSs or not, but it was supposed to be there, or was it burned? Because I do not see any flashbangs being brought from the side of the attackers. But then the reflag has been there from the side of onto the side of Benpai. But it was a pretty heavy investment indeed. That Alibi could have done some damage herself, even though I believe the holograms are still activated in order to distract the attackers, but still, Shinrago's Mu is also going to be making some progress, and now the attackers are pretty much stuck on the floor here, as they will have so many hard time as the Jaeger's okay, nice shot from Vortex, as he's also going to take his own teammate off the board. Pretty much all onto Sohan now in a 1v3 situation. It is doable with the AK-12 in hand, but still, it is easier said than done. He couldn't open any walls yet because of the destruction onto the specific wall. And now, going to this retake, he does have the diffuser on the brighter side of life. He needs to take at least some of the library to make it happen.
All by himself, as Shohan needs to figure out a way to succeed this 1v3. Not a lot of information left. I believe he still has at least one of his attack drones, which could be used to gain some vital information, but knowing that you are left with just 50 seconds, you could say that this hands could go at the hands of Copium unless and until Shohan makes an impressive play. Unfortunately, the site is on second floor master bedroom, which means that he needs to at least enter into the building first, so that he might be able to get a frag or two. But all in all, most of the presence that we've seen from Copium's end has to be from Vortex and Shinra, because Shinra, he was holding towards first floor bar and gaming room, I believe. That's exactly where he got the opening pick, not letting any of the single attackers pushing towards the library room. Talking about Shohan though, his position has been compromised, and Shohan just decides to fall back. He just trips from
Gravity.
the roof as we get to hear the yeah, that's that just happened. Yeah, round number
Unfortunately,
one. That's that's uh, that's one way to end the match, Cresto. That is one way to end the match. But yeah, folks, as we talk about it, we might be able to go in for a rehost. I believe this rehost will be requested the hands of Fardin, and I'm guessing the players on the hand, and I believe the players will. Come back and resume the 5v5 matchup as we'd expected it to be. But yeah, what a first round! I did not expect it to see a accidental fall from the hallway side, but all in all, credit where credit is due. And talk about Copium, an impressive hold on defense, especially from Shinra and Vortex end.
Absolutely, but then again, I would give some credit to the attacking side for being so fast, especially the Finka going for the initial nade. I did not expect him to receive the kill that quickly. I expected some kind of ADSs to be there, but when I saw that the alibi went down and instantly he was taken out by the secondary grenade, there have been some issues with the defensive side as well. And do know, ladies and gentlemen, on the very first round, you can actually take an experiment at how your opposition might be playing. So from that round, we do understand that the side of Copium did take one round in the pocket, but still, is it going to be something they'll be able to hold on? Because they will have to understand that their setup had some issues. Otherwise, the alibi was not supposed to go down. Even though Fardin is back, their side also did some, silly things because gravity was inevitable. But other than that, maybe here on out with the 5v5 composition, they will have a better show to offer to us. And obviously, our better strategies are going to be around the corner as well. And to be very frank, I'm expecting that because the specific last round, it felt like they're having a bit more of a casual run. They're not having the adrenaline. They're not having too much of a rush. As I said, it can be an experimental round. Both of the teams are experimenting, and maybe on the forward rounds, they will take the lead and they will show what they're worth of.
All in all, for Dean's attack coordination, I can understand that they're already down a one man, right? So it's a 4v5. They've got to make a push from the library's end. Turns out the grenade really did head its mark towards the mezzanine's room, taking out the alibi, which was their first step towards gaining control on library. But the amount of presence that was being shown from Copium's end, seeing Shinra's presence on first floor bar and gaming room. You even saw presence from Vortex, who was still at the library room, giving a lot of protections. Although I still have to agree the fact that when Cresto talked about the ADS is not being able to work out when the grenade just flew around from mezzanine, I'm quite curious to know like what exactly happened at that moment, right? Say if the ADS did catch out, that would have cemented the entire round with Copium not having any problems at all in the early rounds, but they still had a bit of a problem. And mainly
The
because
team
of that,
kill.
Fadeen, you could say that there is a chance. Yeah, exactly. And Fadeen, on round number two, since the rehost has been requested and all five players will be back on track, there is high likely a chance that they could succeed on second floor master bedroom just from that grenade throw itself from the finca that he made. So although Fadeen didn't had a great start from round one, there is high likely a chance that they can fling back in round number two, see whether if they can succeed most of their attack rounds.
Absolutely. And with the composition as well, I did see they did bring a jackal on the board. So
Mm-hmm.
there is a possibility they are actually going for the hunt instead. Because when you have a Yana and a jackal specifically, it is usually a target to the specific roamers. And somehow from somewhere it felt like the specific first round. As I mentioned, it's still I believe this is an experimental round, and this is exactly why. Because with that current kit available to their board, they just went inside the objective, went for the kill. And on the follow-up rounds, maybe they'll focus on isolating the defender, or rather the roamers first, and then isolating the anchors inside the objective, tucking themselves in, and maybe use their utilities. And that is exactly where the current meta of Rainbow Six Siege comes in, the grenade meta. You usually go for the burn and then you go for the grenades, and there's exactly no way the defenders can run away. You know, at this point, a lot of players tend to hold behind the shields. For example, you can hold onto the piano with the shield, you can hold onto the mezzanine hall, as you mentioned. Along with some extent, some players go for a hold onto uh, the library side as well. So just maybe if you are going to isolate those angles, the attackers are going to capitalize on the grenade users a bit more. And this is exactly where the meta currently leans onto. And that's also where Finka comes into play, because Finka does have the LMG, and along with the fact that she has a Gone 6 and the grenade. So she can support herself while supporting her teammates as well. And this is exactly where the current meta of R6 revolves. And maybe, just maybe, these players will just keep reinforcing them, even though there might be some, you know, how do I put it? Roam hunts in general, because I do not expect the attackers to burn a lot of utilities on the roam hunt, because those were supposed to be, preserved for the upcoming rounds or the late phase when the plan's supposed to go down.
Yeah, I do have to agree on that, Cresta, because the way how we saw Fadeen just pushed in from the library side itself, you could understand like all four of them were mainly focused on library, but not on bar. They haven't focused on removing out the roamers, even though Jackal was being brought out. And knowing that this was a one single push clearly states that Fadeen was mainly focused on one particular side. So the only thing that they could do is just change a bit of the operators instead, since bringing Jankal wouldn't work out well, maybe bringing a Nomad would work out. The air jabs could help you at least strengthen the hold on some certain places, or you could just bring in Gridlock, knowing that the track stingers will immediately not only give a lot of information but also deals a hefty damage to the defenders if they decided to move through with the traps. So having an denial operator like Nomad, Gridlock can also help the attackers on ensuring certain places. But talk about Fadeen, it's just the beginning, right? It's just the first round. They're just feeling it. They just want to know how Copium has worked on from their fortification holds, and talk about their holds on their defense. It's a slightly a bit extended. You see from the Shinra's end, you even have Vortex. Not a lot of players were holding on from the site itself. Only one or two players were holding the neighboring places like the piano room. So it is a bit extended in a way that the attackers could use it to their advantage. Say, for an example, if they repelled in from the windows of second floor master bedroom, maybe they could find an opening or two, and that distraction would be more than enough to get the control on library then and there itself. So it always comes down to timing, it always comes down to the coordination. And Fadin, knowing that in the first round it worked out well, we might be able to see that happening in round number two. But for Copium, they're looking strong, they're looking confident. First round, not a single problem dealt from their hands, although there was some team kills from Vortex's end and an accidental fall to the death from the Aces side. But all in all, it's a nice way to start off the first round and a nice way to use the rehost as well. But yeah, we just stuck with the caster scam yet again, folks. It's Siege after all. We just need to wait for a minute or two, and when the time is right, we'll be able to get back into the game right away, folks. Don't worry about that. I know you guys are waiting for the matchups. I know you guys are waiting for these two matchups to arrive then and there itself. But these are some certain times where we, as the casters and also the production team, the only thing that we can do right now is just wait.
Absolutely. But then again, patience is a virtue and patience does pay off very heavily. So who knows, just in case that both of the sides of FARDIN is back and Socopium is going to be living up to that, they will deliver in fashionable way. Because as I mentioned, both of these teams have very fashionable players, very, uh, recognizable players, if I want to put it like that. So maybe they will also have the moment to pick themselves up and maybe understand that, okay, now we understand. Considering the matchup is going like this, the first one was a funny one, but can we go for a bit more serious plays here on out? Maybe it will be the case. And from the looks of it, the game is going to be starting any second now, because I can see on my screen that every players are ready, and any second now we'll be getting into the map. So do not worry, gentlemen. One round has already been escalated. It has already came to an end. I'm expecting the second round to be on the side of, I believe, the basement, possibly, because a bit more bread and butter when it comes compared to the other objectives. I'm not saying the game room or the kitchen as is not reliable. I personally would prefer a kitchen defense instead because of the lackluster of the exteriors. But then again, you have to put some players, at least two players on the second floor to make sure the vertical dinner is going to be there. But finally, that is going to be out of the way. We're going to be playing the second round of the game, which is going to be played on the bar gaming room instead, not the basement. So we're expecting a heavy presence on the side of library, because you can't deny the library, the vertical push. That's number one. Secondly, you can also put a lot of pressure in case the attackers are going for a direct push on the objective. So maybe that's going to be the case. But this time around, the Jackal is going to be picked up once again by Super Kami. So roam hunt is going to be a huge priority from side the attackers.
Yep, it has to be. And with Shreds coming back into the game, we will resume a 5-5 matchup. Fadin, welcome back. And talk about Copium's end. They have secured round number one. The only question is, can they do it once more in round number two, with the side being on bar and gaming room? That would be an interesting one to be looking at. And on a map like Chalet, the only main sites that we do get to see from defenders' end has to be on second floor master bedroom, first floor bar and gaming room, and last but not least, first floor kitchen side. Basement wine cellar and snowmobile garage is the least map pick when Chalet had been reworked. Before the rework, it was basement wine cellars and snowmobile garage that had the highest win rate on defense. And now we don't get to see that site being opened up because the site on first floor bar and gaming room proves to be so efficient, so fortified in a way that the defenders can hold out both places at the same time, knowing that you have those soft lines of sights being made from library itself. So all in all, with the action phase coming into an end and Keck W being the Ella, is that a very interesting, curious spot? Maybe he's thinking for a spawn peek right from outside the doorway. Hopefully, if the timing is right and with the necessary information that he's gained from the default cams, he might be able to find a pick or two, but it always relies on timing. And let's see whether if the attackers can get a hold of these roamers or two.
Well, they are actually trying for just that, because Vortex is going to be already droned out, and now he's trying to destroy the own economy of the attackers, but he will not find any success. But looks like the attackers have already taken control of the bottom museum side, and there you have it. The damage is going to be so detrimental, so heavy, and just like the Vendor is going to be able to take rid of Shika very quickly, and now Vortex is going to be on a pick, or he's going to be stuck, and he has no way to run away. But on the brighter side, like, he will be able to take the shot onto Venpai. His location is going to be known, and now the nades are going to be coming in, and there you go. Keck is going to go for the flank onto the west main. Getting rid of Kami. Well, he was not aware of his location. That is exactly what the defender is now shining, and he's gonna keep shining here as KW is gonna find a second one. Now he's looking for the third outside of the window, but Sohan, he's not risking. He understands he has the diffuser, and if he goes down, this is going to be very difficult for the attackers to take the run for themselves. And now, from the current standpoint, the defender is looking very strong, but Shreds, oh my god, he is in a very dangerous location, but he's still going to survive out of this. I do not know why the player didn't go for the peak, but I believe they're also playing it safe for the time being because the defenders understand that they have a manpower now, slowly but surely falling back to the objective, and now they're trying to reinforce and fortify that objective in general because they kind of understand that with the attacker's current composition, going for hard vertical plays are pretty much impossible unless you use a Selmas, which is really not going to be a very bad decision when you think about it. So going for a defense, going for a straight objective play, or maybe holding onto the library side is not the better decision. But the time is slowly but surely coming down, so the attackers will have to take some time and they'll have to make haste.
Still have the grenades from Shreds, so does the Claymores from Shohan. Could be able to use it to block some certain flanks from the defensive side. And let's not forget the Salma breach charges, which can help them to open up a good amount of lines of sight. The amount of damage that Shred's been having from the main stairs, it's so concerning, especially from FARDIN as they lost so many bodies. And here comes Cheesy Chimkins, a headshot with the Storm. He gets to take out the Iana, which means that it's Shohan back again at a 1v4 clutch situation. What can he do in a situation like this? Although he did succeed in opening up certain lines of sight, I'm pretty sure it's not more than enough to guarantee a win. Ace is already deep in the kitchen place, but he's been bombarded, he's been cornered, but somehow he finds an opening. There goes Psycho, there goes KW. Shohan is looking good, pistols in hand. He just needs to find to take out Vortex, and if he does, he might be able to do something about this, but he doesn't get the shot nonetheless. Vortex finally get the final shot in towards the kitchen side, securing their win from the side of Team OPIUM and ends it out on a 2-0 scoreline.
You know, there's one thing I do want to mention from the attackers, that is their drone work is wonderful, but they have to go for the live drones because the moment the Jaeger was droned out, he was damaged significantly, but he was not taken out. And when you have the information, why would you send so many players just relying on that information? Because you have to understand that in the game of Rainbow-Six-Siege, the momentum and the mobility matters a lot. And you know, when you mentioned that the Ella was going for a spawn peak, possibly on the car garage side, I was expecting him to lurk, and that is exactly what he did because that is such a location where people usually, ignore that. Like, I understand that when you're not rappelling on the southern side of the map, or actually no, not apologies for that, the northern side of the map on the library side, you're usually not going for those flanks. You're not going for the runouts. So Solarium, yeah, that's not your priority, but still, you need to take map control, ladies and gentlemen, and that is exactly where the attackers really fell short. So going for the current round, I believe they will focus a lot more on their current situation, the current stakes, and this is still looking doable. By no means it's impossible, but then again, I do see that attackers change pretty much the entirety of the lineup because we know, ladies and gentlemen, now the 6-pick phase of the game is not available anymore. While the attackers can change the entirety of the lineup, so this might look promising, this might look convincing, and now they will be going for a nomad pick, as you can see here, but it all comes down to how good you're getting the refrags, how well you're using utilities. Because last time the Jaeger was not supposed to survive. Vortex simply walked away from that alive. He was a dead man walking, to say the least. Even though I must give the credits to the side of Ella as well. I believe it was KW. Yeah, that was him. Going for the flank and playing with unpredictability, that's exactly where they shine. And I'm pretty sure they will just continue to do so. Once again, a very quick execution coming into the attacking side, going for a library take. Vortex will take a slither off of them if nothing he needs to be worried about. But going for this kitchen defense in general, you need to have the control of the library. You have to take control of the bedroom side as well. But Vortex is him understanding that he's just taking the damage, he's not going to go down. And there is a huge investment inside the attackers when it comes to the grenade economy. Vortex didn't need to even use any of those ADSs, and just like that, I believe only one grenade.
Yeah, it's surprising how in Mezzanine is walking out. Okay, Vortex. Just a simple wall bang towards the library to get Shreds out of the equation. That's one way to remove one player out. The same thing can be said to Shinra, who gets picked out as well in the process. There goes your smoke gas grenades, which could have been used in the late rounds. But still, talk about Copium's objective, they still have control on the second floor. And the way how Vortex has been constantly pressuring them, distracting them, saying that, hey, we're still here on the second floor. Why don't you come get us so that we can, so that you guys have a lot of control? But it wouldn't be that easy. And I believe that plan is working out very well. The attackers, now they're just opening up the second from us bedroom, but I believe it's been blocked. No, actually it's not blocked. He will succeed opening it up and kick W with the Mozzie command, with the Mozzie commando. Might be able to go in for a bit of an aggressive take, but FARDIN Jazz immediately catches him off the act. So does Vortex. Quick refrag it is, as both of the players are down, but the main part about it is that it is equalized. It's 3-3, and within a span of 50 seconds, you could say that FARDIN has a chance to come back, but Cheesy Chimkins back again from the flank stairs, gets to take out Venpai, and with this, in just 40 seconds, Copium has things under control.
Absolutely. They just simply isolated the attackers one by one, and whenever a player goes down, Vortex just took the reflex. Well, he didn't go let anything go under the radar, so I really appreciate that and really compliment that. But other than that, I really love the way the rotation happened beside the defenders, because once Vortex needed help, Kate came in and has supported him, and instantly he got a kill, and now that allows the Jaeger to fall back to the objective as well. In 7 seconds left clock, no map control has been taken, no heartbeats have been taken either. So going through the plan is going to be pretty much impossible to say. The least Psycho is going to be getting rid of Super Kami, and there is no other way for the Haze to go inside the objective. So he has to accept his fate. He has to save it, but I don't think he's going to be going for any of those. He's simply going to be saving him. So there is one thing maybe he was planning on. Maybe he was just standing there, maybe getting his team to take some time and to understand the situation a bit better, because this is not a tactical timeout. But regardless, if you understand the round is pretty much done and dusted, you can just stand around, to use the couple of seconds and get your heads together. Because to be very honest, FARDIN back needs that. 3 rounds back to back in favor of the side of Copium. And then again, you have to compliment the momentum from the side of Copium, because every single time aggression has been present from the side of FARDIN back, but the aggression has been punished. And somehow the ADSs are not working, but they simply doesn't need to. They're simply doing the damage, but it's not going the way FARDIN wanted it to be. And this is exactly what FARDIN has to wake themselves up, because let's face it, the map in itself, the map of Chalet, it has to take some control of the maps very quickly because of the exterior windows, and somehow that's exactly where the side of FARDIN is falling. The Copium, kudos to them, they're holding the line and they're looking confident, but can they remain this confident? Because I'm pretty sure FARDIN they're not going to be showing any mercy right now.
Yeah, but especially on that early round in round number 3, where they used so many utilities just to remove Vortex from mezzanine. Fortunately, it didn't work out, and for a moment there, when I thought that the ADSs weren't present, I thought Vortex would get picked out from the needs, but turns out he did not. Most of the ADSs were placed from the site itself to give good amount of protection, ensuring that the smoke grenades wouldn't pop out from the site itself, in which the defenders had great amount of covers. They had control on Trophy, they even had control on Trophy stairs, in which Cheesy Chimkins, he ended up getting a kill, taking out Venpai. So the way how Copium has control on half of the site, including the stairs, clearly shows that FARDIN needs to ensure to have those certain places under the hands from theirs, because once when the defenders have control, it's a bit difficult for the attackers to come back. But although an early peak once again, this time from the hands of Kami, as he takes to remove Shinra out once again. This is the 3rd time he gets picked out, but nonetheless, it's again the smoke. Losing a smoke on round number 4 is a heavily necessity and also a requirement for the attackers to succeed. And looks like they'll be able to find one more, and this time it's Venpai who gets to take out Cheesy Chimkins.
Absolutely wonderful kick coming into the attackers, but in the process, both Psycho and KW is going to be able to slap back with their own skills as well. But Psycho will be punished eventually by the side of Venpai. But Shreds, he's simply going to walk inside of the piano again. He's not contested, but he will be taken out by Vortex. And Vortex is being such a huge factor here, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's once again all this onto the side of Shoban and Venpai. Venpai has been a very strong factor, but he has to remain strong here. The wall breach has not been done yet, but it is going to be coming down eventually. Another drone work is going to be there as well. And now getting the information is the objective. They're trying to take the control of the objective, because now with the current map control they can execute it. But the problem still remains as Vortex, because he is being such a detrimental fragger here for the attackers. So the key factor is to get rid of him initially, and obviously there is going to be a possibility of the first match on the default plan slots. I'm expecting that at least, but still, it is easier said than done. With 6 seconds left on the clock, they will have to take the pace up, and they'll have to connect the shots as well. And there you go, the shots are going to come in. Shohan is he's gonna take some shot, but he's still gonna survive for a couple of more seconds for now. As Venpa is gonna be walking down the library hallway, KW is holding onto the side of Piano Shield, which is to be expected. The crossfire angles are gonna be there. Sohan is not risking it. He doesn't have any drones to go for it. He would have gotten some information if he had that, but he needs to have the confirmation there is nobody to be seen in the side of the bedroom area other than the rotation. If the rotation is covered, it's doable, but the problem here is the falls on top of the piano, and there you have it. He's gonna be taken out, and now this looks very doable. The Vortex, he is a dangerous player to say the least, and he's gonna remain dangerous as he's gonna drop Sohan on the floor. He's low on HP, but Vampire is not there. Except he is gonna have some good HP, but finally the clutch is gonna be denied with the side of Vampire. It was almost down to the wire, ladies and gentlemen. I must give the credit to the side of Vortex because he has been so dangerous. He's been so aggressive. For the first time, he has been stopped, and there you go. As he was stopped, the round was gifted to the side of FARDIN is back. So I believe FARDIN is back understands that if and only if Vortex is isolated, they will have some chance. But then again, one round for themselves, two more to go for the role swap. If they can possibly go for a equalization, they will have a breathing zone on the forward rounds.
Yep, an impressive play from Fadin's end. They'll succeed winning round number 4 just like that. And I believe Shinra needs to be careful though in the initial rounds because he got himself picked out 3 times in a row while he was playing as the Smoke. And if Smoke was present at that specific moment, having that gas grenades to block out the entirety of that wall could have helped the defenders to waste a lot of time, force the attackers to arrive at a different spot instead of, being at the same place, right? And with the loss of 3 players already from the early rounds, where where Venpai and Shreds got the better hand on controlling this pressure that Copian had been given for the past 4 rounds, they finally managed to break it. And now knowing that on round number 5, knowing that they realize that on a site like second for master bedroom / office is theirs, and Copium are obviously shifting out their sights back to first for bar and gaming room, they've got to know one thing, that they have to take out Vortex. Vortex has been a pain in the attacker side for far too long, and if they cannot contain the situation, the more presence that Vortex shows in the map, the more dangers that the attackers will pose a threat to them. And knowing that they have a lot of information from those bulletproof cams that Psycho has already been placed, maybe in from the site itself. They have good information, they have good patience, although the same thing cannot be said to Shinra though, because he got picked off 3 times in a round. 3 times in the round, that is. But all in all, Fadin, they've got their control back on the previous round. Let's just hope that they do the same on round number 5. Run out from KW, and that run out to get caught off from Fadin Jazz. Oh boy, this is what Fardin expected, especially from an impact nade like that. A run out is as expected, and this will give Fardin the advantage that they require.
Absolutely. And then again, as you mentioned about Shinra, well, he is having a hard time with the smoke, so he's going to be shifting to the wall mindset. Well, I guess he is not trying to get the kills, he's trying to be a supportive player here with the Wagner and available. But now finally he's going to be able to slap back by eliminating Kami here, dropping the diffuser as well outside of the bathroom area. So that is some good progress made by the side of Kopian as well. Now they will have to go for they will have to recover the diffuser first and possibly then go for the execution. But the problem here is their hardware is taken out. But then again, this is an objective of game room and bars, so they will not necessarily need a hardware to go down. But rather, Hardin Jack has a very taller task here because the particle is the Benfa is going to take a lot of damage in the process, but he will be able to survive by getting rid of Psycho. Hopefully, he is playing Finka, so obviously the heals are going to be there, and obviously Finka's heals do remain and they do not evaporate this time around. Shina's going hyper aggressive, he's going for the peak, but he may not be able to run away with it. But he will do some damage, but he will also take some damage in the process. But now this is very difficult because he has to survive here because he's looking stone. Shinra is really low on HP and unfortunately they do not have any heals. Well, nobody actually plays Thunderbird or let's say Dog this time around, even though Thunderbird can be a viable pick, but still you need to have utilities rather than the heals. Fink has played because of her LMG and the grenades to be more precise, not because of her heals here, ladies and gentlemen. So healers in general in the game of Rainbow-Six-Siege are not the priority. Now Shinra, understanding the situation, he's simply gonna burn the time. He knows he's not gonna survive here, and Vortex also gonna be holding the cost. The problem here is that Diffuser has not been recovered yet. I did see a player in the vicinity, but what is he doing there? I do not know. But there you go, Shinra and Vord is gonna be able to make some progress here as Shinra will be going down, but it is a 2v2 situation. Vortex is also gonna go down. It's a 1v2 for TZ Chimkin. He has a good position, he has a good angle, but he's not gonna get the shot. The fuser is not recovered yet. Now the kill needs to go down because there is no time for the attackers to go for the plan whatsoever. But now the problem here is they're going for the same angle. But Vampire is not going to miss any of his shots. He's going to connect the headshot just like that, and wonderfully executed by the side of the attackers, as they simply played it smart and they understood the plan doesn't need to go down, as CG Chimkin himself will complement that shot. 2-3s in the scorecard, and a possible equalization is going to be on the corner. Wonderful execution with the attackers, even though they did start, well, I must admit, the defenders, they were feeling a bit more greedy because of run out from KW, and now I think he will play a bit more carefully. But that is something that attackers needed to understand, that they are having adrenaline, they are being greedy, and that is exactly what the attackers shine, and they need to hold it.
Yep, an amazing job from Shreds though. Two players like that from the libraries, and taking out Vortex was a necessity for FARDIN is back to win a site like First Row Bar. Imagine if Vortex's presence was still being shown from library, and if he succeeds in removing Shreds out, then it would have been Venpai, all by his lone, sir. He could have, knowing that he had to deal with two players, one from below and one from above, it would be difficult to challenge those major gunfights. Although if you have an LMG or not, Venpai, although if he did succeed having one kill at least, a trade would have happened nonetheless from OPIUM's end. But this, I could say, from FARDIN's end, it's a very close round. Shinra, he did his fair share of best efforts to hold his ground from the deployable shield which he placed from the stairs, but it's just too much man count. It was too much utilities which was placed just to remove one player from that hallway, and it had to be done. There was no other choice. They had to make a push, and FARDIN, knowing that they've got a chance, they've succeeded in doing so. But in round number 6, knowing that this will be the last round in the first half, they will ensure to at least equalize it to a 3-3. You have the double LMG players, Shohan and Venpai. Both of them will be very crucial for removing players from OPIUM's end. But Psycho, already using an aggressive angle there from the window side of First Row Bar, maybe thinking of taking a peek or two, not having any information, and since the default camps will be destroyed nonetheless, having less amount of information means taking a gamble to determine whether if the player is there or not. So the amount of risk that OPIUM had taken, although it did work out from Shinra's end, it slowly started to die down in the first half. And now knowing that on round number 6, you see how patiently they're waiting for the attackers to make their move. They don't want to make any unnecessary risks, because making risks like that will give the attackers the advantage that they need to survive and win the round. And that's the main reason why OPIUM has they've decided to not make an aggressive push at all.
Absolutely. Shinra was the only player I did see some aggression coming out of, because he was going for the pre-fire in the piano area, but he will fall back just in time because he understands that the aggression might not be very, very beneficial in the long run. So yeah, the attackers now, they're actually up the games in a very difficult situation, because now they are forced to go for the aggression and the execution. But for now, the utilities are not being very beneficial, even though the grenades are going to be, they will be able to successfully destroy the grenades, but there's still Vortex around the corner, and he's going to connect a couple of shots on Sohan, but he's also going to get tagged significantly, and now this is going to be very bold on the players. Will have to be very, very careful, but the booster is going to be there from the side of the finger, so some reading zone will be open up for the attacking side, but getting the map control, it's exactly where the attackers are really struggling. Even though library itself has been cleared out, so good roam clearance is going to be there, even though no elimination whatsoever. TZ Chimkin, however, is going to be on the frontal stairs, and he will be able to take he's going to be able to take FARDIN away, so no verticality. I mean, verticality is going to be available, but it's going to be pretty difficult to say. At least Venpai will be going for the main door. It's a very risky play because there is the Jaeger right on the corner, but he's not focusing on that. He is actually focusing on the hatch instead, because he has long line of sight, but Sohan is going to take, he's going to be taken significantly. The impact is going to be there, but it's not going to connect, and hopefully it did not. Otherwise, it would have been detrimental for the side of Sohan. But the time slowly but surely is coming down, and there's no time for the execution. They need to go for the kills, they need to go for the shots. There's no way they can go for the plan instead done. But now there is the force who's making some solid progress, but it's all up to Venpai and Shreds, as the plan is going up. Rina is going to be there as well. Shreds, he doesn't have the time, there's no choice for him. And he's gonna fall just like that. It's a good attempt by the attackers, but they took too long to go for the roam clearance. That's how the table turns, ladies and gentlemen, because now the defenders understand that they are being too aggressive. And now when they played passive, Fardin is back really struggled because there were no opportunities which were opened up for the attackers to take control by playing it smart and by playing it safe. Copian will establish the lead on the halftime, but then again, it's not a gigantic lead here. 4-2 is the split, and obviously there is a possibility that Ferdinand back can possibly equalize and possibly take the driver's seat for themselves, but it is still a very difficult task because now I'm pretty sure that Copian will show how to defend. I mean, how to attack this map. We do have a Dokkaebi on the board, so is it going to be confirmed or is it going to be switched? I do not know.
It might be switched out from the attacker's repick itself, but I'm pretty sure that KEKW will bring in the Dokkaebi nonetheless. Uh, her ability of finding defenders just by the sound cues is just it's just the amount of information that you get for the attackers will be huge, and that's not all. When you remove one of the defenders out of the game itself, you can be able to hack their camps to get so much defender camps still available from the defensive side. So for the defensive side, if they bring in some certain utilities like the bulletproof cams or yeah, I think bulletproof cams would
Yeah,
be
there
a
you
bit of a
go.
problematic thing for from Fadin's end because they're the ones on defense. But all in all, with the second half coming in play, it is 4-2, and with the Dokkaebi still being in play from KEKW, the DMR is also the one thing that you should be careful about. It's a very devastating weapon which deals tons of damage, but lacks in fire rate. So you've got to make your shots count. You need to ensure that you have a pixel angle to determine to have that strong angle hold. See whether if you can get a headshot or two. But on the previous round, on round number 6, you saw how patient and passive Copium was playing. They wanted to play accordingly to time, and they did ended up succeeding it with Cheesy Chinkins getting the pick out from the Wenpai, who was playing as the Finka at that round. He just came back, and he just patiently waited it out, knowing that the time is at their hands, right, from Copium's end. So now, since knowing that they did ended the first half on 4-2, now they've got to see whether if they can win a lot of attack rounds, especially on a site like Basement, Wine Cellar, and Garage, where Fardin has made a decision to bring this site, though. Although we don't get to see this site being played a lot, and maybe this might be a huge problem for them, especially with the first frag where Shred has been taken out.
That is unfortunate for Shreds because he would have been so detrimental on the side of the at least on the stairway. But then again, it's unfortunate that I do not know where he was taken out from. I believe it was from a vertical, even though there is not too much vertical pressure from the attack side. Even though we do see Venpai going hyper aggressive as well onto the blue stair side. Once again, with the devastating DMR as mentioned, it is going to be taken out. And I do love the DMR for one specific reason. It lacks recoil, and the follow-up shots on the recoil, even though the fire can be a lacklustering thing, it really lives up to it. But regardless of that, with a 3v5 situation, it's still winnable for the side of Fardin is back. But they will have to play patiently because so far the reason they have been punished for is due to the aggression. Super Kami is playing with a shotgun, so he can put some good effort here. But the brains are gonna be there. Oh, the vertical angle! Oh, actually, not the vertical angle. It's gonna be the breach instead. Psycho. He's gonna get rid of the mute here, and along with that, Sohan and Fabin just gonna be up against the wall here. They do not have much choices, and Brain is gonna be coming from the side of Shinra, but he's not gonna be able to connect much out of it. Instead, he's gonna be burned to death here. The plan is going down. Psycho is taking control of the objective. The impact is gonna be good as well, but it's not gonna do. Okay, it will do the work actually. Thanks to Bandit, and now it's all up to Bandit here. He does have good HP to work with, and the bank side is going down once again. Going for the wall banks, and he will connect that as well, but the nade is gonna be there. There's so many players targeting him, and there's no escape for him. He's simply gonna accept his fate, even though a good attempt coming from the Bandit. There were nothing he could have done because his teammates went down too quickly. It was a nice attempt. I must compliment Fardin's attempt. But then again, once it came down to the manpower advantage, it simply was not there because when your teammates do go down, ladies and gentlemen, let's say you are going for the roam plays, you have to make sure you're getting the reflex. And when it came to the refrag game, that's exactly where Fardin is back struggled. And I believe they will be able to pick themselves up on the upcoming rounds. Then again, slowly but surely, the gap is it is getting broader and broader. 5-2 is not a bad split by any means, but it is a warning that your opposition needs only 2 more rounds. One more round off the board, and they're going to be sitting very comfortably on match point. Do you really want to give your opposition that confidence, that comfort? Because if you do, you are on the wire and you're in season.
Yep. OPIUM, my goodness. What a way to execute the site. 1v5, although we did get to see, I believe the bandit was Vampire that round. The way how he was all by himself, he did succeed in removing the players, but one of the player who was trying to, punch in the digits from the diffuser. But all in all, you saw how well that they were coordinated, right? They opened up the wall. They even had vertical lines of sight with the help of Shinra's sledgehammer. Opened up a lot of lines of sight, which did had a lot of problems from the defensive's hold, because I'm quite sure that one of the roamers were picked out quite early, and mainly because of that, the attackers had a lot of ground control, and because of that, the defender started to lose control. Even the bandit couldn't get to perform his tricks because it's they don't have control on the fireplace hall, and since they don't have that particular place controlled, it would have been best if they could have just brought out Kaid instead, right? Maybe a Kaid or an Azami, which could have helped them to just seal the walls instead, even if it is even if the reinforcement walls have been breached. They could have used a different method, but choosing the traditional way of bringing the bandit really put Fardin in a very difficult spot, especially on round number 7. And once again on round number 8, it will be Vortex with the Maverick plays. Headshot to take out Venpai. And just like that, that's the alibi downed and out. Venpai would have been so favorable from this early rounds where he could have at least find an opening pick or two, but Shreds will do that instead, whereas he takes out Shinra. The way how Fardin is just losing players one by one, but they start to retaliate back, especially from that C4 from Kami. GG Chimkin is still here, still trying to ensure that none of those plays from Fardin's hands would come in their advantage. 3v3, it is still equalized. They're still trying to open up the wall on second floor master bedroom. They still have a lot of time. They still have good amount of control from the mezzanine hallway, including library. But the main problem is that they don't have control towards the stairs. And with the help of the air zaps which have been placed around and the information from GG Chimkins almost taking out Shohan, he will unfortunately just fall back and see whether if he can find another angle or two. And maybe this angle might be able to take out Psycho. She hears this. She knows exactly what's happening, but Vortex is there. He'll be able to protect his team. And in just 1 minute, you see how Copium has control of the situation. Only 2 players left at the hands of Fardin, and knowing that they have 1 impact and a single weapon from Fardin's end that can disable or deny any plans been happening from the attackers, the only problem is that they don't have control on the second floor itself, and this will be concerning. 3v2, 40 seconds, Copium is almost close to getting the plan out, putting themselves in a post-plan situation. And Fardin, if they have to win this round, they've got to come back.
Absolutely, they will have to. Now they cannot let go of this piano location whatsoever. And look from the looks of it, they will not do just that, because GG Chimkin will have a runner on his face. And Shades is going to be such a detrimental player here, as he will not give away the control of piano no matter what. And he will take 2, followed up by Fardin himself, as the hostile angles were there. Wonderful execution on the side of Fardin is back, because finally now they understand the map control is going to be important. And with the plays, with the moments of unpredictability, there's something shining. GG Chim did not expect anybody to peek from that window specifically, and that's exactly where the confidence of Copium fell apart. But still, they still have the lead, so they can still rely on it. But Fardin is back. That is a round they really needed just to deny their opposition's match point, just in case. That's 1 point there, but it's to make sure that they're holding this, because we do see some cheap, flashy plays from the side of Fardin is back. But these flashy plays needs to remain. These needs to last. Copium, they're not having a hard time by any means, but once their momentum starts to fall apart, they do get shattered, and this is exactly where the side of Fardin is back needs to reinforce. And there's one more thing I do want to mention the side of Fardin is back. When it comes to their roam games, it's not bad by any means, because we did see, I believe it was Sohania, he was on the roam with the Lucy. He was able to burn a lot of time, but when it came to going for the flanks in general, it was not quite up to mark, because there were no air jabs in place. There were some very expected flanking angles. For example, he was taken out by the main stairs. So usually when a player goes back to the basement or in the map of Shelly, it is expected him to go for the same direction. But if he came from the west main instead, he would have been able to rendezvous with his teammates. But then again, the round is over. We cannot complain about it. As we move on to the objective of kitchen and dining defense, they will have to understand that this is going to be a lot more reliant on the vertical play. So if they're putting a good amount of control on the second floor, they might be able to pick off a good amount of players initially and possibly take the round as well. And because from the current looks of it, it's all coming down to the frag. It's not coming down to the strategies. And obviously, I have to mention it. It is also coming down to the refrag games. And when it comes to the refrag games, FARDIN is also capitalizing on that. OPIUM, they're looking confident, but still, it is gonna be so difficult for me to say that yeah, they're having the upper hand. And it's also applies to the side of FARDIN's back as well. As slowly but surely, that if attackers are taking control of the library, I believe, because this is usually the bread and butter play. You have to take control of the library first, and then maybe go for a uh, Solarian push, and then isolate the defenders one by one. But looks like from the current standpoint, it's simply not the case. They're going for a basement defense, and I believe they're expecting somebody to be in the basement because last time it was the Melusi who was there.
Yep. The Melusi's presence being shown around will pose a problem from Copium's end, but not a lot when it comes to getting control on library though, that's for sure. The exothermic charge will be used nonetheless to open up the kitchen. No resistance being made from the defensive's end at all. Nor no kites, electroclaws, nor the bandit charges. Even more so, you could even include the mute jammers too. But talk about this first frag though. Wenpai still gaining ground from second floor as he succeeds in taking out KEKW. There goes the information operator, but the same thing can be said for the defensive side as Kami goes down as well. But the pure presence that they're showing on second floor clearly gives a lot of concerns from Copium's end. And I believe that Cheesy Chimkins might have to be the one to deal with this situation because they're losing a lot of time. A minute left for Copium to make their play. They have good amount of information regarding their whereabouts, but the execution is where it lacks. Here comes utilities for the Injaz, taking a lot of damage from that grenade. The front has been happening from Psychos, and another grenade from Shindra. My goodness. Succeeds in taking out Fadeen Jazz, but it's not working out too much. Psycho still all by in the side itself. She thought of making for a plant from the side itself on first floor kitchen, but turns out they didn't had enough cover, but that cover is just not necessary. Cheesy Chimkins here for the support, and here comes the entire denial from Copium. No matter if they don't have control on the side, all they've got to do is just get the frags, and that's exactly what Team Copium did. They coped up with it in round number 9, ensured victory, and now they are on match point, ladies and gentlemen. Round number 10, Copium is here to secure map number 1.
Absolutely. They are still breathing good for the side of FARDIN's bag so that they can make some progress on the map of Oregon. But the problem here is Oregon is a very common map, as I mentioned here, Baba, because, well, Shell is the map where you can be creative. And to be very honest, FARDIN is back. They tried to be creative with the Bandit in play. And once again, we will be seeing Bandit's presence, but that creativity did not quite work out. And there is exactly where Copium instead is showing their aggression, because I did say it on the previous round that they will be taking some part of the library, but I did not expect them to go so far in such a quick succession when it came to the kitchen wall as well. Because usually players go for a control onto the Solarium side as well, and then they go for a rotation. They didn't even focus on the verticality before the breach came in, and this is exactly something I would be trying on my next rank games as well, because now I understand that once you open up the wall, this does not give the defenders any room to move away, because now they will be forced to stay inside the dining area, because the dining area is the only possible location you can deny an escape from the verticality. Good strategies coming in from the side of OPIUM, and I guess they have done their homework very precisely, and that is just how it is. The results are there. There's no way their parents are gonna be unhappy about when it comes to their homework, as I mentioned. But it's pretty much on the side of FARDIN's back now, because now they're up against the wall. They will have to push the limits. This is gonna be a game room defense, and I expect them to bring something out of the hats here. Otherwise, they will be pretty much forced to take the second map. And as I mentioned, Oregon, it is a good map. I'm not saying it is, if not the best map in general, but it is a common map, and you cannot have too much creativity in that map, because let's face it, if any team has the opportunity to play in that map, or let's say even in Clubhouse, they're not gonna give it up. This is a fan favorite map. But Chalet, this might be the among the 3 maps we're gonna be seeing played today. Well, Shell is the most changed map, let's face it, because as you mentioned in the pre-game, that back in the days we used to see our defense on the basement first, and then you used to see the kitchen defense. And why didn't we see the defensive rounds on the top floor? Because of the balcony. The balcony was such a problem for the attack defenders to deal with, because once the attackers take control, there's no way you have to just allow the attackers to take control. You're literally greeting them and, yeah, please come in, please visit us and plan the diffuser here, and we're simply gonna accept our fate if you're not connecting our shots. But the map itself of Shadow did change, and this is exactly where the meta is revolving. But for now, let's come back to the present here, ladies and gentlemen. We will be seeing a couple of grenades being used by the side of Vortex, taking a lot of library, but it is a very slow progression when you think about it, because they will have to make haste here. They are going for waste main control, but there you go. Sheds are not going to be drawn down. He will be forced out by the air jab, but he's still going to survive with 2 kills on his name and with the diffuser as well. This is looking very difficult for the attackers, but now on the brighter side of life, Vortex will find Venpai, but is it enough? I do not think so.
Pretty not quite sure what's gonna happen, but okay. Vortex finds the head of Shohan just like that when he was trying to engage in that gunfight from the white stairs. But the opening pick that Shreds just did from that stairs, taking out 2 players with the confirmation of the diffuser being dropped out, gives a lot of problems from OPIUM's end. Let's not forget that this is match point, so whatever mistakes that the attackers do will give a lot of advantage from the side of defense. All eyes on this man right here, the alibi, who can make an impressive play. I mean, we've already saw that example, but currently he's been tagged a lot, so he'll just fall back and see whether if he finds another way to dismantle these players out. But let's not forget, Vortex is also still present with Gianna. He gets to take out FARDIN Jazz. There goes the Bandit. They are so close into getting control on the side, but not a lot of information left about Kami's whereabouts. They will get it nonetheless, and here comes Shreds, 2 kills, and he gets denied from Shinra. 1v1. All Kami has to do is just win this gunfight, and Shinra, he doesn't have any information regarding his whereabouts. 10 seconds. This is concerning from the side of OPIUM. They are this close of winning this round. He's been dealt around damage, and it will be Kami who will win that gunfight. FARDIN will survive round number 10. 1v1. And the map is not over yet, folks. We are still resuming back to round number 11. Match point is still in for OPIUM. An impressive display of skills from Shreds. 4 kills from this man right here. And now for OPIUM. If they make mistakes like this, there is high likely a chance that the side of Team FARDIN will come back and put ourselves on overtime, which in fact is not a good way to end it off, OPIUM.
Well, from the current standpoint, FARDIN is back, is looking confident, even though the round itself went down to the wire. And I must give the kudos to the Jaeger for surviving for that long, and he played it smart. But this is exactly where OPIUM needs to pick themselves right back up as well, because when it comes to overtime, it usually frustrates the team who had the lead. But that is exactly the target from the side of FARDIN is back, and I expect them to have the processability for the time being, because their composition looks confident. But how confident, that is still $1 billion question. The previous round, I did see the frags coming in, and with the good refrag were good as well. But when it came to speed, it was hard for even us to keep up, and that is exactly what we love to see in the game of Rainbow-Six-Siege, ladies and gentlemen. Because when it comes to the game itself of Rainbow-Six-Siege, it is a very slow-paced game, because you go for the drone work, you go for the execution, you go for the team competition and whatnot. But when it came to that specific round, everything just happened like a storm. So I'm happy to see those in action, but they need to hold. And now as we move on to the 11th round of the game, this is where a lot of factors are going to be relying on. Because, yeah, this is still not a point where overtime is going to be hit, but still, if the 5th round is taken by the side of FARDIN is back, there is a possibility that they will be able to take the control, because OPIUM, they might feel frustrated, they may feel overwhelmed. And not to mention, this is the most, well, if not the most strongest objective in the game. A bit more balanced, because, you know, you can obviously go for the aggressions onto the apologies for that, onto the trend side, onto the window side as well. Obviously, you can also hold onto the library, but somehow, for some reason, library is not going to be contested. It's simply going to be given to the attackers, as Vortex is going to run inside. That is a very interesting setup, to say the least, because now the attackers are simply allowed. They're simply greeted to be, you know, take control of the hallway area, and they're going to go into the breach as well. So that is exactly where a lot of questions come into my head. And even though the remote greens are coming in from the side of Vortex, the utility usage is really not very, respectable from the side of the defenders because they're simply giving away the information. They're simply giving away some freebies to the defenders, attackers, and now it looks like the freebies are going to remain as Sohan is going to take a lot of damage from the side of the Flores. The Retailers have done their damage, done their job along with the AR-33 is going to be joining in as well. But now the breach has come down on our defenders. They will have to play a very dangerous retake, even though the plant has not gone down. We cannot let go of the piano control whatsoever, but now the utilities are going to be kept burned out every single time. The Frostmats, the utilities, the Melusi devices, the Banshees, whatever you call it, they're simply not surviving, and this is exactly where the attackers are shining. And it looks like they're trying to solidify that they are gonna take the map for themselves. And now the flash grenades are gonna be coming in. They are taking the map control. They're taking, making sure the defenders are gonna be falling back, if not taken out. The grenades are tossing as well, and maybe just maybe Finka's gonna be going in as well as he will be tossing the grenade, but the damage is gonna be there as well. Shea is not gonna, it's not gonna, he will serve, he will be taken out by vortex, but not by the grenades. But now piano control is taken away from the defenders, and this is exactly where the defenders are going to have a hard time. As Psycho is going to be taking the refuser, as the plant, the flanks are going to be watched as well by the side of Shinra, followed up by Vortex. 2v5 situation is pretty much done and dusted for the defenders, but still they will just clap back with some of their own strategies and with their own kills, thanks to Kami specifically with a 3k from himself. Seaver is going to be good. It's not going to connect though, but the problem here is for the problem here is Shinra is super low on HP, and now this is looking very winnable for the side of FARDIN's bag because Shinra, he has to play very safe and he has to play it precisively, and now he has to maintain some distance as well. But the problem is he has a 1.5x scope, but he can connect the shots as well. But the HP is going to be a huge factor. He is going for the shots, but will not connect any of those. That is a problem. He doesn't have the he does have the grenades. He can play it vertically if he wants, and he will do just that as the floor is also opened up. He is preparing the nade in case he needs to go for that, but he has to make sure that noise are gonna be connecting. 9 seconds left on the clock. He has to make the play happen. Now the nades are gonna be coming. The diffuser has gonna be lost, and there you have it. It just might be the run for the side of the attacker. It was a very close run for the attacker defenders, but just like that, we will be seeing Shinra clutching it out with the grenade, even though having low HP here. And look at me, that run as that run went down to the wire. Even I'm mumbling here. Oh my lord, Copium, they had such a good run, but regardless of that, the defenders were able to take the round for themselves. But instantly himself was able to slap back, and what an execution from the attackers. I must admit, Copium, they really deserve this.
Yep, they really do. But I've got to say, from Fardeen's end, what was that triple kill from Kami? I guess Super Kami. Yeah, Kami, especially on that post round, he removed three players just like that, and it was just. I think it was just.
In a matter of seconds, yes.
Yeah, in a matter of seconds, it was Shinra who was left in a 1v2. You could usually say that you could engage a full on frontal gunfight, but doing that has a high likely possibility of him losing the round. So, using his utility was the only way for Team Copium to win it out. Two grenades was more than enough to get a guaranteed win for Team Copium, especially on a first map like that. And in the end, we will see them succeed. Map number one is at the hands of Team Copium, which means they just need one more map to have a spot at the playoffs, especially in the Community Cup series. Can it happen, or will we see Fardin come back? It's a matter of question on what is going to happen from their ends. But all in all, that ending itself, it was just a huge amount of question marks. First time we see Vortex using the good amount of utilities to remove their important defenders gadgets, which was placed from the piano's end. The deployable shields were destroyed, the ADSs, frostmat traps, every single utilities that Vortex could see it from his eyesight, just destroyed from the defenders end. They didn't had any utilities for them to fight back. They didn't even had the mute jammers to block those important drones, and mainly because of that, they had to lose when it comes to the utilities game. But when it comes to gunplay, you could say that Fardin almost had things under control, especially on defense, because this was a 1v2. The only difference was in that post plant, they apparently did not had any information of players' whereabouts, and mainly because of that, Shinra got the best use of it. Two grenades in hand, all he had to do is just be patient and use the grenades at the right time to deny it, and it was all just happy moments from Copium's end nonetheless. But for now, folks, let's take a look at the highlights. Let's see a total of 11 rounds that has happened in this matchup as we talk round to round. And yeah, talk about it, Christo. What do you think about this first half itself?
Well, the first half itself was a very one-sided one, if I put it like that, because Copium simply had the absolute control of the map and absolute control of the guns as well. And there were a lot of moments where Dinsberg simply gave away their guard. They were simply not being, paying the attention to their opposition. And there were a couple of plays they were really complimentary, but then again, it was not really up to the mark. But Copium, when it came to their gunfights in general, they simply shine like a shining star. And I believe this is exactly where they have the upper hand here. Fardin Isbek did put a lot of effort, because when it came to the clutches, though, I must admit that Fardin Isbek understood and they were patient. Patience is a virtue, as I mentioned in the pre-game. That's exactly the solidifying factor for the side of Fardin Isbek. But when it came to the proper executions in the map of Chalet in general, we barely seen, except for one or two rounds, when, for example, in the round of Garage, we've seen the verticalities and the executions. But other than that, having verticalities, having the map control, having the flank patches, those were somewhat lacklustering. But still, it was a very, you know, teeth to teeth wire round in general, because every single time the clock went down to the wire, and then somebody is gonna go for the denial, somebody's gonna go for the plan, somebody's gonna go for the kills. And I believe this is exactly what competitive siege should be in general. Even though Ferdinand Isbek did have a very hard time when it came to the first half, because let's face it, they were not having the best of it, especially after the very first round. Because there were moments that team kills happened, there were moments the denials happened, the gravity stuff and everything. Let's make the memes and everything. But along with that, there's one key factor to the side which was really harsh on the side of Fardin's back, that is map control. Because I said even on the last round, if they were able to hold on to the piano side, it would have been so much crucial for them. It would have been the winning factor. Even on the round when the Jaeger went to the 1v1 situation, they simply had the cover, they simply had the map control. And as a defender, all you need to do is just stay alive. And obviously, you can burn the time. And burning time is exactly where Ferdinand's back fell short. But I believe they will be able to pick themselves up on the second half, on the second map, actually, which is going to be Oregon, a bit more of a flexible run for both of these teams. But for the time being, Copium will have a lot of flexibility because they have one map and in their pocket, not to mention it was their opposition's picked map.
Yep, the first map will come to an end on map Chalet, with Copium being in the lead, 7-4, winning map number 1. And now they're here to finish it off on map Oregon, map number 2. Will Copium get it, or will Fardin is back put us to the deciders, map number 3, which will be on Clubhouse? Only time will tell, folks. But talk about map number 1 itself, the way how Copium proceeded on their defensive hold is just a great job from them, winning 3 defensive rounds back to back, and for Fardin to just adapt to the situation. And for a moment, I thought Fardin would, end off the first half on a 3-3 equalizer, but turns out it did not work out. And now on map number 2, with the side being on Oregon, you could say there's high likely chances that Fardini's back could come back, especially on the first half, knowing that they'll be the ones on defense first. So there is high likely a chance that Fardin can end the first half on a very good note, which will be difficult for Copium to come back, or else it might be the other way around, where Copium, all they have to do is just cope up with their mistakes as they did on map number 1 and just come back even much more stronger on map number 2, Oregon. But all in all, Oregon will be the deciding factor for these two teams to determine who will proceed in towards the playoff, and that's exactly what their main objective is. They need, I mean, everyone is in it for the R6 credits, especially on the prize pool that we have. So they will give a tough fight. So map number 2, it won't be the same as you'd expect on map number 1, Chalet. So expect changes, uh, expect a lot of plays coming
Yeah,
in
most definitely.
from Fadin's end and also from Copium's end too. So all in all, this Oregon will be an interesting one to look at, Krista.
Well, I'm looking forward to a bit more of a coordinated play, if I want to put it like that, because the refrag game were really, really strong from the side of Copium, and expect it's going to be the same from the side of Ardenis back this time around, because these teams are in general, even the players themselves are very experienced. So experienced players are supposed to show a bit more experienced players as well. Even though I'm not saying that those were questionable plays by any means, there have been a lot of quick executions, but the main point here is I'm expecting some patience. But ladies and gentlemen, patience is something we'll have to wait. And now we're going to be taking a break. Do not go anywhere. Grab some drinks, grab some popcorn, and we'll be right back shortly.
through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could.
All right, everyone, welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Community Cup Series, Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotec Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco here. We are back again with map number 2, and as we take a look at the recap on map number 1, it was 7-4, 7 in favor for Team Copium, which means FARDIN had lost their map number 1, which is in fact their own map pick, which means that on map number 2, this map will determine whether if Copium can handle it or Fadeen come back by winning map number 2 itself. So, since you could say the ball is in the court for Team Copium as they did win map number 1, they are here to end it on map Oregon to ensure that they have a spot into the playoffs for the Community Cup. But if that does not happen, then that means that Fadeen can still have a chance on map number 3 deciders. Clubhouse will be the map pick. Cresto, we've seen how map number 1 played out. It did go all the way in the favor for Team Copium. Will we see the same repeat that will happen on map number 2 as well?
I don't expect that actually, because Oregon is a map where people know exactly when and where to play. I just want to see the refrag game. If I want to be very precise, I want to see the refrag game. I want to see the aggressions. I want to see the precisiveness between these teams, because as I mentioned, they are very experienced players. And to be very fair, in the previous map, 14 feedback fell a bit short when it came to the refrag games and their strategies in general. While Copium, they were pretty aggressive, and to some extent, Copium were punished, but it's not anything compared to the side of Fardin is back. So I believe they had the time with the pause timer, and now they understand where they went wrong, and now they will be able to bring themselves on the same page of the book as Oregon will be seeing some action. Copium, they're doing wonderful, but I want to see the side of Fardin is back in action as well. And it's just my wish personally. I also want to see the map of Clubhouse in action. So I expect that. So we're gonna be heading into the game, ladies and gentlemen, as Oregon is gonna be seeing some action as we move into the the operator ban phase.
Yep, operator bans will come in, especially on map number 2, Oregon, with Copium being the ones who has the advantage in their own map pick and also being themselves on map point by winning map number 1, Chalet. So, second map will be an interesting one to determine whether if Fadeen can come back or will Copium decide to win it out. And when it comes to the ban phase, you could say it will be the usual, the Thatcher bans. No one likes to have Thatcher on, especially on any of the attacking teams. He has, with his ability, the use of his EMP that can disable any gadgets present from the defensive side, which does not have any counters at all, clearly shows that Thatcher is a very strong operator, and that's the main reason why he gets banned more often. The second attacker bans will be the Finca nonetheless, of course. I can understand why, especially having that LMGs, the grenades, and also the adrenal surge, which can help the attackers in so many favors. And you could say it's more of like a targeted ban from Shinra's end, because Shinra, he loves playing the Finca. And actually, I just realized Shinra is in Copium, and Copium's the one who just banned Finca. Never mind. I believe they just banned Finca mainly because of her kit, mainly usually. But Valkyrie will be banned from the defensive side nonetheless. No more changes from that at all. The only difference will be the last defensive bans, and I'm pretty sure Amira would be banned as well, because Mira, she's been an excellent operator when it comes to anchoring the side, and with the help of the mirrors that she places around, it is very difficult for the attackers to make a play, especially knowing that you have a very anchored site. But all in all, the ban phase will come to an end. Thatcher, Finca, Valkyrie, and Mira will be the operators which won't be available on map number 2, which means that Copium, they are one map away. And for Fadeen, they still have a chance to come back. Whether or not they will succeed or not, we'll be able to determine on round number 1, with the site being on laundry and supply room.
Laundry and supply room makes sense, but not having a smoke, it is a big question mark from my side, because usually you opt to go for a smoke hole onto the elbow side, and you actually isolate and call the push onto the blue tunnel area, but it's simply not going to be the case. I guess with a warden, you can do just fine, because you can obviously deny with the glances, and you can be pretty much invincible to the flashbangs. But still, is it really a worthy investment? Because I personally would prefer smoke, because it would have forced their attackers to burn some time, and obviously take out the shields in the process. I'm expecting a Flores to come out in this objective, because Flores is a bit more useful when it comes to getting the shields in general. But Then again, there are no ADSs I'm seeing, even though we do see a couple of Wamais and obviously the Aruni gates, which will be activated, but it's still $1 billion question to be answered. We will be seeing a cage on the backside of life, which is to be predicted. But wait a second, Shreds? Did he go for a run out? I
Yeah,
guess
he
just
did. Yeah, looks like he just did. Taking the page out of Shinra's his own book, he will succeed with an early frag out right from outside blue bunker, all the way from construction spawn. Shinra definitely didn't expect it that, but this will give Fardin a necessary good start for them because that's the sledge gone and out. No more grenades, no more hammers to open up some from soft walls, especially on a map like Oregon. But talk about Cheesy Chimkins. He's already in the building, especially with the help of Jack. With the help of his abilities, he could be able to track at least one or two players' footsteps. But they're still losing a lot of players from their hand because it Shreds back again as he succeeds in taking out KEKW. And with two players out, this is not looking too good from OPIUM's end.
Absolutely. And now Shed is shedding players indeed, and now he's actually focusing on the backstairs, and he might just push in as well, even though Psycho and the Jackal, Jackal is near the vicinity, but they're actually making some slow progress here. And as you can see, Shed is gonna keep shredding players here as Vortex is gonna be taken out as well. And now Fez is being such a huge player here, no refrags whatsoever. The Hatch is gonna be targeted by Psycho, but then again, it is not gonna be very worthwhile because Shred is already on a rampage. Even after having the map control for themselves, it's gonna be really difficult to take any value out of this. Fact spin is gonna be good, but now the drop needs to come in. But Psycho's taking her time here as Cheesy Chimkin is gonna rendezvous on top of the stage, but they're also trying to make sure that they have the covers as well. But the covers are not gonna be present as Hibana's gonna take a lot of damage as Super Dean comes taken out of the board. But the main of the two players will have to do a very short task because Psycho's super low on HP.
Yep, very low at that too, especially from Psycho's end. 20 HP and Cheesy Chimkins has just gone all the way from basement laundry stairs, hoping they could find a proper angle to take out players one by one, but they still also have the denial utilities, the C4s, the impacts. How can Copium take out those necessary utilities? Lines of sight being used from the Excaros pellets to open up yet another lines of sight, but Psycho doesn't know one of the players is creeping up towards the freezer's hallway. They're losing a lot of time. 30 seconds left, and they've yet to make an entry peak. While Cheesy Chimkins is the one who took out both of the players, Super Den and Shreds. Now with that constant fight's been happening around, and the confirmation on the kill from Phoenix and Vampire, clearly gives Fardin the chances of succeeding on round number 1 itself. Basement side will be theirs, and on round number 2, this is exactly where Team Fardin has a chance to come back.
Absolutely. And along with that, the way the defenders played it, or should I say Fardin played it, they played with unpredictability because I didn't expect a Warden to be in place, but that's not the problem here. He went for the run out. I'm pretty sure that Shinra is not going to be very happy about it. And that single kill single-handedly restore the momentum of their opposition. Yes, they have a map in their pocket, but regardless of that, they see that their stage going down, which would have been very beneficial just to take out the shields. And they were like, okay, we cannot push the tunnel side anymore. You know, ladies and gentlemen, in the tunnel side or the elbow side, there were simply no presence of any shield. The Warden was simply chilling around. He was just using the gun. He was using the glance. And I guess that is exactly what Fardin's bag is planning on. They're banking on because once they were able to take care of the utilities or the important characters, they're simply leaving the map control to the opposition because they understand even if they get the map control, it's not going to be very beneficial. But other than that, it is going to be a top 4 defense on the game room and the kids' dorms. So this might be a bit more strategic here because wait a second, I'm not seeing a smoke this channel either, but instead of this thunder will being brought. So we are seeing some friendly chats coming from the players that they are showing some their love to their players. Well, then again, it is a very close society. It's the South Asian Rainbow-Six-Siege community, and everybody knows each other, and everybody loves each other. And that is exactly what I love to see. And looks like Shinra was angry indeed, Baba, as he will punish Sohan very quick.
Yep. Revenge is a best dish served cold. But for Shinra's end, the player who did get that early peak on round number 1 was Shreds, so he's still alive. Although the same thing cannot be said to Shohan though. The alibi with the MX4 Storm, which is very powerful to contest those 1v1 gunfights. Especially, how can I forget about this? It's huge fire rate that can shred people off one by one. But with the alibi not being available, the only thing which is though has to be the holograms which is placed nearby towards the side. It could give some useful information, but that C4 though from
Wow.
Venpai taking out Shinra right off the bat from Arbor Stage, and that shot from KEKW. This might give a huge kill that Copium requires. Taking out Shinra will at least remove 2 of those frag grenades, but it is still isn't more than enough for FARDIN to hold their ground because they just lost 2 players. Shreds and Shohan, both of the important players which is required to hold their ground, has been nullified. And now there's only 3 players left. One of the C4 has already been expended to take out Shinra, which means that Din only has 1. They've got to use it for post-plant. Wall's been opened up from the second floor kids dorms, which means that there is still 1 player, Phoenix, playing towards the first floor kitchen. So when it comes to timing, FARDIN has it. But if Copium gets control of their site, if they get another opening pick or 2, then that is more than enough to get the control on the site itself.
Absolutely, and now they're just focusing on just that, and looks like Eric is going to be a very huge production because we're seeing Super Team making some superior progress indeed. And now the attackers will have to take the breach first and possibly go for the plan. It looks like they will be able to go for just that because there is no contestation on the game, but the breach has not done. Actually, never mind, the breach was there. I forgot that in a fraction of a second, but now it's going to be a one-gun situation between Psycho and Super Team. Super Team has been so strong so far, and now Super Team is going to connect a lot of shots, and he's going to make sure that Psycho is not going to survive. A very messy round indeed, but regardless of that, we will be seeing the Thunderbird coming up very wild and very strongly because single-handedly taking those 3 kills gave him the round. Not to mention, it was a good execution for the attacking side, but once the frags started to popping out, the defenders were also slapping back with their own succession, and that is exactly where Copium fell short. I must say, the execution itself was wonderful. Going for the plan was wonderful. When it came to the crossfire, when it came to the defense of the diffuser in general, the crossfires, they were not present. And that's exactly where Copium is having a hard time. But I guess FARDIN is back. He's looking for vengeance here, Baba, because the first map was their map, and now FARDIN is back. He's making sure that they're going to be back on their opposition's map.
Yeah, I mean, I have to know what exactly happened on that post plan. It was
Messy,
I'm
to say the least.
it was confusing to say the least, Cresto, because all 3 of the players, one of which was Din, who was on second floor side, gets he gets to pick out 2 of the players. A C4 that accidentally gets a team kill, and then suddenly Din wins the 1v1 gunfight. Now, I don't know what exactly happened from that moment on because
10 seconds left before
it was just random acts of
Ah,
something else in which I have no idea what exactly happened of. Because round number 2, it was,
attackers are moving to defuse a
man,
bomb.
you know what? How about we just focus on
Big
round number
question
3
mark.
itself? It's a huge question mark that I'll never get an answer of because on round number 2, it was something else. Although in the end, it will be FARDIN who will get those 2 defensive round wins. So kudos to them. And Copiums, although they did had control on their hands, they did had the control of the default plant, although not a lot of control in towards the attic as well as the dorm side. Really did put FARDIN on a very good spot. And on round number 3, the site's been changed this time on first floor kitchen and dining instead of putting themselves back on meeting. It will be an interesting fact to determine whether if Copium can get this under control or not, and especially with the attack drones giving them fatal information on the bomb's whereabouts, they know at what place did they have to push, but they still need to understand exactly where the rumors are present from FARDIN's hands.
Indeed, but what comes to my mind is they're not going for any verticality, but looks like they don't need to. But actually, there is a Shed who will be punishing Shinra for going onto the switch side. But Shed is also low on HP. He needs to follow the objective, and he can possibly heal as well. Actually, that's not the case because the Thunderbird is not very present this time around. But I'm actually having a lot of confusions here because Copium didn't go for any verticalities on the map, specifically on an objective where you're supposed to focus a lot on the small tower side. But then again, I guess focusing on small tower would have been a bit more difficult because there is a angry Mozzie waiting right there. As Psycho is going to be going for a meeting reach instead, which is going to allow the attackers to cut off a lot of rotations because they can't simply go for a refrigerator plant. And I guess they're actually focusing on just that as Psycho is going to be going for Sohan. that is their Aruni off the board, and obviously they have an opportunity to block off the angles, and they can obviously take the control. As I believe the hatch is still open, but that's a question which will be answered eventually. Super Dean's gonna be getting rid of Psycho as well, and now the gunfire is gonna be coming from both sides. Phoenix getting rid of KW. For which situation, the attackers are simply tucked on the wall. They're simply having a very hard time because they're not taking the map control, and now the manpower is not alive either. This is looking much more difficult. Oh, nice shot coming in from the side of Cheesy Chimp on the brighter side though. This is doable if they can take out Super Dean here. Dean is the only player with decent HP. The remainder, they will be taken out by one shot.
Oh, that's another great shot though from Chimkin. Taking out Phoenix and Vortex just the same. What exactly happened from Fadin's defensive hold? They had control on their man count, and suddenly Copium, they started to come back. 2 kills from Cheesy Chimkins and another kill from Vortex. Well, he is so low on
Oh, no.
HP, but there is still a chance that Din can clutch this 1v2. Not a lot of time left, so he could play this according to time. It's only 15 seconds left. The pressure is on for Copium to make that push, and certainly Din has this under control. They've got the first kill, and now Vortex is also the same. All he needs is just a single shot to the body. Oh no! Vortex constantly pre-firing, but he just runs away to safety. Man, Din knows exactly what happened.
FARDIN.
And in the end, we will see Team
पर ये
Copium
sheet में orange team को
survive
आ गया।
and win round number 3 just like that.
Yes,
What
yeah, man.
exactly just happened?
Laundry room
For a
supply
moment
room.
there, we saw Cheesy Chimkins and Vortex. Both of them make such an excellent play on a 2v4 situation, and then suddenly it had to be time. It had to be Vortex not having enough amount of utilities to remove the outer panel because he didn't have the Gone 6 utility. And because of that, Fadin
Defenders,
are
protect
now
your
at
bombs
a
from being defused by
3-round
attackers.
lead, which look at that, folks. Copium, although they were this close of winning this round, unfortunately, round number 4, it had to be just that.
Absolutely. Wonderful execution from their side, and it was really gorgeous. Oh, wait, what? Okay, so KW is gonna get disconnected, so I do not know if it's gonna be a rehost. Yeah, it is gonna be a rehost because Copium is really having a hard time here, so going for a rehost is gonna be a better decision here. So they cannot simply lose their manpower, and obviously at the same time they need to get their manpower and their momentum back online. So going for the host, a good decision. Most likely it will be the case. And FARDIN is like, I must compliment the way they're playing it because after on the second map, there's simply a different monster here to say the very least. So I think they will be able to hold on to this momentum after the halftime as well, which is a huge expectation from my side. So there's a lot of questions which will be answered one way or another. But then again, as you mentioned over the last round, Baba, it was a very hectic round because it was a creative round, if I want to put it like that, from the side of the attackers because they were able to take initial kills. The breaches were good, but once the breach happened, body started to fall from the side of the attackers. But then again, they were able to take some good control onto the low HP players. But as I mentioned, Super Dean is going to be the player who will be the deciding factor here, and he single-handedly turned the tables around, and that's how they have a 3-0 lead.
Yep. Superdin shreds both of these players who've made an excellent play for the past 3 rounds, will give them a really good lead, especially in the first half of 3 rounds. 3 back-to-back wins at the hands of Fardin. They didn't had any problems dealing with basement laundry or on second floor kids dom. The main problem had to be on round number 3, where the site was on kitchen and dining. That's exactly where Cheesy Chimkins and Vortex made a play from that side itself. The only problem was that they didn't had necessary utilities to remove those castle outer panels, and because of that, it was not a lot of problems that Din could have managed it out because he did successfully downed out Cheesy Chimkins from that meeting site. All he had to do was just take out Vortex, and unfortunately, the timing, or should I say, the push that Lion made was a bit too unfortunate from his end because if Din had no idea about Lion's whereabouts, he would have got the kill, he would have got the win, and Din, he didn't go too aggressive from his end. He just played it passively. He just played it safe. He knows that the round is there. So all they have to do is just waste the time, and that's exactly what Superdin did. A job well done for them. And for the side of Team Fardin is back, winning 3 rounds back to back on defense. And you could say that there is high likely a possibility that this could end at a 5-1 score line in the first half, mainly because they've done a great job at holding out on basement laundry and second floor kids dorms. Now the only problem had to be the early pick. And when it comes to the early pick, Fadeen, especially Shreds, the early peak from Fountain really did worked out. The same thing happened from Copium's end from Shinra, as he also did the same thing too by taking out the alibi. But the end result still is the same. No matter how many times you did get the early kill from the first 3 rounds, it still gives a chance for either Copium or Fardeen to win it out. Especially on round number 3, they still had a chance to come back. So hopefully on round number 4, if team Copium had control on their attack coordination, say for example, if they do get those important choke points, then that means it should be more than enough for Copium to win it out. But seeing C4 plays being made from our mid lockers clearly has an assurity that Fadeen is back can win it out most of their defensive rounds, and that's the main reason why I ended saying that the first half could high likely end up in a 5-1 score line.
Absolutely, because the confidence is present on the side of Arden's back, and they're simply relying on it. They're simply reinforcing them slowly but surely. And this is exactly where I want to say something from the side of Copium, because they are focusing on frags. That is something I really compliment. But along with frags, you have to focus on the team composition as well, because now when it comes to the strategical play and when it comes to the map control, Copium is really not having the best of it. On the previous map, I must admit, Copium was a different monster, and now the monstrosity has been transferred to the side of Fardin is back. But there is chances that both of these teams can still turn the tables around. But it's a bit more reliant on the side of Fardin is back because they just lost their own map, so they are out for vengeance. They are out for blood. Copium, they have the breeding zone, but do you really want to gamble on it? But there is one last thing I do want to talk about from the previous round in general, from the side of Dean. That is, he obviously could have gone for the kill, the confirmation under the Nomad, the confirmation under the Lion, because Lion was literally 1 HP. And this is exactly where casual plays and competitive plays actually sets a different path, because you need to take the rounds in competitive play. It's not the flashy play, it's not the montages in general. I mean, obviously montages are fun to watch, but what's more fun to have is the rounds. It's to have a crown that I am the championship, and obviously that does bring one specific thing to me. You are getting the RCS credits, you are getting qualified for the upper brackets of the playoffs, so why risk it?
Yep. Why would you risk it, right? Because knowing that when it comes to a competitive scene, winning is everything, and the more rounds you win, the higher chances you have in succeeding in the major tournaments, like the Community Cup, as I like to call it. But the way how Din perceived in that round, seeing how patient he was, how passively he was playing at that moment, knowing that they've lost more than 3 to 4 players, right? It was a 2v4, and then suddenly we see Copium convert a 2v4 into a 2v1. That would have been a huge blow to the back from Fardeen's end. So, what mainly Din did is just very simple. He just waited out. He was just patient. He know that most of the players were overpicking in a way that they've lost a lot of bodies, and knowing that TC Chimkins, he just kept getting kills back and forth all the way towards first floor kitchen. The main thing that Den had to do was just play this passively, ensure that he doesn't overpeak, make sure that he's safe, only peak when it's a necessity to do so. And the only peak that he did was at a 10-second mark, the one where both of the attackers had to make a push, they had to go in for the plant, and since one of the players did get downed out from Din's end, he just had to play this patiently, waited it out, and we all know what exactly happened in that end result. 3-0 for Dean is back, really ensured that most of those rounds will go in their favor. But the rest of the 3 rounds, on round number 4, 5, and 6, these 3 rounds will be able to determine whether F Copium can come back. Now they've known how team Fardini's back operates on the past 3 rounds on attack. On defense again, I do have to apologize for that. On defense, on the first 3 rounds, now they've got to know how well can they come back on the next 3 rounds, knowing how well they've played on defense, right? So All in all, it all comes down to Copium on how well do they adapt to FARDIN's situation to see whether if they can come back and end the first half on a 3-3. And ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to have any more issues at all. The rehost has been done. All players are in the lobby, which means we will resume back to round number 4 with the scoreline 3-0.
Well, I hope Opium is gonna be able to bring their momentum back online, and they will be able to say something about the lost rounds they had so far. And obviously, a lot of expectations are coming on the line here. Obviously, their composition looks very, very confident. But can they live up to it? For now, they are going for the defenders are going for a basement defense, and as expected, a forest is gonna be brought out. But I really expect that this time around, in case Copium is gonna face any aggression, they will expect it. Even though in the second round we did see that Shinra was able to get rid of Sohan very quickly when he was trying to go for a spawn pick, I believe, on the
Attackers need to
garage area
locate and
possibly.
defuse bombs.
So if those are gonna be in the equation, they have to keep their instincts up, because in the game of R6, apologies for that, in the game of R6 in general, you cannot let your guard down. Yeah, you can expect that, okay, once I'm in the building I can have my alerts up, but you never know if the defenders are gonna go for a spawn peek. They're going for those aggressions. That is exactly where the attackers, well, the defenders were shining. But is that momentum still available in the pockets of FARDIN? Is back? It's still $1 billion question. They are having the good compositions. Having these defensive lines
10
will
seconds
allow them
left.
to get some, good defensive lines, and obviously to bamboozle their
5
opponents.
seconds left.
Because let's face it, all of these teams, they have the gunplay, they have the skills, they have the coordination. Even though they may not be up to mark in every given time, but what they can rely on, and which is going to be consistent, is going in the veins of their opposition. And that's exactly what FARDIN is back reinforced in the first half of within the first 3 rounds they've won. Can they do it again? Copian will have to answer for that.
Yep. Well, for this time though, on round number 4, we won't be able to see any spawn peaks or runouts from the blue bunkers side, which means that we won't be able to find an early peak as of now. And talk about Copium's attempt of making a push. They'll just do the usual push from blue bunker, get control on the boiler site itself, with one of the players being from the main stairs. It's just as standard as you can expected it to be. The only difference is that we have Cheesy Chimkins having control all the way from the second floor, and turns out the gunfight from Phoenix hand will succeed by taking out Shinra. It's actually looking good, especially on round number 4, knowing that the sledge has been taken care of. The grenades won't be available, which means that you have to rely on the Zophia's concussions. Although the guaranteed will come in from Vortex, as he will succeed in refragging it. Already we see one of the players down now, Phoenix and Shinra. The only difference has to be the picks. Now Shinra, he's been a menace when it comes to making early picks, and since it didn't work out well in his favor on round number 4, it will be a bit difficult for them to execute in towards the site itself. No grenades to remove players out, no, not a lot of pressure that could be gained from the freezer's wall itself. But man, that impact
Wow.
nade will force KEKW to fall back. 50 damage at that. And especially when you hit it on right in towards the operator's body itself, it will deal a lot. Psycho, on the other hand, will be dealt with 10 HP, and with it, Copium are starting to have problems in this minute mark. Talk about the plays there. It will be KEKW to get one more. The second kill from Shreds with the MP5 to take out Vortex. 3v3. It will be equalized nonetheless. And Psycho, on the other hand, it's not looking too good though when it comes to HP wise, but she will survive nonetheless. The only difference is that they don't have the defuse in their hands. So that means they'll be going head to head against them. Especially push will happen in towards the freezer's side. And even FARDIN knows this. Oh, beautiful shot, and another triple kill. And it's Shred. Time and time again, we see him make some impressive plays on a map like Oregon. And even though with the huge barrage of shots being made around from the Zophia's end, Shohan will deny it just like that. And in the end, we will see FARDIN rack up yet another win on round number 4. 4-0 will be the scoreline, which means on round number 5, with 4 round wins at the hands of defenders, Copium, they are still yet to make a round win on attack.
Absolutely. And now with 4 rounds in their pocket, Copium is having a very hard time here. And I think they will have to put
Defenders,
some
protect
extra
your
effort
bombs
in
from
order to
being
make the
defused by
plays happen.
attackers.
They are not bad players by any means, but when it comes to their strategies and their body counts, they're really not having the upper hand. Because even last round, we've seen the Aruni getting rid of the Siege very quickly. Even though the refrag has been there, but that was a very important character, a very important operator to be held on. And now FARDIN is back. Seem to understand that if they can isolate their opposition's confidence, they're gonna have a lot of success out of that. And now FARDIN is back. Yeah, there is a possibility that it might be a 5-1 or maybe a 6-0, 6-0 as well, even though I'm not expecting that to happen. But Copium, they will have to do
10
their best to make
seconds.
it a 4-2 at least, because after that they might be able to have some sort of breathing zone to
5
make a
seconds
comeback
remaining.
happen. It's not like that if they happen to end up
Attackers'
with a
objective
5-1
is to
or
locate a
rather
bomb
a
and
6-0,
defuse it.
the comeback is gonna be impossible. That's not the case. But 4-2, it's gonna be a bit more commendable if I want to put it like that. And from the current standpoint, Fardin is back is being really, really aggressive. And once the aggression is not going to be absent by any means, Stress is going for those hyper aggressive plays and he is not going to be punished yet. And Shinra, however, is not gonna he's gonna be an exception here because he will lose half of his HP. And Shinra is really not having the best of his days because every single time he is the person who's being targeted when it comes to spawn peaks, when it comes to initial frags. And come on, my guy, let my boy have some reading zone as well. But looks like this is also gonna be on the side of Shades as well, as he will lose a lot of HP in the process. But he's still not leaving the side of Armory. That is confidence. That is how you roam, ladies and gentlemen. KW understands the
Attackers
situation
have
as
located a
he's
bomb.
simply trying to flush him out, but the flush out is going to be available on the side of Enfi instead. That is the mirror of the world. That is going to open up a lot of opportunities for the attackers to take control of the trophy area. But then again, Alibi will retake the scene.
Yep, and with Phoenix all the way from the big tower stairs will
Okay.
succeed. One team gets the other though, taking out Cheesy Chimkins. Although in the early rounds, Fardin is back wasn't looking too good in the early rounds, but suddenly they're starting to bring it back up. And Map Oregon though, Copium, they are not looking too good, especially on the first half. Even though they had control in the early rounds, suddenly we see them fall back and falter for some reason that even I have no idea on what exactly happening at that point. But all in all, the gunfight needs to happen, and Shinra has to do he has to do the initiative. He has the frag grenade, so does Vortex. All it needs is just for information. Frag's been tossed around, not a single damage being dealt around from Fradin's back. But they still have good amount of time left. The only difference is that they don't have the necessary information on the flankers' whereabouts, and Shohan might be able to do something from the main stairs. I believe it's either Shohan or Shreds who is right from below. Shreds has been making a great amount of performance on both of the rounds on map Oregon. Flashbangs being tossed around, but one of them gets caught out from the ADS, followed up with the grenade to see whether if they can get a kill or two. Not quite sure. I believe the second ADS gets caught around too. He will survive nonetheless. You could see that Copium has wasted a lot of time just to focus on removing players from the attic side, but Psycho will do exactly that. Shohan's been downed and out, but Shred is still here. An aggressive peek towards the second floor's side. 30 seconds left, and this time we see Copium starting to lose a lot of bodies. It's just 2v3, and in just a span of 20 seconds, you see Copium, they're still having a lot of
Wow.
problems heading into the site, and here comes Den with the cleanup. And in round number 5, we see Fardin is back, making a comeback, winning 5 rounds of defense back to back. And in round number 6, there is high likely chances that a 6-0 might be in play.
Most likely it will be, but I really want to know what is happening in the voice comms of Copium at the moment because they're going for these linear pushes. I mean, going for the linear pushes is one good way that you can reinforce your specific push, but then again, it allows the defenders to focus on one specific site. Because let's take the big window for an example, because the Thunderbird was not hunted down. If the big window was contested, the Thunderbird wouldn't have any
Attackers need to
possibility to
locate and
go for those
defuse as
aggressive
many
plays. And
bombs
if
as
there
they
were
can.
any possibilities in the attic play, which was absolutely absent, it would have been other way around. But again, I still wonder what is happening in the voice forms of Opium, as I mentioned, because these are pretty commonplace when you think about it, Baba. And let's face it,
Attackers have located a
you do
bomb.
not go for those one-sided plays. I mean, no matter how confident you, unless you're rushing, that's an exception. And exceptions are not examples. These breaches are happening,
Bomb
and
located
even
by
through the
attackers.
breach, we have seen the grenades coming in. Usually, when you are going for the attic shield, you opt to
10
go
seconds
for
left.
a grenade from the trophy side. Even that was absent. I really
5
wonder.
seconds to insertion.
It's not a bad strategy by any means, but hey, it's not working out. 5-0 is a scorecard and 6-0 might be possible. And it's really looking like an inevitable moment for the attackers. But come on, try for a 5-1. That is something I'm expecting from their side. But the defenders, as they're getting the kills, they're simply reinforcing their momentum, their confidence. And yes, Shreds single-handedly, I believe he had 6 kills or maybe 8 kills on the before the rehost, and now having 4 kills more on his name. That's a lot of kills on him, and on top, obviously, he is being a matchmaker. He is being a deciding factor here. And if he's not taken care of, trust me, Copeland is gonna have a hard time.
They already have for the past 5 rounds, but this time
It's really decided.
might be a different case scenario, especially with Cheesy Chimkins finding the main cause of the threat. Shred has been gone, which means that they'll
That's not
still
how
have.
rounds. I don't know why.
Yeah, to be honest though, they'll still have a breather though, Presto. That's actually a good thing. And what's even more good is that Cheesy Chimkins, for a moment there I thought he was gonna take out Din, but turns out he does not. But he will get it nonetheless. Double kill for him. And this time, FARDIN is back, is not looking too good, especially on the first half. Losing 2 of the important players in the early round will ensure Copium to have more confidence, especially on a site like First Floor Kitchen and Dining. This site was where Team Copium had control, especially Cheesy Chimkins, who converted a 2v4 into a 2v2. So this is high likely a chance that Copium can win one of their attack rounds, and maybe this could happen. No, it does not. Cheesy Chimkins stopped in its tracks from Phoenix, and the same thing can be said to Shohan as Shinra takes control of the situation once more as KEKW gets one more, and it just went by left in a 1v4. He will be able to get one, but in the end he'll get traded out from Shinra nonetheless. At the end of the first half, it won't be a flawless first half 6-0, because it will be a 5-1 where Team Copium will win at least one of their attack rounds, which means in the second half they've got to win 4 defensive rounds back to back in order for them to get back into the game and ensure map number 2 will be theirs, or FARDIN, by winning 2 rounds of attack here and now, will secure map number 2 and proceed to map number 3, which will be the decider map, Clubhouse.
It's still a huge gap when you think about it, because 5-1, it's not a bad split, but yeah, it could have been worse, but it's not a good split either. I mean, it's more like a pendulum, if I might put it like that, because you simply don't understand the depth. When you are down on a scoreline of 5-1, it's hard for any team to understand that, okay, what is our to-do at the moment? What is the list? And obviously, the top of the line is going to be that, okay, we need to win rounds, but how do we do it? Because when your opposition have 5 rounds, there is a lot of momentum, a lot of confidence working on their favor. But how do you break that? You are on the defensive side. That is on the brighter side of life, because now you can show off your own strategies. But as I said, the map of Clubhouse is a lot of textbook plays can be seen. So seeing those textbook plays, obviously attackers are also going to go for their own textbook plays. But what comes to my mind is Sohan is going for Namaru. Are we going to see a bedroom rush? If that is the case, that might catch the side of Copium with the pants down. I'm not expecting that to happen, but it looks really likely. Even though there is a Frost, which can be a difference maker, because, okay, never mind, it's going to be a rush indeed on the side of Armory instead, and now Sohan, in a very quick manner, he's simply going to go in, and he will not connect any of the shots though, but his location is going to reveal thanks to the G8 sound. But still, it is a very quick execution. They're actually focusing on the breach as well, so getting rid of trophy control that easily, the defenders will have a lot of hard time. There you go. That thing's gonna be much more harder thanks to the G8, as I mentioned, because that is one of their that is their mute of the board as well. On the C4 were also destroyed by him. That's also another problem. And now without also being brought, I think they can simply go for an execution without the breach going down.
Yeah, they have good amount of covers too. All they've got to do is just remove one more players out, and it would be more than enough to succeed in this post plant. AD has been caught out, one of the flashbangs, which was thrown around from Shohan's end, and here comes Vortax, retaliating back, taking out Shreds. He's been a menace in the first half, but this time it's been contained. But for how long? C4 shot in midair as Psycho tries to make an attempt to remove the players out from the Armory's site, but unfortunately it won't work out. And with it, with both of the C4s being expended from Copium's design, they don't have any explosive utilities to destroy that bulletproof shield, which means that that hold will be so problematic from the attacker's end, and in which that the armory doorway will be very difficult for the defenders unless and until they make a flank right from the stairs itself in order to remove the main cause of the threat. And now knowing that it is 5-1, FARDIN has so much control on the armory's side itself. The only thing that Copium can do is to ensure that they would not set foot from the side itself, and that is in itself a very difficult challenge for Copium. And look at the amount of damage that's been dealt around from that breach wall. Venpa is here. They've got the opening. They have to push in. And one more kill as SuperDin gets to take out KW. And in a span of 40 seconds, we see how FARDIN has been pushing around thanks to the walls has been placed around. Actually, not the wall, the deployable shield. The bulletproof deployable shield, which is working wonders for them. 4-1, revival out open in midair. Not quite sure if it was a good idea, but all in all, in the end, it will be FARDIN who will win round number 7 with ease. Not quite sure why I said mid-air for some reason, but yeah, it's just slip of the tongue, folks. Again, apologies for that.
I've seen funny rounds in my life, my guy, and this one, this one, well, interesting round to say the least, because yeah, the utility of the defenders were there obviously, and a lot of C4s were destroyed, whether they were mid-air or not. But the revival from the side of Ace, I know Ace says one dialogue there. There is no chasm too wide, no wall too thick, which will stop me from bringing you home. But come on, man, bring the round home first. Hopefully, they will be able to do that. Actually, they will be able to do just that.
Attackers need to locate
6 was
and
the
defuse
score and
the
matchment
bomb
for the
if they
side of
can.
FARDIN is back, but that round really was a big question mark. It Copium, nice attempt, and they were able to do a lot of damage as well, but that single-handed Amaru from the side of Sohan really caused a lot of damage. And you know, we actually all have to agree to the fact that the G8 is a really annoying gun to fight against because it has zero to no recoil, it has decent speed, and obviously the RPM. I mean, just imagine back in the days, IQ used to have the same gun with an ACOG. It was, simply put, it was scary. Even though back in the day she did not have the angle grip, but then again she didn't need to because Ash till this point doesn't have the angle grip. But that gun really shreds. But other than that, Copium, they're really having a hard time here. They are up against the wall. They will have to do everything to make the comeback happen. And obviously, this is gonna be a run for their money. They have a one-up in their pocket, but still, it's not gonna be very easy. And Sohan's gonna do the identical flavor. Oh no, Frost is gonna be spotted out. He's gonna take a lot of. Is he gonna take a lot of damage? Yes, he will be, but he will run away with his life. But unfortunately, no heals are gonna be coming in, and another very aggressive execution coming in. The problem here is the damage is keeping happening, and Vortex is going to take a lot of damage in the process. Dean will take a slither of it, but the attackers, I love the speed, I love the aggression. Defenders, you have to be so much more careful here on R because this is the exact same push we've seen, Baba, and it looks like history is simply going to repeat itself.
Yeah, yes indeed, Crystal, but the only difference is that they still have the C4s, which means that they still have a chance to, remove that important bulletproof shield which is being placed from the army side. That is the main problem, that Copium has a lot of problems when it comes to engaging in these gunfights because they have protection from bullets. Grenades being thrown around, seeing whether if they can get a player or two from the side itself. And the way how FARDIN has such great control on the side itself looks so promising. One of the C4s will be tossed around from the attic wall itself on the top side, not through from the attic doorway, in order for them to not shoot at it. But the gunfight will happen nonetheless, and turns out Copium has the upper hand on this. 2 kills already down, and it's Venpai and Phoenix who gets the upper hand and shreds. Casually just sneaking around in towards the attic side. Taking out Psycho will get the first control, but not the second, as CG Chimkins get things under control. Already huge fights happened, taking out 3 players back-to-back, and Johan will get one, but not for long. Shindra has got it covered. Trade will happen, which means SuperDin is left to clutch out a 1v3. The Diffuser has already been dropped out, which means that he needs to find all 3 players, has necessary utilities to take out the Aruni Surya gate, but at what cost? Still has those claymores to ensure none of those flank would arrive from behind. But in order for that to happen, he needs to be inside the building, so Din will do exactly that. Not a lot of information to go through, and won't be able to win that gunfight nonetheless. With Shinra's SMG-12 looking supreme, he'll be able to give a win for Team Copium on round number 8. No more aggressive plays from their ends. And in round number 9, with Fardini's back still in match point, they could put themselves back on the deciders unless and until Team Copium has something else to do with it.
Finally, Copium understood that they're going to be aggressive once again because they have a lot of advantages to work with, a lot of breeding zones to work with. But Fardin is back. Here or not, they will have to be a bit more strategic. Even though strategic is a big question mark because I do see a blitz being chosen by the side of Shreds. Depends if it's going to be confirmed or if it's going to be simply swapped out by the attacker selection. If it is the case, I really want to see where he pushes from. I'm putting my bet on the elbow side because that is a more likely position to be because the smoke is gonna really have a hard time to deny the push in case the blitz goes hyper aggressive. Even though she can possibly deny sometime with the canisters, but then again, if the blitz is being fearless, he's really not gonna think too much about it. And along with that, Sohan is also gonna be tossing his own Retero. And I guess the main concept of bringing the blitz here is to destroy the shield first, not to get the kills. And if he gets the kill, that's a freebie for him. So a lot of equations are gonna be added to the current momentum. But it is yet to be answered that 6-2. There are 4 rounds Copium needs to find. How do you get it? How do you play it? Because without crossfire under the side of the elbow area, or should I say the blue channel area, it's pretty much done and dusted. And I expect the attackers to have at least some control of the stairways, especially looking at the tower side. Maybe they will be able to flush out the tower side as well. But it is still a big question mark. Well, then again, the entirety of the game has been a big question mark from the side of Copium because a lot of things happened. We had our laughs, we had our moments. And now the attackers are gathering information with the drone words, and now they will spot out one player that is the one eye, but we also gotta be falling back. So some good information is gonna be gathered. And as I mentioned, the blitz will be gradually rushing inside of the elbow as expected, and he will get 2 kills quick succession. And just like that, the tunnel is gonna fall, and there's no resistance whatsoever. The Muse not gonna survive in front of the blitz either, and another rush coming in. And there's no way the defenders are going to be able to take this away unless something miraculous happens because their bodies are not coming in and the flashes are going to be good as well. It's a 1v5 situation for Vortex, but he is not going to find anything. A flawless round to finish it off. Oh my god, ladies and gentlemen. Something was predicted and it just simply got delivered. And Fardin is back is showing. That they are back and they are back in fashion. 7-2 is the score.
Yep, 7-2. What a way for Team Fardin is back to win map number 2 on a 7-2 scoreline, which means that the match is not over yet, folks. We are heading off to map number 3. Clubhouse will be the decider map to determine who will have a spot into the playoffs. And the way how Fardin had played, especially on the second half, 7-2 is very unexpected coming from Copium's end because this was Copium's map pick on second map. First map, however, it was Fardin's map pick in which they had lost 7-4. And now you could say on the deciders, high likely a chance that it's so balanced in a way that you could expect an overtime coming in on map Clubhouse too, because Oregon, it's just not quite sure what exactly happened in the first half. Especially they didn't had problems on basement laundry, second floor kids dorms. Team Fardin had no issues on dealing with those situations, especially on defense. They were looking very strong on their defensive holds, and even on attack too. Bring in the Osa having such strength on the armory lockers clearly showed that they had potential on winning most of their executes on attack. And we all know what exactly happened on the last round itself, right? Basement laundry and supply room. What exactly happened? You just bring in Shreds with the blitz, commence the choo-choo train, and next thing you know is just players down left, right, and center in from the right from the side itself. So you guys exactly know what exactly happened from that point. But all in all, Fardin is back. They have managed to secure map number 2, which means that it will be decided nonetheless on Clubhouse. And Cresto, I've got to ask you, man, did you ever expect that Fardin is back would come back on second half?
To be very honest, I did not expect that to happen. I really expected the side of Copium to be the monster they were in the first map, but they simply fell short when it came to the aggression of Fardin is back because on the first map, we saw that they were they were still being aggressive, but their execution was not really up to the mark. But this time it was up to the mark, and now Copium will have to be a lot more careful on the third map because they had a lead, a very decent done and dusted here. And kudos to Fardin is back here because it was unexpected. And as I said on the second map, in the game of R6 or any competitive shooters, you can have the best team, you can have the best team composition, you can have the best operator composition. But if you somehow manage to get inside the vein of your oppositions, yeah, it's a pretty much win for you because you are making your opposition doubt their own strategies. The screens they've played, the matches they have been playing so far, all of them doesn't matter anymore. And now we're going to be heading into the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, to witness once again what happened, to relive the moment, just see how aggressive the side of Cardenas back has been for the entirety of the game. Because Dean and Stress in general, specifically, they have been unforgiving. They did not take any prisoners. And even though at some extent the games did go down to the 1v1 scenarios, at those moments, Cardenas back did not choke. They did not show any mercy to their opposition. And Copium, yeah, I expected them to have a better scoreline here, but then again, it is just a matter of momentum. They simply didn't have it because they didn't expect what was coming at them, and I guess they will be doing just that on the third map. Who knows? But then again, what are your opinions on this, Bawa, on the aggression?
Yeah, I wouldn't call it as aggression though, because Fardin is back. The team name is Fardin is back. I just usually say Fardin in shorter terms. Shreds was the one who was making some unbelievable plays, right? Triple kills on defense, and most of the time Shreds was doing a lot of work, doing the flank works, bringing the alibi, the MX post storm, winning a 1v1 post plant situation was not a good way for the defenders to be in that situation, but winning that and not having Kopian win a single round on defense, except the site on first floor kitchen, clearly shows that Fardeen had potential on a map like Oregon. But all in all, it always comes back to map number three, right? Clubhouse is also quite similar to Oregon itself. There's some slight altercations or changes in between, but
Absolutely.
it always depends on who will get the control. And you could say that Copium still has a chance to come back, although I couldn't say the same thing on map Oregon because I'm not quite sure on what exactly happened. We'd expected a lot of team kills. We expected peaks like that when the ace was reviving one of his teammates who was already down. He already had the information from the addict side. Maybe he was determined to revive, right? I mean, he's the support after all, right? He's the ace. He uses the Selma breachers to open up lines of sight. So maybe he thought, you know what, everyone is still alive, but one of us is still downed. I will risk my life to revive my own team in order for us to have a flawless win. I believe that was exactly what he was trying to do, but and kind of ended up being quite the opposite. So yeah, sometimes it happens, but you do got to appreciate the confidence that these guys have out in the open, that you get to revive a guy like that. But all in all, except all the fun and games that we've had, in the end, we will see Fardeen come back, winning map number 2, which means map number 3 will be opened, which means Clubhouse will be the final matchup. And I gotta say, the winner of this will proceed to have a spot into the playoffs. And maybe that's the reason why a decider has been called upon to.
Absolutely. And because these Titans are not done yet, they're here for business and they have to settle on the third map. And I'm really excited to see what they have to offer on the third map because as I mentioned personally, that I want to see Clubhouse in action as well because both of these teams are really good and they're really experienced. And obviously, none of them they shouldn't be falling down that easily. And now seeing the third map in action kind of makes me happy inside because let's face it, all of these players individually as a team, they deserve the love, they deserve their competition, and they deserve the rewards because they have been grinding so long together. And why not reward them for their dedication for the game? So Clubhouse, now it's gonna come down to the wire as these Titans simplified their way to the top, and they will, as you mentioned, put themselves on the playoffs on one of the slots. And obviously, this is gonna be a Cinderella story for both of them because both of these teams wants business and they want to have their shot. But unfortunately, we have slot for one from these two.
Yep. Map number 1, Team Copium had ended it out on a good score line of 7-4, and then suddenly seeing them end the second half on 7-2 is it's a bit concerning, you know.
Disappointing.
It's I wouldn't say disappointed. I mean,
Yeah,
yeah,
concerning. Actually, I agree.
yeah,
I agree. I
you
agree.
could say like a little bit disappointing from Copium's end because like look how strong they started out in the first half, right? They won four rounds back to back in the first half, ended it out on a 4-2, and then suddenly Copium had no problems dealing on attack as well in the second half, right? And now, when you see map number 2 on Oregon, knowing that Copium was so strong on the first half, suddenly it just dialed down to Fardin is back, winning 5 defensive rounds back to back in the first half, and Copium winning only one and ending the entire match on a 7-2 scoreline is. Yeah, you know what? I think I have to agree on that, Cristo. I am a little bit disappointed knowing that it did ended up like that. But for Copium, they just gave their opposition team a chance. And because of that, Team Fardin is back will gladly use it to their advantage, right, Christo?
Absolutely. But now this is not going to be a giving a chance anymore because the third map is going to be a huge factor for both either of these teams. And they will obviously put their best to make sure that the slot is going to be theirs. And to be very frank, after the first two maps, I'm really expecting this is going to go down to the wire. This is going to be a 6-6. This is going to be an overtime. And which team is going to have the upper hand? That is a $1 billion question, which will be answered pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. But
Mm-hmm.
as I mentioned, this is really, really a hard deciding factor, even for both of us. And I do want to say one thing for the side of Copium: the aggression is to be expected from the side of Fardin's back. But can you counter it in the third map? That is going to be answered eventually, ladies and gentlemen. So do stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we're going to be right back after a short break with the map of Oregon. Third map is going to get the corner.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Community Cup Series Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zota Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. Here we are back with map number 3, the decider map, to determine who will have a spot into the stages. Will it be Team Copium or will it be FARDIN is back. We are here on map number 3, Clubhouse. Talk about the recap itself. It was 7-4 on map Chalet, which was in fact the hands of Copium. Second map, 7-2. FARDIN flings it back on map Oregon. And now we are here with the final map to determine who will have the spot on towards the playoffs. And I could say that Team FARDIN is back, might have a chance to fling back and ensure that they have a spot into this main event. So, without any further ado, Cresto, how do you feel and what do you think is going to happen on map number 3?
I'm having a lot of questions here, trust me, Baba, because the first two maps have been two different poles of the entirety of the world. Because the first one, we did see the side of Ferdin is back having a very hard time and losing it 7-4 to the opposition, while on Oregon, they simply became a different monster. And simply put, they really destroyed their opposition with a scoreline of 7-2. And I really wonder if Copium is going to be able to slap back with their own successions here, because now they are up against the wall as it is actually an equal ground for both of the sides. So it's all gonna come down to the fact that which team is gonna do this map better. And obviously, with the fact that Clubhouse is a very common map in any games in general. Let's say even in your casual games, in your ranked games, or any events as well. This is a very beloved map. And to be very frank, this map has been rare twice, and still it really feels like the OG days. I'm not gonna say it doesn't feel it doesn't feel back in the days like so on, but there's a lot of memories back to that, and obviously people love this map. So if Copium is going to be able to alter the aggression from the side of Fardin, because last time they were aggressive, and if they are banking on that, yeah, they might be able to find success as well. But now let's focus on the ban phase, ladies and gentlemen. Jacko is going to be banned by that defenders. Well, that doesn't surprise me, because on the previous two maps we did see a heavy presence on the side of Jacko, because let's face it, they played it. But Thatcher will not surprised to see him getting banned, because none of these teams, even if they're attacking or defending, going for that ban. So it's somewhat disappointing to see our boy getting away. But I guess Cade is gonna be seeing some play, because Valkyries are taken out, not the Cade. So I do not think the defenders are gonna go for the Cade ban, or are they gonna do that?
Yeah, looking at this ban phase itself, the only thing that you should be knowing about it is that Finka isn't banned, but instead Jackal has been banned from his stead. And seeing Jackal being played a lot on both first maps and second clearly shows that they don't want to go up against them, especially with the amount of information that you've gained from just by scanning the footprints, right? But all in all, with the final defensive bans coming in from both Fardin and Copium, they have decided to take out Valkyrie and Kaid. Now, when it comes to Electroclaws, Kaid is an excellent operator when it comes to tricking out all three walls. So, with him being removed out and also the hatches not being able to be electrified from the defensive end, the attackers wouldn't have any problems in opening
Attackers need
up
to
three
locate
of
and
the
defuse
important
as many
hatches.
bombs as they can.
All three of them being currently situated on kitchen, bar stock, and the last has to be in the last has to be nearby towards that. So it would be easier for the attackers to open it up. All they have to do is just bring in either the Hibana or any operators that have the secondary heart breach. Then it should be more than enough for Copium to proceed in this attack. But all in all, let's not forget that Fardin is back had succeeded winning map number 2 on a 7-2 scoreline, which means in this decider map, Fardin has a chance to come back. All they've got to do is to win a lot of defensive rounds, and Copium, I could say the same to you. So with the timer coming down to 0, action phase will arrive, and with it, decider map will be opened out. Let's see how Copium performs well on this round.
Absolutely, but I have a question to you, Baba. That is Fardin really back? Because I just noticed that Fardin is back is playing without Fardin himself. Well, not a bad decision, but then again, we will be seeing the aggression on the side of the attackers along with the defenders, but it's not the defenders who will be paying the heavier price for it, because Dean, he didn't need to wait there for that long, because we did see the ally also waiting for a run out on the kitchen side, but he did fall back expecting the danger. But it's not going to be the same case for Dean here, and he will be following 5-5-4 situation. And now with the Finca utility and the adrenal surges, she will be able to heal herself to a slither. But then again, a lot of her teammates are going to be on a boost, but that's not going to be a boost they will have to be reinforcing on, because let's face it, they're not showing any aggression to the defenders yet, but they're focusing on the hatches now, which is to be expected, which is to be predicted. As Psycho will be joining the action, and now she's trying to deny any possibilities of any impact tricks using the two pellets. And there you go, the impact is going to be there as expected. And I believe they have a good control of the storage wall as well, as so they could have gone for a repel, but instead they're not going for that. And the Maverick is going to be going to the holes as well, so that he can have multiple line of sight on the tunnel side. Now Phoenix is going to take a lot of damage. I believe it's from the verticality on the kitchen side, as Shinra is going to be giving up shreds. A lot of damage has happened to the side of Copium. But Din is back. They will have to be back in action once again, Baba.
Yeah, they've already lost two players though, Din and Shreds, already at the early rounds. Two of the heavy hitters from Fardin's end has been taken care of, which means that Copium has surpassingly have good control. The grenades working out too much, but Phoenix almost finds two. But Avidwi just shuts him down just like that. Gains a triple kill, which means Shohan is the last man standing. He will find one. That's the Finca taken care of. Needs to find two more. With the sound of the defuse working in play and the shed shot from Shohan, might be able to bring it back, but not for long. Shinra, the man who was type punching in the digits for the defuse, had to get out, get the final kill, and ensure that the side of Team Fardin won't have any more chances to fall back. Again, I do have to apologize when it comes to making pronunciations like this. I do tend to have some issues from my end, but all in all, it will be Copium who will secure round number 1. So, second round being the site on Church and Arsenal Room will be the site to see whether if Fardin can come back. But Copium's end, good attack execution though. I mean, instant control on stock. You could say the players from the side of Fardin were a bit aggressive from their end. But all in all, Copium, a good round start for them as they'll secure round number 1.
Absolutely. Copium really predicted them like an open book, and that's exactly what they're shining. And now I think Fardin is back is going to be focusing a lot on the trap meta here. And actually, I don't want to say it, but every time I say Fardin is back, it reminds me that Fardin is not the game himself. But let's ignore that. Let's leave it at that for now. But the attackers, it was a very devastating round for them, but now as they're playing strategic and as they are successful in punishing their opponent's aggression, they might be able to take a huge amount of value out of this. And now this is where Fardin is that will have to be very, very precise. If they cannot make the same mistakes again, and they will have to make sure these traps are going to be favoring them in a very heavy manner. Capcan has got a bad decision to be picked up, but these traps are going to be beneficial. Those are also going to be in the equation. Do note, ladies and gentlemen, Capcan can place multiple traps on the same doorway now, so it can give them a lot of opportunities for the instant kills while they are not expecting it to. But you can see the side of Copium are really taking the time. They're taking the entirety of the map under their control as they're going for the third floor control. I really respect that, because usually when it comes to the hatch control, there is going to be somebody who may play inside of the logistics area. And if you're not taking care of him, yeah, he is going to give you a huge pain. And obviously, that's not going to result in the round being made in your favor. And that's exactly side of that head of the defensive side. They're actually trying to burn something, trying to destroy the opposition's drones and stuff, but it's going to be Dean who is going to fall very quickly. So I believe he was playing on the side of the tunnel. So pretty much the entire tunnel control is given away to the attackers because there is no smoke. Well, then again, smoke is not necessary in this scenario anymore, because Azami can do the work just fine, and she will do that, but she's not going to survive.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has attackers recovered the bomb.
All plans comes to those who wait, and apparently for the side of defense, losing Azami will have a lot of problems on that plan attempt, so they could not wait any more longer. But as a defender, the only thing they can do is just halt the progressions that's been made from the attackers. And Team Copium, they've succeeded in opening up the hatches. They have good lines of sight. Cooked nade from Vortex to take out the barricade. Shouldn't have much of a problem for them to deal with. Shinra is also present, which means all they have to do is just drop down from the hatch and go for that execute. But in order for them to do that, they need to ensure that the plans on K9 has been taken care of. And the second kill from Shohan. That's a beautiful nade to take out one of the players. And now you get to see that Copium is free to drop down from the hatch, plant on the Arsenal side, and a shot from KW all the way from the stairs. And Phoenix is all the way from the kitchen. Might might be able to take that player out. And if he gets to take out Psycho, this will be huge for them. Yes, he is. He will get it. It's 1v3. And in a span of 45 seconds, Phoenix has control on the defuse, but not on the man count though, because Vortex is still here right from behind. He knows exactly what's happening. And with the allotted time being given from Copium, they had all the time they need to focus. And they will succeed round number 2 as well. An excellent job from Team Copium, playing it time to time, especially when they had control on kitchen hatch and when they had control on the tunnel. All they had to do is just gain control on K9 spot and also on the dummy spot to ensure none of those retaliations would come back from the defensive end. They took care of that. They dropped from the hatch. They went in for the plant. The only difference was that they didn't had control on the kitchen because everyone was in the side itself. But all in all, Copium, an amazing job to succeed on both of their attack rounds on Basement, Church and Arsenal Room, which means they are looking very good on these 2 rounds. But with the change of sides being made from CCTV, let's see whether if they can hang up the lead by ending it, by putting themselves on a huge lead as well on a 3-0.
Exactly, that's the point here. And obviously, they're also, as they're changing the objective here, they might be able to bring some momentum back here, as they will have a better composition, which is to be predicted, but they will have to hold this as well, because so far, last time at least, the aggression was not present, but even when the aggression is not present, when they're playing situationally, they're not getting the rewards for that. And Copium, this is exactly where they're shining, because they know this is a very common map, and this is exactly where, they're having the moments of their life, playing it slow, playing steady, and playing it methodically, and getting these controls for themselves. This is gonna reward them heavily in the long run. Well, I'm really happy to see them on the lead, but this is gonna be something on the from the side of FARDIN is that we'll have to be worried about as well. And look at the speed as well from the side of Copium, as they will take 0 to no time to go for the beaches, Twitch drones, and along Twitch drones, Mavericks, and everything. Everything is ready to go for the wall, and obviously they're gonna go for their control on the garage side. And possibly it's gonna be the ace who will do the honor, but then again, you have to take at least some control on the side of construction, and the construction presence from the defensive side is really heavy. Are they trying to allow the attackers to take control of the subjective and then go for the retake? Possibly can work just fine here. As we will take a lot of damage if he will do the same to the side of Sohan. But the problem is he needs to get rid of the utilities first to get rid of the Wamai initially. A lot of utility has been burned, a lot of HP has been burned as well, as they will get the information on the smoke as well. So that is gonna be the smoke who will have a hard time to survive in case the nades come in. But when you're going to the nades, there is the Wamai. The methodical push is gonna be rewarding, but they need to take control of Baraya, which is gonna commence right now. Faiko going to the peak here. That is a very dangerous angle when you think about it, because you can see the shadow here. But regardless of that, he's gonna be forced to find the kill under Strohana, and now the Wamai is gonna be taken out as well, as Garage will be opened up for the attackers. But there is a defenders who will take their own kills, but followed up by Venpai and the Phoenix. But Venpai will be taken out as a refrag. But it's a situation. Things are looking still a bit more difficult for the attackers along with the defenders. But Psycho, what a shot coming on to the side of Dean. And now it's pretty much done and not done and dusted yet, but still a very tall task for the side of Phoenix specifically, because the pressure is gonna be on him. Even the Shreds is also gonna have the safe.
They still have the smoke gas canisters from Phoenix. Be able to use it to block the the main problem.
Okay, I thought it was my problem.
Yeah. For a moment there, we thought we had our own problems from our end, but yeah, turns out that it was from our end's issues. Again, apologies for the stuff that had happened. It's connectivity issues. We couldn't do anything much more about it, but yeah, all in all, as we took at the round itself, it was a 3v3, right? And for me, though, for a moment there, I thought it was mine. It was mine.
So
It
did I,
just got
so did
disconnected.
I.
But yeah, on round number 3, since the site was on CCTV, you did see the way how they've succeeded in holding out CCTV, right? They did open up the wall. They did try to make a push, but they were a bit stuck out, especially from the smoke gas canisters that Phoenix had, right? Right from the red stairs, they even had control. They even ensured that none of the players would just make a direct push from CCTV room itself. So what they did is this: they mainly gained control on Garage Catwalk. They mainly just pushed in towards there. And by the time while we were trying to, find the finale result of it. It turns out it ended up in a connection failure. Again, apologies for that, folks, but don't worry. We are definitely not waiting any time at all. So we will just head back and jump in to round number 4. And turns out round number 3, Copium, they've got it. They have got the control on CCTV, mainly because they had control on garage side, right? So having garage control means more problems for the defensive side, and since they've created a lot of pressure towards that particular place, they've got that things itself. So round number 4 is present, which means that Team Copium has succeeded 3 rounds of attack back to back, and you could say that it's more likely a repeat on map number 2, Oregon, where we also saw that same situation from Fadin's end too, where they had won 5 rounds on defense back to back. Do you think, Cresto, that this will be the same repeat, but instead the roles have been changed?
It might be the case here because the way Copium is playing now, they're actually understanding the situation much better than Fardin is back, and they're really reading the opposition like an open book. And the aggression might not be present from the side of Copium, but they're playing methodically, and this is exactly where they're shining. So the history might not be identical, but it may repeat itself from the side of Copium because Fardin is back. Whatever rounds they have gotten so far on the second map, it was due to aggression, and I respect
Attackers
that.
need
But
to locate
Copium,
and defuse as many bombs
with the
as they can.
methodology and as current strategies, they really outperform their opposition. So yes, they might be able to put it to a 5-1, maybe a 6-0 as well. And let's face it, also the second map, it's really reasonable that Coping players are going to be really sad. They're really going to be angry because Shrindra and specifically Vortex, they're really amazing players. And Shrindra specifically, were having a hard time because he was taken out every single time. Either he was spawn peaked, either he was taken out initially. And to be honest,
10 seconds
that is
remaining.
exactly where the side of OPM struggle because Shrindra plays a vital role in the entirety of the
5
team.
seconds left.
So yeah, maybe it will be a bit
Attackers are
more
moving out to locate a
logical
bomb
that
and defuse
Copium is
it.
gonna have that advantage, but Fardin is back. And after this pause timer, it was not a very huge pause from our side or the player side either. Maybe they'll be able to slap back with their own rounds here, but it is really not easy when you think about it. It's easier said than done if I want to put it like that. So kudos to them for Copium for keeping the 3 leads. But Fardin is back, you know for a fact that Baba, you know for a fact that they will be able to slap back if the opportunity is given to them. But if the opportunity is gonna come, that is also a big more question.
Opportunity is what Fadin requires right now because they just lost both of the sides, right? Basement Arsenal Room and Church, they've even lost second for CCTV. The only side which is remaining for Fadin to hold their ground has to be on second floor gym, and of course the final side, which is first floor bar and stage, in which no one prefers, using that final side. So the main thing that they have to ensure is that they have to win sites like basement and second floor, because that is the only defensive side that has a highest win rate for these defenders to ensure that they can have some rounds on board, right? So all in all, the way how Copian has been proceeding with this execute and the way how been performing so good has done a very great job at it, but seeing plays like Wenpai, who not only got the kill off from taking out a Widpy, but also taking out his teammate both at the same time, was a bit unfortunate events, although we couldn't get to see it from his perspective. But what you still need to be careful is that he succeeds in removing a Widpy. Now that's a huge frag, because not only did he had to take out an important player, but the rest of the utilities are also gone alongside with him. So you could say that for the defenders, removing Finca means that more chances for Fadin to have some breathing room, indicating that none of the utilities are present from the attacker's end, and they have to go along without the help of Finca.
Can I say a healer for a healer here, Baba? I couldn't resist actually. Like, well, we couldn't see it, but then again, Shreds is really gonna be missing out, and yeah, he was also a very crucial factor for the side of Hardin's back, but I guess he will have some time to rest here because it was fun and all, but now with 30 seconds left of the clock, this has to go down, the pen needs to go down. Copium is there really on the ground now. Phoenix is going to take a lot of damage behind third box, and now he has to fall back. But the push is going to be coming in. KW is going to support other player, but he's not going to make any. He's not going to make any damage here, unfortunately. Shinra is going to go for the grenade, and he's going to be able to connect that. I believe so. Yes, he will. That is a refrag for him. And that is a very quick succession as well. Now the plan is going to be going down. Psycho is going to take another. Now it's a 1v2 situation for Fortis. He doesn't have any chance. He has to drop and he has to get the kill, but there's no time. He has to accept his fate and Browsen to get a miracle here, but no, it's not going to happen. Dean is going to be slapping back with a very nice shot here. And finally, another round. The very first round is going to be favoring the side of FARDIN is back. I guess the pause timer did help them, even though a lot of questionable things are happening the entire the matchup here, Baba. But 3-1 is at least commendable. Maybe it is up there's a possibility to make it a 3-3 or maybe a 4-2. I'm expecting that. 5-1, I'm not looking forward to it. But looks like from the side of Ferdinand is back. They are awakened. They are out for vengeance. They're gonna be able to deliver according to our own expectations.
Yep.
Attackers
I've
need
got to
locate
say
and
the
defuse as
way
many bombs
how
as they can.
Fardeen played. I'm not talking about Fardeen. I'm talking about the whole team in Fardeen. You had two players holding out from one from dummy spot and one from blue, right? And knowing that there's an obvious use of a frag grenade that will be thrown around from the tunnel side, even though one of them will succeed, the second backup would arrive from behind itself, and I believe that was Shohan who was playing from the blue room itself. So, although the way how Copium played from that end, losing Finca at the early rounds might be the main reason why they've lost that control on that execute in the first place, right? Because Finca brings a lot to the table, right? Grenades, Gonsex, adrenal surges, which can not only help you regain your health back, but it can also help you on decreasing, you know, decreasing your ADS, your recoil. There is a lot of power that's been instilled from that surge, and not being able to use it in the mid and late rounds clearly shows that Copium didn't had much firepower to deal with in the first place. So they had to deal with gunfights, and unfortunately some of those gunfights didn't really work out in their hands. And because of that, Fardeen had known that they've had control. All they gotta do is just hold their ground. Unfortunately, it did end up being at the demise from Copium's hand because they started losing a lot of players one by one. Now, talking about round number 5, and I believe the site has been changed to second floor gym and bedroom. Yeah, second floor gym and bedroom will be the site for Fardeen is back to hold out on round number 5, which means that they've decided to not go for basement church or second floor CCTV, and bringing this change will opt Team Copium to find another way, which means that you could say that they have some advantage regarding of the site's whereabouts. Now, the only problem is they don't know what kind of setups that they've placed in from second floor gyms. So, gotta use some certain utilities. They've gotta remove the mute jammers. They've gotta remove the ADSs which have been placed from cash room. And looks like there's a lot of fortifications being made from that particular site, except the site on second floor gym itself. So, Fadeen is back. They have good fortifications, but it's too late. The attackers already have control of that place in the first hand. But then, amidst all of that gunfights being made, somehow it's working back from Fardeen's end. Shohan only finds out 2 with the SMG-11, but gets picked up from Psycho nonetheless on a 4v2 situation. And look at that. Fardeen, although they had so much control, suddenly we see them come back with Vortex, who has finally found out the main cause of the threat. But coming back on a 2v3 situation is a difficult task for Copium to come back.
Absolutely, and I do wonder why did that mute go for the P, because he had a very solid location. He simply could have played it safe, but I guess there were some adrenaline, there were some accelerations, and that's exactly where he faltered. But now they will have to control this with 30 seconds left on the clock. This is looking doable for the defenders, but now Psycho, she's gonna take absolute control of the logistics area, and now the logistics along with the construction side can have a multiple side pushes, so they might be able to go for plant as well. But the plant needs to go down within 16 seconds.
15 seconds
The
remaining.
defenders, they're playing it safe, playing it on the stairways, playing in the shower side. Then Ford is going to take a lot of damage in the process, and now he's going to be forced to take the gunfight here. Psycho's going to be forced to take another one, but Phoenix, he's not taking any prisoners here, ladies and gentlemen. He will take the round and he will secure the victory for his team. 4-1 is going to be the scorecard, and wonderful execution indeed. Even though it did actually no, it's not a 4-2, it's a 3-2 instead. Apologies for that. So the comeback is actually there. It's not necessarily inevitable, but rather it is on the brink of happening or execution. So I really want to know what is happening in the voice comes of Copium, because even though they are starting straight, there have been some questionable plays. Like when the mute went with the swing, yeah, he was able to secure 2 kills, and that was not supposed to happen. And then again, the mute also went for a wide swing, which he
Attackers need
didn't
to
need to
locate
go.
and defuse
So a
the
lot of big question marks are going to be hovering on my head. But I guess these are questions which will never be answered. For now, we're going to be hitting the 6th round of the game. This is going to be a CCTV defense. It should be doable for the side of Copium. They had a pretty good half so far, and can they solidify it as a lead for themselves, or is it going to be an equalization? Do note, ladies and gentlemen, for the first 2 maps, we didn't see any equalization. This map might be an exception, and who knows? As you mentioned, Baba, this can be a map where we hit overtime.
Yep, overtime can be a possibility.
10
But
seconds remaining.
seeing how Copium has been playing here for the past previous rounds, although they had control on the first half for the first 3 rounds, not quite sure what exactly happened after round number 4, because even I have no idea what exactly happened from Copium's end. Early peak, I can understand that. Execute, uh, didn't have any problems with that too. But when Fardin decides to, come back in a way that we did not expect it to be, it's it's just always confusing to me as to how Fardin had won both of those important rounds, right? Basement and second floor. And this time, I kind of understand what Fardin is back is trying to do. They're being aggressive. I mean, even look at the aggressiveness that Phoenix is showing right now. Oh boy, 2 kills already. There goes Shinra and Avid. We both, the soft and the hard breaches are down, but you still have one more. The thermite exothermic charge could be more than enough to blow up the line of sight in towards CCTV. But getting control on Garage Catwalk will be a challenging task. Impacts being used. Yeah, I believe that was 2 impact tricks being used to take out the CCTV. And turns out it has worked out too well. 2 impact nades being used from Venpai. And now, here comes the Kiba barriers. How can Copium open up this CCTV wall? That will be an interesting one to be looking at, because look at the time here, Cresto. They wasted almost a minute and a half, and yet Copium has to open up CCTV, and they have to do it by the traditional way, and that is from Vortex's breaching torch.
Well, breaching torch is gonna be there, but then again, the problem here is gonna be the manpower, because Raiko was going for a contention on the garage, and she will find one, but that's all she's gonna find for now. It's all up to Vortex in a 1v4 situation. He will be able to open. Actually, he's gonna be able to solve the wall up, and he can obviously use a. Actually, he does have a grenade, so he can make some progress. But actually, it's gonna be a defender who's gonna do the honor for him. But actually, that's not gonna be an honor for him anyways, because Venpai is gonna walk in and he's gonna get the kill. It's gonna be a potato fest, but then again, it doesn't quite matter because he did get the kill. Fortunes the scoreline. And that's how we're going to be heading into the roll swap. Fardin is back. A nice attempt to take the round for themselves. Oh, never mind. What am I saying? Even it's a 3-3 equalization. I guess I am missing Fardin here. Indeed, as 3-3 being the equalization, there is a possibility that Copium have to be he will have to be very, very careful here on out. A fuse is going to be brought out from the side of Vin. Quite interesting, even though I would say fuse is not a bad decision by any means, because you can do the clusters on the basement side. That's exactly the objective we're heading into, ladies and gentlemen. And
Attackers need to locate
yeah, fairly
and
enough.
defuse bombs.
This matchup has been a very confusing one. It's remaining like that because we did see initial kills from the side of Fardini's back, and then again, the way they are countering it, I really love it. With the Azamis, with the utilities, getting rid of the important picks. They are shining on it, and as I mentioned, the question still remains. Can they keep this up? Copium, they simply lost their momentum after the pause time. Now, they'll have to take the lead for themselves as it is equalized.
3-3 in the first half. They won 3 rounds
5 seconds
and they
remaining.
lost 3 rounds. Equalizing it into the first half,
Attackers are
round
moving
number
out
7
to
will
locate a
be
bomb and defuse it.
a bit more problematic from Copium's end though, because they've just lost 3 rounds back to back, right? And the way how they've played it from Venpai's end and Chauhan, they've done a really great job at adapting to the situation, especially by bringing in the Azami on round number 6. But now, since they're the ones on attack, they need to figure out a way to win rounds back to back in order for them to get the spot into the Community Cup playoffs. And you could say that they are determined. Both the teams are determined to ensure that victory would be at their hands, but only one will get it. KEKW just tries to take out the attacker's drones for now. He wants to show his presence towards Garage Catwalk. To of no avail, does FARDIN is back, wants to engage in a gunfight. Actually, yeah, you know what? They will. Venpa is here already, especially in towards the construction side where he will find KEKW. He was making, well, he's shown his presence from Garage. I believe he just came back from CCTV, gets caught out, and unfortunately ends up being his own demise. With FARDIN having the control in the situation that they have to deal with 4 of the players left from Copium, this will be a tough task for the defenders, knowing that they've lost one more from Shreds' grenade. Things are likely to be heated up on the side itself, but with that C4 from Psycho, not being able to find out one, but yet another though from Shreds' hands. Avidwi goes down, blue control is theirs, but it's still at the hands of Copium. Psycho is still present, but for how long? They've lost a lot of bodies. There's only 2 players left. It's Shindra and Psycho who needs to deal with the rest of the 4 players on the hands of FARDIN. Fuse has been dropped down from the kitchen side, an unfortunate disconnect from Phoenix. But all in all, when it comes to man count, FARDIN still has the advantage. They could find a kill or 2, and Shindra, grenade's being tossed around, but a grenade actually finds out Psycho instead. Alright. It's just 1 player left. Shindra, C4 toss, will be able to find 1. The grenade tosses that 2, taking out Venpai. But the players are slowly converging in on their locations, and there you go. Super Den will get the frag, and with that, we will see Team FARDIN is back, winning round number 7 in fashion.
It was a very fashionable victory indeed, but it looks like one of the players got disconnected. So it is going to be a pause time, ladies and gentlemen. But congratulations to the side of FARDIN is back as they take the driver's seat for themselves, and now Copium is going to be on the ground. It was a good start for them, but now the start is not going to be in the equation anymore because they simply transferred their lead to their opposition. There is some good strategies I'm seeing, but when it comes to the utility usages, FARDIN is back is just that good. Well, in general, the nade usages to be more precise, because we've seen 3 players taken out by the grenades in general. They're allowing Copium, allowing FARDIN is back to keep this up. This is pretty much done and dusted for them because this is the last map no matter what. We've already seen 2 maps, ladies and gentlemen, with a scoreline of 7-4 and 7-2 respective order. And now this is looking like this may go to overtime, but again, FARDIN is back there showing so much aggression, and this is too much for the side of Copium to handle. Maybe they will have some breathing zones in the coming rounds, but is this breathing zone enough for them? Because Copium lost their momentum in a very dire situation. In the picture there, they're all focusing on frags. The refrag game is what exactly Copium needs. Is it gonna come? $1 billion question, Baba.
Yeah, with the ready confirmation being in play, I'm pretty sure that our questions
grenades.
might be of answer, Cresto.
Attackers
Round
need to
number 8
locate and defuse
is
as
a
many
go,
bombs as
with
they can.
FARDIN is back, the name of the team, who had 1 basement church and hustle room without having any problems, especially Shreds. Just by showing his presence from the oil pit, just gains control on from blue control. Gets to take out 2 of the players, and I gotta say, FARDIN is back. You could say that they have their attack under control, but Copium, since they've decided to go to the same site once again on basement church and hostel room, you could say that Copium can come back. And talk about the operatives that they've picked. You don't see Pulse being brought out from Copium.
Attackers are moving out
They
to
want to
locate a
rely
bomb
on
and defuse it.
utilities. They want to rely on smoke gas canisters. They want to have some necessary information from KEKW's bulletproof camps so that they could at least have information, right? Because on a game like Rainbow-Six-Siege, having information is like winning half the battle. So the more information you have, the better chances you have on winning most of your rounds on defense. And it's exactly what the defenders require. But for FARDIN, the way how we saw Venpai get the opening pick, taking out KEKW while he was on the CCTV room whereabouts, getting a kill like that, having an early give FARDIN the confidence boost that they require to win that round. And the same thing cannot be said to OPIUM though, because OPIUM, although they've made their fair share of response in the first half, being the ones on defense will be a tough task for them to deal with.
It will be tough to say the least, but not impossible, Baba. So I really want to know how this tunnel push in general is going to be executed, because other than the tunnel and other than the kitchen, there are opportunities to go for the mainstream push as well, going for the blue push as well. But how reliable is it going to be? So going for the textbook plays are something I'm expecting, but it's also going to be dependent on the player strategies, because both of these teams are looking confident. But current standpoint, the attackers, there's really contesting the smoke, but the smoke is also being pretty aggressive as he will be forced to fall back on the look. So I believe the shield is taken out. So he will have to do so that the hatches will be coming down eventually, and now that is exactly where the defenders were. They were expecting it from a mile away, so they also have the preparations for it. Even if there is a drop coming in, there is a lot of factors to be worried about. There is a smoke who is still not flushed out from the tunnel area. Shinra's going to be holding onto the blue side along with the Jaeger, and now I would be playing it very dangerously. If he is not droned out, he will be so strong. He's going to be so detrimental to attackers, as the other hatch is also going to be opened up. Information is going to be there from the side of Shinra, but no casualties, no bullets are going to be connected. 5 players remaining, even though it is a 50 seconds remaining on the clock. Cycle will take a little bit of damage, but it's nothing they will have to be worried about. There are 8 grenades available from the attack. 2 of them will be used. Actually, 3 of them will be used. And now Shrey's gonna be fine. He's gonna be able to find the opening pick onto Vortex, so that is an open up groove for them. But there is a lot of conditions, as I mentioned. TEC is still holding there. Sohan is gonna be getting rid of. So Sohan's gonna be getting taken care of by Shinra. The fights are gonna be good from both sides. Super Game is gonna be trying to contest the player in the bar side, but no, he will not find any success. Followed up by Avitvi and Kegdaviu. 2v situation is gonna be making it a 2v2. There's a lot of gunfights happening here, and there's no way the players are going to be surviving a 2v2 situation. And now the fan needs to go down at 11 seconds of the clock. And now Stred is trying to recover the diffuser first. Actually, it's going to be banned by who will do that. That's taking the diffuser, but he doesn't have the cover. Or does he? It's all up to Psyche and Kicker just to find the sledge. And now they will do just that, and they will deny the round, and they will deny the diffuser. That's how OPIUM will be able to bring their momentum back online. It did go down to the wire here, ladies and gentlemen. Was so close, but then again it was so far, because I did expect the Sledge to go for that plan. It didn't have any cover, but then again he didn't have any choice. The clock was ticking and everything was on the line. Or for the equalization is gonna be there once again. OPIUM understanding their opposition's composition, they'll be able to punish right back. Fardin is back. Well, good attempt, but it was not quite enough, and now they'll be back with their own attacks. And as the side of OPIUM will be focusing on the side of bedroom defense, a fuse is gonna be brought. I do wonder how successful is the fuse gonna be on this objective specifically. Well, you can go for the fuses on the castle barricades, but it's all a big question mark on my side if it's really gonna be applicable or not.
It can be done. You know, bringing in Fuse is actually a good idea, mainly because Kaid has been banned, right? The only operator that hasn't been banned is either Bandit or Mute, and bringing in Bandit is not a lot that you'd get to see from the defensive side. You'd usually bring in Mute Jammers, and talk about Mute Jammers, you still have Vortex who already plays from second floor gym. But the main problem on the Mute Jammer is that the spear in which it detects certain gadgets, it's been reduced in a way that you could still use your cluster charges on the top side of the reinforced wall. So bringing in Fuse like that brings wonders to them. And let's not forget, he also has the secondary hard breach, so you don't need a hard breach as well to open up lines of sight. So all in all, bringing in Fuse will be a good way to clear out utilities and also gain control on the side as fast as possible. And I believe one of them is already being used to open up CCTV. They still haven't opened up the hatches just yet. They'll do exactly that. With the help of Phoenix's blowing torch, he'll be able to open it up. Quickly said, then done. The main question that I have to talk about has to be the mirrors. Those mirrors will be a good anchored hold for the defenders. And here comes the pain from the Fuse's cluster charge, already being put to good use as a lot of holes being made from the construction's wall's end, but still not a kill as of now. The main primary goal for Fuse is to ensure that all of the utilities has been taken care of, and looks like it will, especially dealing a lot of damage towards Abitwi's end. Grenades being thrown around. FARDIN has been using a lot of explosive utilities, frag grenades, cluster charges, everything's been used. But they still need to open up the wall, and they'll do exactly that. C4 is being tossed around from a Whitby, but in the end it will be Vortex who gets to take out. Then Stretch does the other. Shinra goes out, and amidst all that chaos been happening around, they will try to take out Copium one by one by forcing them out of the positionings first, and see whether if they can get an opening pick or not.
Well, they did get rid of Shinra here, so there is some progress which have been made. But then again, in a 4v4 situation, you need to get inside of the construction side by now. But getting inside of construction is going to be a huge challenge for the attackers here, because no control of this, the server side has been taken. There is going to be a Gemini which will be sent to scout out the location, and now the information has been gathered. But understanding that there is no way they can push through here, they'll be taking another scenic route, and maybe they will be focusing on logistics, which is also going to be a greater decision. Going for logistics on the balcony breach, well, that makes absolute sense, but they will have to rely on the utilities as well, as the Fuse is going to simply walk into the objective through the showers area. Psycho will find one, but they do not know where Vampire's location. Actually, they do! Psycho will be rid of him as well. That's a diffuser on the floor. That is a huge problem for the attackers. Shreds and Phoenix, they will have to do a very tall task to make it happen, but Psycho's going to be on a rampage of her own. It's a 3k for her. Phoenix, it's all on him. It's a very tall task, 1v4. No diffuser, no time, but now he's gonna be tagged by the mirror here. Location has been known, and now probably it is gonna be Psycho who's gonna be on the run, and she's gonna be on the rampage of her own as well. As I said, 4k for her. And just like that, another round seeker for the side of Copium. 5-4 is the scoreline, and Copium will be able to re-secure their lead. But if FARDIN is back, is gonna allow them to take it any further, that's gonna remain as a question. As we go back to the objective defense of CCTV last time around. It was a pretty impressive defense. We couldn't see it because we got disconnected. But is it going to be the same case? Azami is going to be brought once again. But this is where FARDIN is back. Will have to be very careful. They have good utilities. They have a fuse once again to destroy the Azami barriers in case the needs ever occur. Because the meteor is going to be available. But still, we do see the side of Copium being very strong at the moment. 2 more rounds to go, and they can possibly secure the map for themselves.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yep, round number 10. We're back at the round of ones. 1 round for FARDIN to equalize at 5-5, and 1 round for Copium to put themselves on match point. And Copium winning those 2 defensive rounds has been a crucial moment for them. Knowing that they've lost for round number 4-7 by... Actually, yeah, it was from Shreds, who was just making a lot of heavy damage towards the defensive hold, and the amount of angles that they've placed around has just worked perfectly from the side of the attackers. FARDIN is back, and Copium winning those 2 defensive rounds. All they gotta do is just win CCTV, and they've secured themselves map point and also playoff spot point. And you could say that. You could say that there is high likely a chance that Copium could win it out, right? Unless and until FARDIN comes back with a ridiculous play on the attack itself, there is high likely a chance that this could go all the way to OT. So, boy, it's always a deciding factor, right? We still have no idea on whether if Copium could win it out or not. There comes the cluster charges already being put to good use. All they've got to do is to see whether if they can get an important utility or so, and I believe it will do exactly that. Some of breach charges followed up with some holes being made from the Maverick's blowtorch, so they'll be able to hold some good angles from the garage catwalk itself. So everything is looking good. Now the only problem is how will they gain access from garage catwalk? How can they push towards CCTV, knowing that there will be 1 player playing close range, and that has to be from a Whitby with a shotgun in hand.
Is the Jaeger AFK? I do wonder, because he's still looking at the wall for a very long time. But I guess he is trying to inspect the wall. He's trying to appreciate the wall, the reinforcement. But what else needs to be appreciated? It is effort from the defensive side. They are going to be putting the Azami barriers, the Kiba barriers, but the breach needs to go down as well. Shinra did get highly tagged within the first couple of seconds of the entire game. But now,
Attackers have located a bomb.
going for the Dina is going to be fairly difficult. Even though Garage is not contested by any of the attackers, KW is going to go for a shot and he will simply find Maverick is the objective, but he's going to be traded off by Vortex. But there's a lot of aggression inside of the defenders as well. As Shinra is going to find one or two shreds, but he's going to tag. He was tagged pretty significantly, so he's not going to be worried about it anyways. And Shinra is trying to play. He's still trying to hold on to this garage area. With me focusing on the CC window, but Shinra, he's not going to stop it. He's simply slowly but surely picking up every single player who's contesting on the breach side. He's going to stack up the Finka significantly, but he will go down. Finka doesn't quite know about this. Vortex knows exactly where the Finka is, and one shot and Finka's going to be taken out of the board. Benpai, he is the 3 armor character with the boost as well, so he has a lot of resistibility, but he has to make the plays happen. It relies on him specifically. Trying to secure the kill, but will not see anything here. And he's gonna see the head, and there you go. Avidu's head's gonna be taken off just like that. Dean is hitting himself by getting the charges on himself. The cluster charge is gonna be placed by the side of Benpai, getting the information, destroying the utilities, but now the time is not is a huge factor. The diffuser is not under attacker control. It may not even be recovered because there's no time for them. Instead, they will have to focus on the kills here. They are going for just that. Shinra is going to be taken out, but there is Vortex who will find Shinra. Dean here. It's all up to Benpai with the fuse, and now he has to find and a lot of battle with the AK-12. Vortex is just playing a mind game here, but it is going to be Benpai who will find that now. We will be seeing the mute playing in a very smart manner, but he's going to go for the peek and Psycho. Another clutch from her. Wonderfully done indeed, and now this is going to be matchman for the side of OPIUM. Psycho didn't know to go for the peek, but then again, she did it just fine, so there's no way we're going to be able to complain about it. FARDIN is back. They were back, but are they back now? Because now they are going to be up against the wall as Benpai goes for a pause timer. This is the last moment. Possibly they can take a pause here if it is available. And yes, it is available. So this is the last moment. They will be able to get their heads together. And otherwise, this is going to be pretty much done and dusted for them. One more round of the board and FARDIN is back, is going to be eliminated. And they will not have any more shots for this season of TEC Community Cup.
Yep, for Team Copium, all they've got to do is just win one round, and they would get their first spot into the main event for the community series. And knowing that FARDIN, they're this close to putting themselves back on track. They've had so many chances. They won map number 2, they put themselves back on deciders, and now they're at the same situation that they're in way back on map number 1. But now they still have a chance. 4-6, 2 more rounds, they could equalize it. They could put us back to overtime, unless and until Copium decides to end it once and for all. So
Defenders,
yeah,
protect your
it's always that
bombs from
deciding
being
factor
defused by attackers.
it's always that final moments to see whether if Copium can handle it out, this defensive hold, or maybe something worse might happen from FARDIN's end. It always comes down to this, folks. Copium, one more round win, and they will get the spot onto the Community Cup playoffs. While FARDIN, they are 2 rounds behind. And that side for them to come back has to be on basement church and Arsenal room, because if they make a single mistake, then it's all over for FARDIN.
It will be over and it's going to be done and dusted, but this is exactly what FARDIN is back doesn't want to
5
happen.
seconds left before
Because they have made so far, they put the opposition to the 3rd map. And now once again they're on the brink of losing everything. Copium has everything to take here. And Copium, from their side as well, they cannot risk it. This is only 1 round away from placing themselves in the playoffs. A lot of tension is available here, a lot of tension is present there. And now, this might as well be the last round of the game, ladies and gentlemen. But, as I said, it all comes down to the player strategies. Kane is gonna go for the Hibana. He's gonna try to open up the storage wall, but he's not gonna be able to find stuff. Yeah, I mean, he will do just that eventually. The Hibana 20 bursts does take some time to open the barricades, but Psycho, she's playing on the vicinity of the storage area, but it's going to be KW who's going to be taken out by Shred. So good progress has been made from the attackers as they were taking control from the strip club area. Psycho, she's not droned out yet. If she is not droned out, she may be able to get rid of Phoenix here, and if she does that, that's her job done. So Avidu is playing very aggressively under the tunnel wall. This is really risky, but then again, if the players are not expecting him to be here, he might be able to run away with it. And the utility damages has been there. The hatches have been opened. 1 minute 55 seconds left on the clock. And now we can see sheds are shedding. He's shedding people once again. Psycho's got to be taken off. The IQ is a very huge factor here. Even though the IQ gadget is not used, the commando is doing just fine. Phoenix is gonna find one more onto Avid, and looks like there is a possibility of an overtime as well, ladies and gentlemen. As the defenders barely have any manpower available. The catchers, if I want to put it like that, Shinra and the Ivamai and the Jaeger are available. It's a really tall task. I think that the time is available for the attackers. Phoenix is gonna be tagged up significantly, but Shinra holding onto the stairwell area, he will have to get rid of the player who was pushing from that. And eventually there is gonna be 2 players at least who will be pushing from that direction. The hatches are open. That is a problem for him because he doesn't have any more cover to work with. But there's a lot of tension. As I said, both the players are playing is for one steady. And maybe they're going to be able to bring something out of the hats.
Yeah, they're losing a lot of time though, but all in all, they have control on man count because Shreds is still here. Triple kill, and it's all down to Vortex. Still alive and kicking, and somehow he gets the wall bang to take out Shreds. There is still a chance, but not a lot of explosive utilities to deny the plant, which means it will be post-plant. 40 seconds for Vortex to figure out whether if he could come back to this round. And knowing that they have control on the side, they even have control on crossfire angles, it is merely an impossible task for Vortex to come back. So we all know what it is, folks. We will see. Team FARDIN is back, who will get to win round number 11, which means that Copium has a chance. Actually, not Copium. Team FARDIN is back, has a chance. They could put this match back to overtime, equalize it 6-6, or else Copium could end this on a 7-5 scoreline. They have one map. They did succeed in winning Basement Church and Arsenal Room, and I'm pretty sure that Copium would not go for the same side yet again, and that's the reason why we see some changes in sites and also changes in the operators. Bring in Castle and Mira, with the side being on second floor gym and bedroom, which means that this site has been merely a success rate for Copium's side, because you saw FARDIN pushing in towards CCTV. That's where most of the utilities were used. None of the presents were being shown around from second floor gym. There was some from the balcony side itself on second floor gym, but anything more than that, Copium, no matter what problems that they had, they took care of it. But although on that previous round, you saw how Shreds was very powerful with his peaks, right? He made a triple kill. I believe he got, he got 3 kills. Finding the opening pick, I believe one of the players were a bit aggressive, and I believe that was Kek W who got picked out quite early. And with him being taken care of, he still had 2 more players left, and then suddenly it all just left with a 2v5 situation with neither of the players being eliminated out. And now talk about this final round, which can be the final round for FARDIN is back, unless and until they want to increase it more to OT. Phoenix will bring in the OSA, the bulletproof shield, which is very powerful, and which will be used to open up the windows from CCTV. Maybe it will more likely be used as a protection gate to ensure that the defenders would not, contest while they're holding up an angle from second floor gym window or also on second floor bedroom windows itself. So good amount of protection from the bulletproof shield, although it will be shattered enough. We won't be having a lot of information regarding this whereabouts, but at least they'll have some protection, knowing that CCTV wouldn't be much of a problem for the attackers to deal with. So they have good covers. Now all they've got to do is to see whether if they can handle out the construction site, and also seeing whether if they can open up the walls into a second floor gym. And I believe that's exactly what's going to happen.
Well, they're taking their time, but taking too much time, I think, as well. Even though some damage has been caused to the side of Psycho, and now they're trying to play methodically, putting themselves on the roam as well. So maybe they are gonna be able to bring some values out of this, but the breaches needs to go down as well. This is going too slow for either of these guys, and I understand why, because FARDIN is not trying to risk anything here, and at the same time, nor is Scorpion, but KW is going for the peak. But there is a OSA shield, which is, as you mentioned, it is gonna be shattered so that no players are gonna be having an opportunity unless there is an exclusive which is gonna be used. But Shinra is gonna be getting the Phoenix chair, so no more shields are gonna be available unless all of them have been placed already. And now Foster is gonna be coming back to her own location. The problem is gonna be for the attackers here, because now they need to take control of the constructions, and they need to take control of the logistics, and if not those, if they will have to take control of the breach as well. But from the current standpoint, they are not able to make any solid progress. The progress is there, but not solid enough. Shinra lying on the floor, shooting to the drone hole, making some noise and making some progression. Psycho's gonna be getting rid of shreds here, and another important player off the board. Dean is gonna be situating on the bedroom stairs, but he is gonna take a lot of damage while trying to get rid of Psycho here. Going for the frag, but will it connect? I do not think so, because it was not even put properly. Went by going for the push along with Sohan, but now the plan is to go down as well. There is no time for them to go for that. Shinra will find, Lupadin is going to find some success, but it's a 1v situation for the side of Sohan. He does have a good gun to work with, but is he going to do anything out of this? No, it's not going to happen. Overtime is going to be denied from the side of Copium, as they will solidify their location, their position on the playoff, ladies and gentlemen. Good attempt by the side of FARDIN is back, but they will have to be back in the second season in order to make their victories happen, in order to place them on the upcoming future tournament.
Yep, congratulations for Team Copium. They will have their spot on the Community Cup. Congratulations to them. They've made their biggest fight, going all the way towards map number 3. We almost got a witnessed overtime, but turns out that did not happen. It ended up being on a 7-5 score line, with Team Copium having a good start on the first half. Suddenly, they start to equalize it 3-3, especially on round number 6, and now on round number 7. We saw some changes being made. But all in all, FARDIN is back. I've got to say, great efforts from these guys. They've made an excellent effort on holding the side and also attacking both at the same time. But when it comes to declaring the winner, there only has to be one, and in the end it was Copium who ended up winning the matchup. So congratulations to them. They will have their spot into the playoffs for the Community Cup Season 3. Now all we've got to do is just wait to see who are the rest of the 3 teams who will be qualified and will be joining with us for the playoffs event. We had 8 teams, right, in which we have our 5th team. Now all you got to do is just wait for the rest of the 3 teams, and when it's done, we'll be able to proceed with the group stages itself. But for now, Team FARDIN is back. A job well done for them, but in the end, their journey has come to an end. But you still have a lot, you still have a lot of tournaments to go through. You still have many tournaments which will appear in the Esports Club itself. You don't have to worry about it too much. But for Copium, they'll be happy about this victory, 7-5 in the deciders on Map Clubhouse, and all in all, a great performance from them.
Absolutely, I have to agree to that. And now I hope they're going to be able to live up to their expectations, the upper brackets, as well, as they pretty much solidified themselves as one of the winners of the RCS credits. So there's a lot of expectations on the line. So there's a lot of factors here. But then again, ladies and gentlemen, we're not done with the day, because there's going to be 2 more teams who are going to be facing off against each other tonight with a best of 3. So which team is going to have at the last slot to place themselves on the qualifiers? That is also going to the playoffs, actually. That's also going to be a $1 billion question. But it really hurts me that FARDIN is back, tried so hard, but then again they couldn't find their success. And that is exactly where a lot of factors did come to the equation, because let's face it, they were a really monstrous team on the second map, but it was not quite up to the mark of the third map. They did push their limits, but they kind of fell short, and that is exactly where the experience of the players and the composition of the players of the side of Copium, apologies for that, favored them. Or maybe in the future days, as you mentioned, Baba, we will be seeing the side of FARDIN is back and their players in action, and maybe in a better spot as well. Maybe the competition is going to be much more stiff. That's a $1 billion question, and as I said, in time we will be getting the answer of.
Yep. Talk about the second match that we will have. It will be Team Gunners who will go up against Team Crouch Potatoes. So talk about these 2 teams. I could say that if I have that information right now in my screens, yeah, Gunners and Crouch Potatoes. We have Guy with Audacity, Hercules, HSN. I'm quite sure it's Hassan. Yeah, Don Escobar, Sherry, and Artemis. And on the side of Crouch Potatoes, we have Vinci, Mojo, Cobra, Dark Lord, Violet, Versace, and Nodi Ashrit. Nodi Ashrit is almost, you could say, he almost plays as a coach for Team Mercenaries, right? But all in all, seeing them, competing for the Community Cup really brings a smile to my face, all in all. But Talk about the second match itself. Gunners versus Crouch Potatoes will be an interesting match to be looking at, and hopefully we might not expect to see the same standard match that we'd expected to see, Oregon and Clubhouse and whatnot. But for now, folks, let's take a look at the highlights and talk about the final map number 3 that we've had on Clubhouse. Most of the time, it was just brute force, brute encounters, challenging gunfights 1-1. But in the end, we could say that it was Copium who did ended up being great on the upper hand while they were on defense in the second half.
Absolutely. And now they, with their compositions, they were looking confident. They were simply not taking any prisoners there. And that's exactly where they shine. And Opium, I really want to see a lot of the plays from their side as well, as we are, as to be expected, that FARDIN is back. Well, to be honest, they simply fell short, and I really expect them to be a better team in the future. They are good enough, but this is something which is only going to be answered by time.
Yeah, only time and tide. We'll get to wait. Although I have to appreciate this side of Team FARDIN is back, especially Shred's performance has been so dominant. Whenever he tries to play as the alibi, or maybe he plays as the Iana, most of the time he delivers some improved results, right? Early peaks, triple kills. He's done a lot of multi kills for the past first 2 halves. He's done an exceptional job at it. But when it comes to the defensive hold on the second half, that's exactly where Team Copium had the upper hand, because it's map Clubhouse. Although they had good control on basement Arsenal room / church, they still had a lot of problems on second floor CCTV. They did had control over that. They had no problems from that whereabouts, but Copium, what they did is that they kept going towards second floor master bedroom and gym. That's exactly where they had most of their values coming out right from it, because they had a lot of problems dealing with the meter walls. They had a lot of problems in dealing with mute jammers. Sure, they did bring in the fuses cluster charge to open up, to remove most of the important utilities. But all in all, it just doesn't work out well. So there you have it, folks. That was our first match done and dusted, folks. But we're not done just yet. We still have our second matchup, which will happen. Gunners versus Crouch Potatoes will be our second matchup. Until then, we'll be taking a short little break, and we'll be right back after this. Don't go anywhere.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I
could run through the fire.
conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
runs through the fire, I could conquer the night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club presents Community Cup Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming and our broadcast partner Loco. Here with me as myself, Bob Gustav. With me, I have my co-caster Cresto, as we're here to talk about the second Community Cup matchup, in which it is the second qualifiers after all. It will be Team Gunners who will go up against Team Crouch Potatoes. Talk about the first match that we've had as of now. Team FARDIN is back versus Team Copium. Copium had succeeded on a best of 3, which means that it went all the way to map number 3. 7-5 was the final countdown. And knowing that Copium had succeeded into the next phase, they will secure their spot. And FARDIN is back, unfortunately, had to bid their goodbyes. But talk about the second matchup. It will be Gunners versus Crouch Potatoes. And I've got to ask you a question, Cresto. We've seen match number 1. We saw the whole match going all the way to Deciders, map number 3, Clubhouse. What do you think that there might be a bit of a change is being happening around in the second match?
Well, to be honest, I'm expecting a third map once again because I can do this all night, baby. And to be very honest, when I went through the player selections once again, it feels like, okay, this is going to be another matchup between the Titans. So I'm not going to be surprised if I happens to see the side of Gunners and Crushed Potatoes making their way to the third map as well. And as we can see all on the map selection, it is going to be Chalet once again, pretty much identical to the previous matchup. But the only exception which will be slipping to the cracks here is going to be the border, which is going to be the decider. Impressive matches once again, and what I really want to see here, well, if I want to see any, exceptions which is gonna be made here, that is Oregon and Chalet. Both of the matches, well, they were somewhat one-sided for both of the teams we had in the previous match. So maybe this time I'm expecting a bit more contention because now both of these teams understand. At least for Oregon, you know how things are gonna go, but for Chalet, Yeah, definitely. I'm expecting them to be a bit more situational, a bit more strategic, because yeah, it is a rework map. There is two players will receive the map very warmly, but it kind of feels like it is still taking some time to be fit in the meta, because some players tend to ignore the map of Shell in general, even though I'm not gonna say the Shell is a bad map by any means. So that is gonna be there. But if you ask about similarities, to be honest, the contentions was there, and I won the third map. I mean, it is how the competition is gonna be escalated in the long run, right? So that is gonna be my thoughts, but then again, it is gonna be answered by the players themselves. It's only me to make predictions here.
Yep. When it comes to making predictions, we as the casters are, I mean, especially when I'm talking about me as myself, when I do make predictions, it usually doesn't work out well in my favor. I mean, whenever I say it will be a 7-0 from X to X team, it always ends up being quite the opposite. So at that time, I already decided, you know what, I'm not going to say any more predictions this time. I'll let the game flow, and when we find the final result, I'll just immediately say it out who's going to win it out, because it's basically how it works, right? But yeah. Anyways, enough about jokes, folks, because we are heading right to the match itself. Match number 2, map number 1. Crouch Potatoes on attack, Gunners on defense. Map will be Chalet nonetheless. There's no changes, just like Cresto said. The only changes had to be on the Decider map, which will be on Border. Border will be the map where the final map encounters would happen from these two teams. But as we take a look at the operators ban phase, this is usually the ones where we get to determine which kind of operators we won't be able to see them from the attackers end, right? So attackers, it will be the usual nonetheless, the Thatcher ban as well as the Mira ban on defense. The only difference is what would Crouch Potato would be banning out from their end.
That is gonna be interesting to say the least, because last time we did see, I believe it was a Finca. Oh, no, wait, was it? It was not a
Yeah, it
Finca.
was
Instead,
Finca. It was
yeah, it was
Finca, it was Jackal, sometimes in the middle of between,
Osa as
It just
well.
always
Osa as
changes, yeah.
well. Yeah, it was actually Osa, but this time it's gonna be a Finca banned out, and makes a lot of sense because Finca is undoubtedly the most viable character when it comes to going aggressive in the attacking side, because you have the LMG, you have the Gon 6, you have the Naze, and whatnot. Finca can also heal herself along with her teammates, and to be very honest, she is an all-rounder at the moment. So seeing her saying goodbye from this matchup, it doesn't quite surprise me. But what is gonna be surprising me is gonna be the defensive bans. But Valkyrie, it's not surprising because you want to take away the information from your position. Even as a defender yourself, you're not willing to play the Valkyrie because you have, you know, you don't have the time to hunt down the specific Valkyrie cameras, and this is exactly where Valkyrie usually shines. It's not about the information, because in these levels of play, nobody's gonna go for the red pings. Instead, they're gonna go for the Z ping, the yellow ping, and you won't even know that it's a Valkyrie camera. That's number one. And even if you happen to find the Valkyrie camera, if somebody accidentally does mark you with a red ping, yeah, it's gonna be a hassle for you just to hunt down the camera. And it's gonna burn so much time. And we have seen the entirety of the game has, forwarded with a lot of speed, with great speed. Well, the last 3 maps we've seen between the two teams, well, those were just examples how fast the teams can go. But for now, we're gonna be heading into the game instead. Gunners and Couch Potatoes are gonna be getting inside of the game, as they're gonna be selecting a Baron Gaming Room defense. It's not unusual to see this objective in the
Defenders,
very
protect your
first
bombs
round,
from being
but
defused by attackers.
I believe they have a plan to go for here, obviously, because this is an objective you have to take at least a good amount of control on the second floor, and I guess they will be reinforcing just that. But regardless of that, we are seeing actually nothing. There's nothing out of the heads here. So impressive strategy, impressive compositions coming in. Cobra bringing the Twitch here, which makes absolute sense because there is a presence of a mirror, and at the same time, Twitch did receive the nerf that as the Twitch drones can jump around. So obviously, I do wonder why don't the other teams, the remainder of the teams,
Bomb located
don't play
by
Twitch that
attackers.
often.
10 seconds
I mean,
left
the main
before
reason
insertion.
why they've brought Twitch in the first place is to mainly counter
5
the
seconds left before
mirrors that Mira has been placed, right? So maybe that's the reason why they brought Twitch in the
Attackers are
first
heading
place.
out
And of
to
course,
bomb.
removing the ADSs are a very crucial thing to do. But in order to do that, they need to ensure that they're in that spot, right? That's the first thing. Second, most of the ADSs will be heavily guarded by by a guy who is mostly focused on the library window. So you have three mezzanine, you have you have two ADS from the mezzanine hallway plus a mirror wall to hold out at that particular angle. And all Twitch has to do is to figure out a way to get the removal of one or two. Smexy Cake, on the other hand, will get the first frag out, and that is Dark Claw taken care of. No more of Iana. That's the first pick that Gunners have found out. And I'm still confused whether this is Hussein or is it some other player, because like if I get the confirmation, that would be great. But focus on the round at hand, folks. Round number one, Smexy doing a wonderful job on holding into his library side, gets the first frag out, and now with the flashback coming into his eyes, he will make sure to fall back safely and ensure that he'll be able to fight for another minute.
He is alive, but Dirk Club, he's going to be with a very heavy manner because now the grenade, I do not know if the grenade were utilized, so those are definitely going to be missed. But from the current standpoint, they're defending libraries as well. They're not going to be allowing anybody inside of here, but then again, the library always got to have with the window, but it has been taken out. So that is somewhat of a heavy investment because, well, he does have an extra drone to go for the but now the Trapeze drones to serve the purpose they were supposed to do from day one. That is to destroy the utilities. Well, you can still gather information, but primary target gonna still remain the same. But for now, as the attackers simply fail to get the information on the library side and control the library side as well, that is gonna be a bit more of a difficulty for them. As with 1 minute left on the clock, they will have to pick up the pace, and now current standpoint, they simply do not have that. But finally, Violet will be able to get something on the window, but Cobra will have to take care of the shield first, and that is going to be a huge challenge for him. I think he spot out the Frost in the process, but this is going to be pretty much onto Vinci here, as he will have to isolate the Frost when he's on the rotation. It's going to be Mojo, he's going to be rid of Hercules here. That's a good kill, but he's rotated out by Artemis. 30 seconds left on the clock. The refresh are good, but they need to go for the plant as well, and the time is surely they will have to get rid of the mirror window as well, which is not done yet. The Violet is going to be able to get rid of Artemis, but a lot of refreshes are coming in as Vince is also going to hit the ground.
Yep, on a 2v3 situation like this, Gunners have
15 seconds left.
they've got their side on control, and what's even more worse is that the attackers haven't even opened the hatches yet. They have to drop down, and the amount of pressures that we've seen, somehow Cobra finds another way, taking out Guy with Audacity, but Hussein is still here. He gets to take out Violet, and it's all just him, the 1v1, but time is what Gunners will give them the win on round number one. Very close encounters coming in from the defensive side, but in the end, they will win it via the time itself. So you could see on round number one the way how Crouch Potatoes were heading off towards the site itself. They were just currently mainly focused on removing utilities, right? Mezzanine hallway, it wasn't looking too good, and then you had I believe it was Smexy Cake was playing as the alibi, all by himself into the library side, gets the opening pick, and when he almost decides that he wanted to hold this place, the place where I'm talking about has to be on towards the library room. He had to hold his ground as best as possible in order for the attackers to waste a lot of time. He did evidently so, but since the flashbang was being thrown out, he was a bit afraid knowing that they might head in towards the windows of library instantly, so he decided to fall back. And because of that, Gunners utilize their time in a way they know at what time do they have to defend the place and at what time do they have to fall back, ensuring that they'll be able to reposition at a nicer way. So all in all, for Gunners' end, although they did almost lose the fight where Cobra was the last man standing, it was a 1v2 situation, and Hussein, on the other hand, was being playing as the Mira at that time. Winning that gunfight, chose to not engage, but decides to run away and hide in a way that it would give the win for the defenders, and eventually it did ended up being their boon. So on round number two, side being on kitchen and dining room, you could say that Crouch Potatoes might have a bit of a problems on the early and mid phase. But unless and until we don't see Gunners get an early peak or two, you could say that Crouch Potatoes might be able to win this round by their itself.
Absolutely. And along with that, last time we did see the side of Crouch Potatoes took too long in order to execute the objective. Well, last match we did see the side of FARDIN's team. Well, actually they were hyper aggressive. Even though aggression is something I do appreciate, but playing it too methodically, paying your opposition too much respect can also be detrimental for yourself. And Crouch Potatoes did just that last time around. But hopefully on the brighter side of life, Hercules is going to take a significant amount of damage this time around. He will have to rethink when it comes to taking a fight here on out. But looks like the attackers, they're slowly but surely taking the control of the top floor, but there's gonna be HSN who's gonna be getting rid of Pinchy. That is your nomad off the board. No more flanks is gonna be available. Flank watch is gonna be available, even though HSN is super low on HP, so that is something he will have to be worried about as well. So damage has, but
guns are going to be playing on the side of the defenders. We do see that Twitch taking good control on the side of the blue, but there is going to be Spexy getting rid of Mojo here. And that is a huge blow indeed. Now no more South Reach are going to be available unless the Ace sacrifices some of his Selmas. That is going to be a problem. The Smoke is going to be using the Toxic Base in order to deny the position, but no, HSN is not going to be stopping, getting rid of Cobra here. 5v2 situation. There's a huge amount of damage impact on the side of the defense attack side. The defense attackers, they do have a good amount of gunpowder. They have that fragging capability. Oh my god, who said you did not shoot that? A disgusting shot onto the head of Dark Lord and followed up by Hercules. It's a flawless round in the books of the side of yeah, Gunners. Apologies for that. So, well, it was such an acceleration that even I forgot that they were the Gunners. So, yes, that's how it is. But then again, that was a moment, that was a confidence they needed. And to be very honest, Crushed Potatoes, nice attempt. But they simply need to do much better than this because this time around they were able to take some map control, but the map manpower needs to be alive. Not a bad play by any means, but then again, Gunners, they're looking confident, they're looking strong. And this is exactly where Crouch Potatoes will have to rethink their strategies when it comes to attacking map control, and then they will have to keep their manpower alive. And in case things go down, they need to take the refrags, and the refrags simply were not in the equation. But then again, this is the third round. Maybe they're going to be able to slap back with their own strategies. They will have some opportunities, which will be answered.
Man, what a play though from Gunners' end. A flawless win in that too on round number. A flawless win on round number 2. And if they keep on going, winning most of their rounds, yeah, especially on the first half, you could say that they've got this in the bag. I mean, look at Hussein. I hope it's Hussein. Please let me know in the chat if it is Hussein or not. 5 kills for this. Yeah.
Maybe he is, but even I thought the same. But carry on. Even I thought.
Yeah. You know, there is a lot of name change been happening around, right? I mean, I still remember there used to be a team called as Team Phalanx. And in Team Phalanx, you had Hussein, you had Hercules, you had Guy with Audacity, Artemis. All 4 players are right here in our screens, right? So I'm pretty sure that when I see HSN, it is Hussein nonetheless. And making a plays like that, especially with the alibi, definitely confirms my suspicions that it is Hussein. But let me know in the chat, guys. Let me know if it is Hussein or not. But for now, folks, focusing on round number 3. 5 kills from the Vamai. Hercules doing an exceptionally great job as the Jaeger, holding lines of sight as best as possible, especially with the help of those ADSs, and also doing a great job at giving good informations at the right time. But for Crouch Potatoes though, they are not wasting any time at all. They are instantly in towards the basement hallway. They want to open up the walls, and they've made a decision to head in towards basement wine cellar itself. They want to make their presence shown on basement wine, but not on snowmobile garage. This means that Gunners have an exact idea on what to do, but the amount of positionings that the defenders have has been limited in a way that the attackers could get an advantage of. A lot of utilities has been placed around, especially the ADSs and also the mute jammers, but it will be removed by a single use of grenade. Breach will be opened up. The second breach will be opened as well, and now we have to see how Gunners will handle out the situation.
They're actually looking prepared, but then again, it's gonna be Mojo's gonna be able to open things up by eliminating Guy with Audacity, but there's gonna be Artemis with a C4 eliminating Violet. Some good progress has been made. TEC is gonna be getting rid of Dark Lord in the process as well. The range is gonna be, the fair is gonna be good, but they're simply going for the aggression as well. But now the Nomad needs to find the value out of this. Artemis is letting with a shotgun, and he will land the shot as well. Vinci will find one, but that doesn't quite matter at the moment. The grenades are gonna be good. Artemis is gonna be on the run, and he's gonna be able to evade the grenade just in time. The information and the utility is gonna be there. Mojo's gonna be getting rid of Artemis in the process. It's gonna be a 2v2 situation. It's all up to the mute and the echo here. A very tall task, but then again, they have the good positioning, they have the utilities, and they have information about the players. I do not know if Cobra's location is known or not, because never mind. His location is known because he's gonna be joined up by Mojo here. The diffuser needs to be recovered, and then they can go for possibly the plant here. 37 seconds left on the clock, and now the Echo Drone still active, not to mention the Echo himself. And if Echo's not taken out, their plan is gonna be pretty much impossible. It's been a very long time that I've seen an Echo in action, so I'm really happy to see him. But again, now attackers, they will have to rethink their strategies. With 20 seconds left on the clock, they are going to the plan, but looks like Mojo knows exactly where the Echo Drone is coming from. The concussion is gonna be there, but the Echo is actually waiting out. He's trying to burn the time. There you go. The concussion one is gonna be there. Now he's trying to hide the Echo Drone, and now 8 seconds left on the clock. Mojo will have to stick it, but he's also waiting the time. There's 5 seconds to go for it. There's no utilities with the Echo Drone anymore. The kill's gonna be coming in. It's all up to Cobra here, and he doesn't have the time. He will survive, but at what cost, ladies and gentlemen? The single-handed echo is gonna make the difference here, and Trio is gonna be the scorecard. Wonderful execution by the attacker and defenders. The attackers, they tried their best, but it was not quite good enough because aggression is not aggression, but rather the time management is gonna be brought into question here, Baba, because every single time either they're lacking manpower or maybe they're going too slow. I respect patience, but showing too much respect to your opposition, it's gonna cost you rounds. Rio's on the scorecard already, but I hope Crouch Potato is gonna be able to slap back here on out because a 3-3 equalization is still possible.
Yeah, it is possible, but you've got to know that the
Attackers need
yokai
to
drone
locate
has
and
made
defuse
so
as many
much
bombs as they
annoyance towards the attacker's end. Even more so, I believe Mojo was the one who was still alive and who was giving at least some brief cover for the team. I'm not quite sure whether if he did see the yokai drones, it would have been best for him to destroy the yokai drones and provide cover right from behind. But mainly, I think it had to do with less information being relayed around from the attacker's end. They didn't had enough attacker drones to give them vital information, or should I say, live drone to give proper information on the player's whereabouts. So
10 seconds
I
to
believe
go.
the gunners mainly they had advantage because of that yokai drone,
5 seconds to
concussing it for 2 times. Even the Maverick knew that they only had 2 charges, he just had to stick it. But when the mute, I believe it was Artemis was playing as the mute at that time, went in for a shotgun peek when one of the attackers were mainly focused on removing Echo, clearly shows that he was distracted on one particular place. So the distraction worked in a way that the gunners ended up getting a win. 2 of the rounds have always ended with time. And if you see the end results of round number 1 and 3, it clearly shows that Crouch Potatoes are taking their sweet time on heading towards the site itself. Sure, they're using their drone works, sure, they're using their vital utilities to destroy other gadgets from the defensive side, but when you don't utilize your time well and you start to lose bodies every single round, especially on the early round itself, it clearly shows that the defenders have this under control. And talk about gunners, they surely have it for the past 3 rounds.
Absolutely, and now this is
Bomb
the
located
mistakes
by
they have did for
attackers.
the past 3 rounds. This needs to be recovered as fast as possible, otherwise the match itself will reach a point of no return. And I believe they are not willing to do just that. And now the defensive side, I really must respect their composition. But look at that, they're actually holding on to the side of loose stairs in such a strong manner. Even when the flashbangs are coming and they're going for those 1-eye magnets and just denying the utilities on the attacking side. And this is exactly what the attackers are taking too much time once again, because they know that they will have to flush him out. They will have some control on the office side, but now they'll have to push him in as well. And now the problem which will be arising here is that they do not have any library control. Well, it's usually a bit more respectable that you start from the library side because that is a choke point. That is exactly where you can possibly flush out the shield players and so on. But on the brighter side, Mexican is going to be taken out by the side of Dragwood, even though it is just an equalization. But no, Amaru, he didn't see the quick coming in from the side of the Wamai, and there you go, he's going to be punished for it. But Mojo will be able to get rid of HSN in the process, but it's all up to Artemis now. And finally, a quick execution coming from the side of the attackers, even though we could barely witness it. It will be going into the attackers, and well, it did look a lot like a lackluster one, but I didn't notice that the attackers were also focusing from the basement side. And once they did it, that is exactly where they were able to catch the defenders off guard, and that is exactly how they took 1 round for their favor. But can they do it for the upcoming 2 rounds? That is exactly what I'm looking forward to, because now they understand unpredictability is going to be their best weapon. And Gunners, now they understand what is going to be coming towards them. They have a good lead, but they will have to hold it. But I really wonder, going for an Amaru pick, you're going for a fragging play. That is something I do respect, but going for the utilities might be a bit more commendable. But
Attackers need
regardless,
to
we'll be
locate
finding
and
out on the
defuse as many
next
bombs
map,
as they
next
can.
round. This is the 5th round of the game as we go back to the top floor, bedroom and office.
You could say it's almost as a surprise element whenever you see any player bring in the Amaru. Sure, it would have. Sure, it can be a surprise element that you would do it in attacker's repick, but knowing, bringing Amaru already in the pick phase, knowing that the defenders know that you would bring that specific operator, I'm pretty sure that he will change it to a different one, and that is for sure. I mean, you actually get to see that right now. Cobra switching from the Amaru to the Twitch. Vinci also does the same by bringing in the Nomad. Those air jabs will be very efficient on on blocking any route or pathways the defenders would love to flank upon. And the only difference that you see is that you have some changes being made from the operators wise in the side of defense. You have the Maestro bringing in the you had the Maestro with the evil eye cams. You even have Hussein bringing in a total of 3 holograms, which could be used to gain good amount of information. You even have Smexicake with the castle. The Arnold panel is such a powerful it's such a powerful defensive tool which could be used to block or have a hard wall that can block any bullets except explosive projectiles, but it still acts as a protective mesh that can help you, block most of those bullets. So bringing in a castle is a good way to hold your defensive side. It can unlock so many potentials for roaming capabilities, and you could say that Gunners, they are here to win it. The only difference is that Crouch Potatoes, they won round number 4 in a fashion. 1 to 3, and I believe I just heard the sound of... Actually, no. I believe it's just a normal sound for the evil eye cam who was trying to take out the attacker drones. But nonetheless, you could see the first frag, and it will be Smexicake with the first, taking out the sledge. This is looking good when it comes to Gunner's perspective because they just lost... I mean, they just got one of the first frag.
Absolutely, opening that things up while getting rid of the sludge is gonna be make sure that no more grenades are gonna be available. Even though there are no grenades available, as I just noticed that Diana doesn't have any more grenades in her kit. So that's a lot of breathing room on the attacking side, and now they will actually have to burn a lot of time just to get rid of the Castle Bakers as well. And as you mentioned about that, Castle Bakers can give a layer of protection, but at the same time, also burn the time of the attackers, or maybe use some utilities which can be useful in the long run. But there you go, the information is gonna be there from the side of Smexicake, but it's gonna be Andy Cobra who's gonna be getting rid of guy with audacity. Smexicake is super low on HP, but he will have to hide it. He might be able to get away with a couple of shots onto the foot because he is holding this angle, but take it passively. While on the other side of the spectrum, the attackers are going to take. No, Smexicake didn't push that. Dark Lord's gonna be taking him out, but then again, it's gonna be outkill onto the side of Vinci as well. 3v3 situation. This round can go any side now at the moment. HSM will be able to retake the situation on the closet side. So there is going to be some contention, but no, there you go. Artemis is going to be able to take the hit off the side of Island. Now it's a 2v3 situation. The kills are going to be coming from both sides. It's all up to the side of Hercule, but is he going to survive? No, it's not going to be working out. The attackers are going to be able to roar very strongly in a big quick succession, even though it was hard for us to keep up because now every single round is going down to the wire. It's going down to the last 20 seconds. This is the RC Smith, I feel love to call it. This is how the side of Crouch Potatoes are going to be able to take 2 rounds for themselves. This is the last round before the swap, so maybe an equalization maybe around the corner. But then again, it's looking very difficult to say anything here, Baba, because both of these teams are playing it wonderfully. It's just a matter of time and it's just a matter of reflex now. Crouch Potatoes are just outgunning the side of Gunners, even though they did struggle in the first 3 rounds. But now, this team turned into a different monster. They understand that they're going to be, embracing the patience factor. Along with that, they're getting the refrags, and this is exactly where they're getting the rounds in their favor.
Yep, round number 6. With Gunners still being the ones on the lead. They just... For Crouch Potatoes, all they've got to do is just equalize the first half itself to a 3-3 score line. And now you still got to wonder whether if Gunners can end this first half on a 4-2, because although they did win 3 rounds back-to-back, winning Bar, Kitchen, and Snowmobile Garage, winning the rest of the site is more of like an adaptation that Crouch Potatoes has just succeeded in winning the rest of the 3 sites where Gunners had no problems dealing with. So you could say that Crouch Potatoes understood the way how Gunners operated on their defense. They know that there will be at least one of them roaming around the side of the first floor, and that was Hussein back at that time. And you also had Smexicake, who was holding towards the library side. So understanding what exactly happened on those 3 rounds, being able to quickly recover those rounds is actually a good thing for Crouch Potatoes, because just by looking at the scoreboard itself clearly shows that there is highly likely a chance that Crouch Potato can equalize it 3-3. And knowing that Gunners needs to adapt to the way how Crouch Potatoes have been going on the attack phase itself is a very challenging stuff for them to do so. But it always comes down to the way on who gets the first frag, and turns out it will be Cobra who gets to succeed taking out Hercules.
It's a very important frag from their side because the Jaeger is gonna be off the board, and that's a bit of a free thing zone for them because one of the guns are gonna be available. Okay, nice shot coming in from the side of Dark. It's gonna be a trade actually, so he's gonna be happy about it, even though I'm pretty sure Audacity is also gonna be happy about it. But as I was talking about Cobra, opening these players up is gonna allow them to have an advantage of guns in general. And now they're just relying on their Vince is gonna be getting rid of Smexy in the process as well, and now they can go for the commitment because there is a possibility they will be able to run away with it, but there is gonna be Artemis and HSN who are gonna simply say no, go back to the manpower disadvantage, and we're gonna play an even game here. But it's actually not the even one because Cobra is super low on HP, but there is HSN playing it very closely with the Bearing 9. Bearing 9, if you can control the recall, you can really shut people, but with the flashbang, Aegis will run away to safety. These SMGs will do a very tall task here, but Aegis will have the time to go for the reload as well. But no, Cobra's gonna get the shot onto Artemis. It's all up to HSN now. He has the gun, he has the utilities, he has the information, but he's also gonna be blinded by the lights. He's gonna turn it into Weekend here. The diffuser has been dropped, so he has some breathing on 50% of the clock. The best he can do is possibly to burn something. The C4 is gonna be utilized. It's not gonna do anything here. He's gonna fall back, but now he has to worry about two different angles at the same time. He is gonna be on the bomb chassis, but if he so prioritizes one by one, specifically the one on the stairwell first, he might be able to find success because the player on the window has not entered the building yet. And then again, he needs to recover the diffuser as well. And now he's gonna go for the shot. Nice shot coming from the side of Hassan. And now he's gonna come. The second one is on. The clutch is gonna be his, and he's gonna find the 1v2. Wonderful done by the Thunderbird as he predicted the situation like an open book. Attacker's good attempt. The equalization is going to be simply denied. It's going to be 4-2 split, ladies and gentlemen, as Gunners will keep their lead. But Crushed Potatoes, not a bad split by any means, as they move on to the defensive rounds.
Yep, a fantastic clutch from Hussein, winning that 1v2. For a moment there, I thought Crouch Potatoes would have ended this round on a 3-3 equalizer. It turns out it was quite the opposite. Round number 7 is a go with Team Gunners being the one on lead, 4-2. And now with the role swap coming in play, they'll be the ones on attack. And they'll see whether if they can crack the code on the site of second floor master bedroom / office. Not a lot of changes being made, but what's more interesting about this is that we've been seeing a lot of Maestro being picked out in this map itself, right? Chalet, the first map when FARDIN is back went up against Team Copium, we didn't get to see Maestro being brought out a lot. But on the second match, when we see Crouch Potatoes and Gunners, it kind of feels like Gunners already played Maestro. They decided, you know what, since they also played Maestro, why don't we? Although it's a good idea to have that friendly competition, you still need to know that if you decide to use that decision and thinking that whether if it would work out or not, you still need to understand that there are some certain strategies which involves or revolves around Maestro. So when it comes to the evil eye camps, you could use it to deny utilities, you know, the hard breaches that usually you get to see from Nooks, and actually Nook doesn't have a secondary hard breach, he has a good name. And talk about, you could say you could take out Hercules, Hercules' Selma breach charge, or you could even deny the Flores' RC Rateros. So it is a very powerful gadget, but you still need to know that it needs to work according to the operators that you are playing around with. So since Maestro is really a good pick, especially on defense, you really don't get to see him being played a lot, especially in this SA region, and that's the main reason why I said it in the first place. So hopefully you guys don't get offended by it. So on round number 7, let's see how well it would work out from Mojo's end.
Absolutely, but then there is one thing I do want to mention about the Maestro and Echo picks, because there was a very old meta that people used to go for an anti-plan denial operator, and usually it was served a lot by Smoke. And yeah, we know that our Lord Tachanka has reworked to do the same thing in order to make sure that the player goes down with whoever is going to the plant. But I guess in the lack of a Smoke, they're going for this composition. It's not bad by any means, but definitely Smoke would have been a bit more versatile because he can use the Smoke canister whenever he wants, while the Maestro Evil Eyes are pretty much going to be stuck, even though it is going to be targeted by the Nock to be destroyed. It is going to be shattered, but it's still going to be functioning. It's not going to be destroyed yet, for the time being. Well, Maestro Evil Eyes are definitely strong gadgets, but now they're not going to be able to see through the glasses. It's a 5v5 situation. The execution, however, from that tech set is going to be somewhat slow. And this is a point where I do want to mention that the Gunners are going for the very first attack round. And them going for this low methodical push as well, it kind of makes sense, and at the same time, it does give a lot of questions to my side because last time around it was aggression. On the previous map, I'm talking about, not the previous half. So these teams are focusing a lot more on the information and a lot more on the strategy rather than the gunfights. But then again, it's gonna be Violet versus who's gonna be falling here in the hands of Smexy Cake. Some good progress has been made, but then again, the map needs to go down. The refrag, however, is not gonna be coming into the side of the defenders. That's a problem to some extent, but the wall has been opened up. I believe there is some players on the K9 side on the balcony so that they can go cover on the plan as well. But the piano is gonna be a very crucial play here. But somehow, from somewhere, the piano shield is gonna be absent. So that is gonna be a problem for the defenders because going for the retake, standing on top of the piano, and going for the denial on the usual spot is gonna be very difficult to say the least. But the knock is contesting the Melusi here. The Melusi is gonna be taken out by the Sophia instead. And now the plan is gonna be opened up. The objective is gonna be opened up for the attackers. As there's a lot of shots coming, the clock is gonna be coming down to the wire. Now, is it gonna be the plan or is it gonna be the kill? We do not quite know yet. Harkus is taking it's all of the Dark Lord here. He needs to find the ace, and that's all he needs to do. But he's gonna do just that, and he will. But no, he won't. Actually, that is gonna be a flick from the side of Harkus. He's gonna be canceling it just in time, predicting the location, predicting the situation. Wonderfully done by the attackers, as they will keep the lead for themselves. Gunners, Crushed Potato. Yeah, actually, it is Gunners who will be keeping the lead for themselves. 5 to the scoreline. Crushed Potatoes, really good attempt. But unfortunately, the Maestro Evilized did not survive, nor the Maestro himself, for the information, and the covers were there. That's how we're going to be hitting into a 5-2 split. Maybe it is going to be another... There is possibilities for equalizations, but the defenders will have to rely on traps for that, and that's exactly what they're going to be bringing out the Capcan. And a lot of unorthodox characters being brought, but are they going to work? That's a question to you, Baba.
I gotta say, from that flick that we saw from Hercules, successfully planning the defuse, flex at the right time to take out the Wamai. If there was a slight second delay, if Dark Lord decides to remove Ace while he was still planning the defuse and not being able to proceed themselves on a post plant, that would have been it. Crushed Potatoes would have got the win. And I have to say, the whole match, the whole round that we've encountered, for the past 8 rounds, we've seen a lot of close rounds. Close rounds when it comes to Gunners winning most of their defensive rounds in a way that they've always ended up winning by time, or we've always see them in a 1vx or a 2vx situation where Gunners always gets the better use of it. So when it comes to clutch situations, they're doing a great job. Okay, okay. Smexy Cake. He was just randomly pre-firing through the windows, of Solarium window, and somehow he gets to pick out the smoke. Now this frag that we've seen here, the smoke being removed out of the equation, clearly shows that Gunners have no problems dealing with any traps, but they still need to deal with Vinci and Mojo. And let's not forget Cobra, because they have 3 C4s in hand, but they don't have to worry about the smoke gas canisters being, delaying them with their execute. So that early frag will be so huge for Gunners. This might have given them the early match point that they require, but Dark Lord, ooh, great shot though. Succeeds in taking out Hussein while he was making his aggressive push towards the library side. So all's well that ends well. 4-4, but the job's not done yet. Guy with the rest that he's still alive. So does Smexy Cake as he gets the second headshot to take out Mojo. And guess where he is? He's near in the side. He has control, and that control will be deadlier. Third kill. Vinci goes down. So does Guy with Audacity from the EDD from Mojo. But in the end result, it is Cobra who has to deal with a 1v3 situation. Hercules, currently the one who has the defuse in hand, would be able to go in for a normal plant. But the main problem is that he doesn't have the walls being opened up. So they need to figure out a way to at least get the kill nonetheless. Proximity Mine is giving away some of the information on one of the players' whereabouts. Not quite sure exactly where it is. The gunfight needs to happen nonetheless. The attackers have no idea where Cobra's whereabout is, so maybe he could use it to their advantage. A bit of bullets being sprayed around, but Cobra is still alive nonetheless. He could go towards the piano room to refill herself, put herself back to full HP. The Selma Breach charges will arrive nonetheless. They will open up to make lines of sight. Cobra will be healed up to at least 50 HP. Cobra still has the chance to clutch this 1v3, but no, it won't happen. Hercules will get the better end of it. Round number 8 at the hands of Gunners, which means that this round will be match point. 6-2. One more round and they will claim map number 1. And in map number 2, since this will be the map which is actually, yeah, I believe map number 1 was picked by Gunners and map number 2 is picked by Crouch Potatoes, I'm guessing. But all in all, 6-2, match point for Gunners on map number 1. Let's see if they can take it.
Well, looking forward to it. Being on match point, this is pretty much all against the walls for the side of Couch Potatoes. They're going for another trap composition here, along with Legion and Frost, but can they find any success with that? That's the billion-dollar question. But there's one thing I do want to highlight here, Baba, that is last time when Cobra was surviving, it was a 1v3 situation. In your regular rank games, you would see players just rushing in to hunt down the one player. But on the other side of the spectrum, Gunners took their time. They were like, okay, we need to find this Thunderbird first, and we cannot risk it. We know that we have the manpower advantage. We know that we have the better guns. But do we really want to risk it? We know that if we give him the chance, he will clutch it. And this is exactly where competitive play and your usual casual plays make the differences here, ladies and gentlemen. Every single round counts, and this is exactly where Gunners are having such a good lead. I'm not saying that Couch Potatoes are falling short by any means. They're just having a hard time here. They did get 2 rounds, but when it came to their composition and their coordination, it's just a bit lackluster. But I believe this is just a matter of experience, because when it comes to the side of Gunners, we can see a lot of experienced players comparatively at least. So that doesn't quite surprise me. But being on match point, Crushed Potatoes will have to put everything they have, and they'll have to play it very, very precisely. I'm not gonna say play it safe or play it precise, passively, because being too passive may also punish you for that. But you have seen that Crushed Potatoes have been a bit more passive, at least on their attack half. So maybe they will have something out of the hats here, even though they are going for this trap composition. But this trap composition may work for a round or 2, or to be very honest, a round or 2 is exactly what they need, and then they may be able to get their momentum back online, and they may be able to go for a good amount of execution. But I just wonder, what was Cobra doing there? No refrags whatsoever. I believe he was going for a run out instead, but while he was going for just that, he was caught off guard by Artemis. It's already a 4v5 situation, Baba.
It's quite funny to see how the nade appeared. Okay,
Oh, no.
Audacity. Good headshot. Taking out Mojo like that. And yeah, that knife though from basement, from the basement barricade. I believe Cobra was trying to remove the barricade, and the timing was so unexpected that it ended up a knife kill. And Gunners, man, they're just taking people off one by one. Smexy Cake taking out Vinci. Only 2 players left, and Dark Lord will at least find an opening, a second opening too, by taking out Hercules. And that too with the diffuser being dropped around from the hallway side. But Dark Lord doesn't know this. He does not know this, that the diffuser has been dropped around from the hallway side. Here comes the protection from Violet. It's just making sure that the more plays that Dark Lord stays alive in the library plays, the more chances that Crouch Potatoes can succeed in most of their rounds. Oh, beautiful shot, Dark Lord. A triple kill of that too. Taking out Artemis will prove Dark Lord's presence being shown around from the mezzanine hallway. They've got to do something about this. Hussein is the only one who is in full HP. The same thing cannot be said to Guy with Veracity. Not for long. Hussein's been downed and out from Violet. And what just happened? From a 2v5, it ended up on a 2v1 situation with Crouch Potatoes being in the lead and also taking the win too. Dark Lord. Quad kill from this man right here. Quad kill. Which means the round's not over yet, folks. Round number 9, Bar and Gaming Room. An exceptional performance from Dark Lord. But still, for Gunners, they're still on match point. They still need to win one more. And although they were looking very strong on the early rounds, Dark Lord was the only one who had to shut all of the players down. 3-6, match point is still in, and Crouch Potatoes, they need 3 more rounds to put themselves back on track.
Absolutely. I must come to the side of Dark Lord, because the way he turned the tables around single-handedly, it needs a lot of respect to do that. He hold onto the mezzanine hallway and then taking 3 players from the specific angle and then going for the wide swing, followed up by the fire from the Frost. That is exactly the team coordination we were looking for such a long time. Finally, it is here for the side of Crouch Potatoes, but the problem is they will have to do this for the remainder of the 3 rounds in order to push it to overtime, because the comeback needs to bring in the overtime as well. But it still brings a lot of challenge. The trap meta is still going to be available along with the thorn being brought. And
All right, looks like we lost. Yeah, looks like we lost Cresto
well,
here.
Thorn, I
Okay,
would call
never
her
mind, it's
trap
fine.
operator, but rather she from her side. And the current standpoint, Gunners, they do have a good composition. They do have a
10
good
seconds left. 5 seconds left.
Um,
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb. And defuse it.
okay then. 6-3, folks. Gunner's still on match point, and I hope Cresto is back in the. I hope Cresto will be back. I think he has some issues dealing with from his end, but hopefully he should be back nonetheless. But focusing on the round at hand, Gunners, although they are still on match point, Crouch Potatoes are doing a really great job at holding. They did a great job at winning that previous round, so hopefully we might be able to see them do the same thing yet again, but only at a different site though. I believe that different site has to be on second floor master bedroom / office. The way how they've changed their sites, and Smexy Cake already in from the basement stairs. He might be able to make a cheeky play here. But I'm not quite sure if he wants to do it though, because once he makes an entry towards the fireplace hall, there's high likely a chances that there might be some players who are still, looking towards that particular angle. So unless and until if he gets an information about some players' whereabouts, in which he might have done by now, might be able to push in, get control on library, easier said than done. But the site on second floor master bedroom will be a tough challenge for them, because Dark Lord, the man who just got 10 kills, he might be able to do something about this by recovering it at all. Here comes the trap. The trap won't be able to get a kill as of now. But the first frag will be from Mojo's hand by taking out Smexy Cake.
wonderfully done by Mojo, but then again, they will have to worry about the manpower advantage as well. But I must admit, the side of Crouch Potatoes, they're really putting a good amount of effort here, but they will have to make sure that denial is going to be coming in, because at certain times we've seen Baba that even with the vantage advantage, Gunners were able to pick themselves back up. And yes, then again, the side of Crouch Potatoes, they were able to make an impossible play of a 2v5, turning it into a 2v1. That's also going to be applicable. So there's a lot of factors to be worried about here, ladies and gentlemen, as they will be taking some control of the K9 area, and they will have to go to fan as well. But the problem here is they did not have any control of the library hallway, nor the side of Solarium. So defenders are going to have a lot of breathing zones to work with. The drones are going to be good, but it's pretty far away. I do wonder what it is the Ace opting to go for here, because the best I think I can guess here is maybe possibly go for the flank possibilities, but Vinci's gonna be getting rid of Hussein here, so that's gonna be adding a lot of problems of the attackers. Now they'll simply gonna be adding salt to the wound they have already. Oh no, the team kill Artemis. That adrenaline rush is gonna be there. He's gonna be able to take the refrag, but at what cost? 3v2 situation. It would have been a 3v3 with the Nomad being down on the floor. That is so unfortunate. That is the panic attack, I can guess, but with 18 seconds of the flash is going to be coming in. But no, there is no information. The Jaeger is going to be checked significantly. He's going to be down on the floor. Now the plan needs to go down. The floor has a lot of pressure on him. It's all up to a guy with audacity. He has to make it happen. And he will do just that. The clutch is going to be there from the Flores. An impossible plan. This has to go to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Because there's no way the defenders choked that. I mean, I really thought the Ace is gonna be able to make the play 7, but once the Ace went down, it went down to the wire, and just like that, Flores, a one-man army, is gonna be able to clutch the round for himself, and he will take the first map team.
Expect guy with audacity to make clutches like that. 1v3. Not a lot of bullets left with this primary weapon, so he decides to whip out the pistol, and since he had idea of the last player, he just did exactly that. For a moment, you thought that Crouch Potatoes would have been able to win one more round. 3 players left.
I really thought that.
You did saw that the Nomad was actually getting, he got himself picked out by his own team, so it was very unfortunate from his end. But coming back at a match like that, winning a 1v3 while the time was on the clock, he knew. I mean, guy with audacity knew that he had to be aggressive. He had to push, and no matter if he finds a single person or two, he might be able to get it out. And man, look at that. What needs to be done? Their drone works were working out quite efficiently, but when those plays, right? And I believe the most frags that they've done on the attack side has to be on the side of Hussein. Actually, not Hussein. I believe it has to be Smexicake. Yeah, Smexicake, while he was playing as the alibi in the first half, he showed his presence as a fragger. He instantly gets a kill or two whenever he wants to, and we might be able to see that in the highlights itself. We'll just take a look at that and talk about the entirety on the way how Gunners have been playing on the first round itself. Most of the round we see Gunners take it nice and slow. They want to play it passively, and then there are certain rounds, maybe on round number 2 and 3, where Gunners gets more excited, plays way half. And I'm pretty sure that in the second half they might have done the same thing too. I mean, most of the situations that we've seen from Gunners always ended up on a 2vx situation, and which most of the 2vx was won due to time. Time is what Gunners had won on most of their substantial rounds itself, because it clearly shows that the amount of time that Crouch Potatoes had took for the past 3 rounds was too much. They had to reduce it. They have to conserve it in a way that that they would get at least some little time to proceed with their plan, go with post-plan situations, and evidently they fixed up their mistakes. They did so on round number 4 itself. But for a moment on round number 6, this 1v2 clutch that we see from Hussein, this was not supposed to happen. Because if this happened, I mean, if this does not happen, Crouch Potatoes would have ended the first half on a 3-3 score line. So I could say that the most amount of clutch situations that you've seen always ended up in the side of Gunners. Hussein made a clutch. Guy with Audacity made a clutch on attack. I could say the same thing to Smexicake too, but Smexicake, more likely he was the one who would usually do all the initial kills, the early picks that he'd usually take, the early gunfights that he won. So for Crouch Potatoes, although the adaptations were looking too good on attack, apparently on defense something happened to it, and that usually had to be that clutch situations though. It's unfortunate for them, but they still have another chance, and that chance is on map number 2, Oregon. So let's see whether if Crouch Potatoes can, get their win back, see whether if they can put themselves back on map number 3 deciders, which will be on border, or maybe we could see Gunners end it out winning map number 2 itself.
Absolutely. We'll be figuring it out pretty soon, ladies and gentlemen. And then again, as you mentioned, Oregon is a map which is a bread and butter of the game. So we're expecting a lot of common plays, but then again, we're expecting the side of Crush Potatoes to make some outstanding plays happen. Because yes, Gunners, they have a lot of veteran players from the previous seasons of, or rather, if I might say, experienced players compared to the side of Crush Potatoes, but they were still able to put up a good fight against them with a scoreline of 7-3. But now the table needs to be turned. I believe this is the map which was selected by the side of Crouch Potatoes, so they might have an upper hand here. But according to the previous game, we did see their opposition. Well, the opponent team of Fardin and so on were able to take the opposition's map. So if this keeps going on, this might be the last map as well. So this is the last stand for the side of Crouch Potatoes. They have made it so far that now they're on the stream. Gunners, they might have the experience, but can they handle the side of Crouch Potatoes? Can we have some potatoes of the Crouches? That's gonna be a $1 billion question, which will be answered shortly, ladies and gentlemen. So do grab some popcorns because we're not done yet. The night is still young, so are we. So stay tuned. We're gonna be right back after a short while.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Esports Club Presents Community Cup Series, Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco here. With me is myself, Bob Gusta. With me, I have my co-caster Cresto, as we are here for match number 2 of the second match between Team Crouch Potatoes versus Team Gunners. As talk about the recap of map number 1, which went up on Chalet. Team Gunners had no problems dealing with the Crouch Potatoes attack as well as on defensive side, ending themselves on a 7-3 score line, and now they're here to end it off on map number 2. And I've got to ask Cresto, is there a possibility that Gunners can end this matchup on a 2-0, or would we see Crouch Potatoes put us all the way to deciders?
I really want to see the side of Crouch Potatoes showing some of their own action now, because on the first map they really couldn't live up to their own expectations. So I have a lot of expectations from their side specifically. I know for a fact that Gunners are really experienced players, but we know the experienced players in general. We want to see the new up-and-comer, the talents, so that the region itself, the scene of esports of our Rainbow-Six-Siege, it actually can broaden, it can flourish a bit more. And obviously, if the new players are not coming, obviously we're gonna see the OG players again and again. But then again, eventually it's gonna get boring, and it's gonna feel like, okay, we know these players and we know how they play. It's all gonna come down to the new players, because then we can learn something. We can see, okay, the region is expanding, and eventually one day there is gonna be a possibility that we are gonna be holding, which is going to be recognized by the world stage. Well, then again, this tournament itself is also recognized by Ubisoft themselves. So this is just a step, ladies and gentlemen. And this is a step for the newcomers as well, as they can show and they can flaunt their own skills. But now we're going to be heading to the second map of the day. Actually, the second map of the matchup of the second match of the second match. Actually, what am I even saying? Second map of the second match of the day, which is going to be played by which is going to be Oregon. And 1 second, we're going to be seeing the players of Gunners getting disconnected. I'm having deja vus from the first map, Baba, trust me. But then again, I think I'm going to have another deja vu about the operator bans as well, as statues going to be taken out.
I mean, it's usually the same from Gunners' end. I mean, they'd always have some disconnect issues, but I'm pretty sure that they'll be back without having any issues. The same thing can be said to the ban phase 2. Thatcher will be banned from Gunners' end, a standard ban as you'd expect.
Yes.
The only difference has to be a Flores ban being made from Crouch Potatoes' end. And I can understand why. Knowing that there will be a deployable shield maybe on Blue Bunker's end, or maybe on towards the second floor side itself, having a Flores' RC Rotero is such a powerful tool to destroy, which can negate the Jaeger's ADS as well as the Bomai's magnet nades. So with him being out of the picture, Mute can still be a play, but the AD, in order for them to destroy those important utilities like the deployable shields, they have to rely on utilities like the explosives, the explosive like frag grenades, impacts, I was supposed to say frag grenades yet again. Yeah, flashbangs. Yeah, flashbangs. Yeah, there you go. I actually got confused with both frag and flashbangs, but yeah, all in all, having certain utilities is exactly what Crouch Potatoes will have to do in order for them to have control on the defenders' choke points. But all in all, with round number 1 coming in play and the side being on Kids, Doms, and Doms main hall, Gunners will be the one to be on defense first, whereas Crouch Potatoes will be on attack. Same thing as we did see on map number 1-2 when the map was on Chalet. There's no difference at all. But since this map is Oregon, we have to see whether if that works out for them or not.
Absolutely, we will be figuring it out just like that. But now we're going to be heading into the top floor defense. Well, we did see the side of, I guess, FARDIN actually went for I believe it was a meeting defense initially, just because they wanted to experiment, but this time it's not going to be the same case. Instead, the side of Gunners are trying to reinforce and establish the fact that they are here to win, and they're trying to make it quick as possible. So that doesn't quite surprise me, but what I'm actually looking forward to is how this team composition is going to be played out, because to be very frank, everything looks just fine. I do see a lack of a smoke, but then again, a smoke doesn't need to be in the picture because the alibi is going to do just fine. And when it comes to the Mute in general as well, she can also play a replacement as a smoke, even though the toxic waves are going to be there, the Seepers are going to be there, the utilities are going to be there. So a lot of variety is going to be seen in this matchup in general. But on the other side of the spectrum, I was expecting a Finka to be played by the side of, oh my god, why did I even say the name? The Caster's Curse is going to be available as Dark Claw is going to be taken out as I say his name. And I'm pretty sure Dark Claw is not going to be very happy about it. A very nice execution coming in with the spawn peak. And this is exactly how the struggle for the side of Crush is going to be starting here. through the Swan Peak. They do have 4 more available operators on their pool, but the grenades, the Surges, and along with the LMG, along with the guns, is simply going to be done and dusted here for the round. Not to mention, they haven't been able to take themselves in the building itself either.
Yeah, and
Oh wow!
and that too, and that too, taking out Dark Lord as well. The main Finca, which could have been so important to, be more aggressive when it comes to engaging gunfights. With Finca not being available and not on board, Crouch Potatoes will have a lot of problems dealing with this hold being made on the site itself on second floor. Look at the utilities that they have, and look at the way how the deployable shield is placed. It kind of feels like they're playing in a way that they want to open up the wall on second floor so that you can have that huge long angle towards the attic side. And it is working out way too much. Oh, the aggressive peek from Smexy Beautifully done, knowing exactly what was happening. By the time he was trying to open up the second ace summer breach charges, unfortunately, it kind of didn't work out well in their favor. C4 from Artemis, which will claim Cobra's life, and Vinci, using the vertical line side to put to his own advantage, will be able to succeed getting the refrag nonetheless. But talk about Crouch Potatoes, they've lost a lot of players. They've only left with 2 players. It's Vinci and Mojo who needs to figure out a way to get access towards the site. And unfortunately, the entire site on second floor is under lockdown. They cannot move in.
That is a huge problem indeed, because whenever they're trying to go for the breach instead as well, they're gonna have to worry about the Kate's position. There's a lot of factors to be worried about here. Not to mention the diffuser is also in no man's land. The Kate being low on HP, he is being so aggressive. Mojo's gonna get significantly tagged up. Valkyrie was not banned this time, and there is a Valkyrie information coming in as well. We will be seeing Smexy, but there's gonna be Vinci who's gonna be on the floor. Mojo is gonna be able to make some progress here by eliminating HSN here, but now he will have to find the remainder kills on the Jaeger, but he's not gonna find them, unfortunately, as the Jaeger simply gotta push through the breach, understand the situation like an open book. That's how we're gonna take the very first round. It was a very bloody round to say the least, Baba, but I must admit that Gunners, they're showing that how experienced they really are, because those aggressions, you don't expect them, especially starting with the case, starting with the Swan Peak, starting with the Jaeger, going with the push onto the breach area. This just goes to picture what we can expect from the upcoming rounds, because the side of Gunners, they're out to gun here, and they are named Gunners for a reason.
Yep, absolutely. The way how Hussein just picked Dark Lord out, especially from that early round itself, it's just put a hole in the wall for Crouch Potatoes attack plays. They had a plan. They were supposed to execute it with the Dark Lord. But when you see one of the players being picked out very early, it was difficult to determine whether they can hold their ground or not, especially on the attacks, though, especially from Crouch Potatoes. Unfortunate that they had to deal with a 4v5 situation in the early round itself, but that does not mean that Gunners had a flawless round win. They lost a lot of bodies. It almost ended up on a 2v2 situation where one of the players was downed, Artemis was picked out from Mojo nonetheless, and all in all, this does not mean that Crouch Potatoes are out of the game just yet. You still have some resistance being shown around from the attacker side. They know exactly what to do, but the amount of outplays that they've encountered, especially from Smexy, knowing that the Ace Summer Breach, knowing that the Ace will be playing nearby to that place, the position that he was in wasn't a good idea. And because of that, he got punished. Even the diffuser was also dropped from that breach itself. So Crouch Potatoes, they really need to be careful when it comes to making plays like that. And for Gunners, they'll just casually get their first round win, and now they'll be taking to ramp it up, see whether if they can get a lead or more on the next future rounds.
They'll have to focus on just that. And now once again, a very interesting shield position. Usually people tend to put the shield right next to the corner of the elbow area, right next to the wall. But instead, they're actually going for a far end way. So I guess they're trying to capitalize a bit more on the covers and possibly on the rotation, because it's really detrimental to play in the elbow area. Usually, it is a fate of the smoke that he's gonna accept his fate and possibly get a kill or two. And in case he does stay alive, he usually goes to the reinforcement. But instead, it's not gonna be the case. The strategy and the
Alright, looks like
setup is simply gonna be living up to that. But of the roaming from the looks of it, they are trying to take control of the map. side and they're trying the top floor, but the roam clearance is simply not applicable here. The utilities are destroyed, but for how long can they survive? That is a billion-dollar question, because not for with 130 seconds left on the clock, we'll have to get some value out of this. But for the current standpoint, it's really looking unlikely, because after with 120 minutes left on the clock, finally we're going to be seeing some action. Artemis is going to be taking off the board. But the problem here for the attackers is they have burned too much time. The defenders, they are having the man disadvantage, but despite of that, they have the time favoring them. That is exactly what the attackers will have to find, because the breaches themselves, including the hatches, will have to also come down. Because if that's not the case, this is going to be done and dusted for the attackers, and they will not have the equalization initially.
Yeah, they still had to deal with Wincy though. Still at the big towers, the stairs. If they can just neutralize the LMG holder, then that means it should be much of a problem for them to deal with. But the amount of plays that we've seen from Crouch Potato, especially Cobra, taking out one more player, might be a lot of problems for them to deal with. Smoke gas canisters from Hercules to claim the life of Cobra, especially in towards the boilers' side. Might be able to give them a chance to hold their ground. And look at the time, 20 seconds. Crouch Potatoes, that looks like they're making the same mistakes like they did on map number 1, but they slowly are gaining control on their man count. Wincy finds one. There goes Guy with the audacity. Smoke gas canisters working out too much. Very much so in their favor for Gunners. Hussein is still here. He gets one more. Mojo will be downed and out. They have to go in for the frags. They don't have enough time, and that time will give Gunners yet another win on round number 2. This is the exact same moment when they went on map Chalet 2. They also had the same situation. They also had the same reason. Although they had control on manpower, they still hadn't had control on the site itself. Not being able to open up the hatches at the right time, not having control on Freezer. This is concerning from Crouch Potatoes, because they are repeating the same mistakes like they did on map number 1.
I couldn't agree more than that, actually. To be very honest, it feels like the way Couch Potatoes are playing, it feels really slow, and it does feel methodical. I'm not going to say anything about it, but with 1 minute 30 seconds left, like half the time you were offered with, if you go with the executions, then without any map control, you will find yourself in a pickle. And this is exactly what's happening from the side of Couch Potatoes, because I at least expected the Hibana to open up the hatches so that they can go for a quick execution at least, but even that was not present from their side, and that's exactly where they're falling short. I mean, it is still possible, but it kind of feels like I'm having deja vu from the first map where the split was like 4-2, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it was the case. But allowing your opposition to have such a significant lead is gonna be detrimental for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Crouch Potatoes, they still have a lot of breathing zone to work with, but do you really want to gamble on it? Are you gonna be having a round on the side of the meeting and kitchen? And I believe there is going to be an execution under the side of the big tower side, or possibly the attic side as well. And in order to take attic, you have to take control of the bedroom side as well. But if you're not taking that, it's really questionable that if you're going to be able to take this round, because I would prefer to go for personally as a defender, I would go for a small tower defense. But then again, going for a small tower defense is a bit difficult, because small tower is literally given away to the attackers, because once small tower goes in their hands, going for the vertical angles is really easy for the attackers. And as a defender, you simply have to greet the attackers and then go for the verticalities and then go for the possible execution. So this is where I love to see how the side of Gunners are playing it. For Crouch Potatoes, you'll have to be a bit more. Oh, wait a second, Mojo, you did not just do that. He is going to have control of the dining side without any contestants, but he needs to get the information as fast as possible. And if he can pull this off, Baba, it is going to be the easiest round of his life, of his competitive career.
Yeah, he can though. So close. Here comes the rest of the 2 players though. Violet is also there, and I believe they're making an effort to make a push in towards the kitchen side. But it's been heavily bombarded with mute jammers as well as the castle's armor panel. So some utilities will be used nonetheless. No contest being made from the kitchen side, but still, the way how Gunners have been playing this patiently, knowing that the entire windows have been opened up, they're opened up a lot of lines of sight for the attackers to deal with. And I believe they know exactly what they're trying to do. They want to gain second floor control. Artemis not looking too good. A cooked nade in which almost could have gotten the life of Artemis, but he will still stay alive nonetheless. And Dark Lord, he knows one of the players is playing in towards the hallway side. He needs to be careful. The way how Gunners have been so influential for these past 2 rounds, They're still playing this patiently. Cook nade once again. This time not hitting its mark, but it's hits on someone else though. And it's from Hercules. Good headshot. I wouldn't say a headshot, a shotgun shot from Artemis. Taking out Dark Lord and another one, which means that Crouch Potatoes are left with a lot of numbers dwindling down.
How did it happen?
Oh my goodness. They're just falling apart. And Artemis, long range attempt. But it will be Mojo who will get the kill nonetheless. He gets one more.
Okay.
Still has a chance to clutch a 1v2. You're going up against Guy with Audacity and Hussein. Although Hussein might have a bit of a problems with his UMP, not having any information might have a lot of problems, and this might be huge. No, it will be denied from Hussein nonetheless. That over peak though from the kitchen wasn't a good idea. Both of them. Just imagine if that timing was wrong. That would have given the win from Crouch Potatoes. 1v4. The Iana was at a 1v4. Mojo almost could have clutched it for Team Crouch Potatoes. But it's just the trade-outs, man. The timing. Gunners, they really need to be careful, especially when you make peaks like that. But I mean, all in all, it did work out well, right? 3-0, round number 4. They're looking very confident.
Protect your bombs from being defused by
Last I
attackers.
saw another clutch like this was from the Forest. I think you remember that on the very last map when the Forest went the 1v4 clutch possible. But then again, he knew exactly what was happening. So many people were picking the same Yana this time around, but then again, the Yana simply couldn't capitalize because of her ammo count. But then again, it was a very risky play from the Gunners. I do appreciate them that they were able to run away with it. But if it happened, Crouch Potatoes, they would have had a good amount of readings with the clutch. But I guess at the moment, Gunners are simply being very greedy because they understand that they are outgunning the opposition when it comes to the experience. Do you really want to gamble that every single time, my guy?
5 seconds to insert.
3-0's a lead. It's really very, very decent. But you need to hold this because if you jinx it, this is going to be may turn the tables around. And you know for a fact that Crouch Potatoes, they may not have the best game so far, but then again, they are here for a reason. They're here to make business. They're here to make a statement. So you simply cannot take these things for granted. For the time being, once again, I guess they will be taking it for granted because some attempts of swan peeking is going to be there. But no, this time they will be punished for it. There's going to be a clean hit on the head of Hercules. Jaegers will be taken out. And I think this is the time Gunners, I do understand they have the experience, but showing some respect to the opposition might have been a bit more, commendable. But hey, they're making the shots happen, so I cannot take it away from them. But without Hercules, I think they can still pull it off, but the attackers, this is the lead they needed for a very long time. And now, they will have to select a specific way. So far, there's one thing you have to agree with me, Baba, that is, every single time when Crouch Potatoes have been on the attacking side, they took too long to select the specific location where they're will start the attack from, whether it be from the big tower, whether it be from the breaching area or the closet area. They took too long to just decide that, and this is exactly where they fall. Other than that, their execution usually looks just perfect.
Yeah,
I
I mean, I have to agree on that, Cresto, but and that was such a close encounters. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, talk about Crouch Potatoes. They're taking way too much time on that attack, and that's giving Gunners the exact time that they require. Grenade! That's a great nade, though. Downing Artemis, and this might give them the confirmation on the win, but no! Gunners will retaliate back. Meanwhile, the grenade will take out Artemis. But in the end, in this entire aftermath, it just ends out on a 3v3 equalizer. And Gunners, they still have a chance to win round number 4 too. The way how Gunners have been taking out players one by one, and Crouch Potatoes, they are still stuck into a second floor armory. Hussein almost getting picked out from that window rappel, but he's still alive nonetheless. C4 tossed away, not being able to get a kill, but Smexy does though, taking out Cobra. He still needs to be careful on contesting those gunfights because they are mainly focused on time, and Crouch Potatoes, they are losing a lot. 40 seconds, Violet still into a trophy room, still hoping to find a kill or two. Here comes Dark Lord as well. The production is present, but for how long? Hussein will be able to pick out Dark Lord just like that, and it's just Violet who needs to figure out a way, but it's not gonna happen. Guy with Audacity arrives at the right time, head from that wide stairs, and it's just unrelenting from Team Gunners. 4 defensive rounds back to back, and the way how they're performing is just absolutely insane.
insane indeed. And now they're also finding the experience as I mentioned. But I really want to see the speed from the side of Couch Potatoes, because even until this one, they're showing they are being methodical, but the speed needs to be there, especially from the side of Vinci and Dark Lord specifically. Because when I actually just remembered that from the side of Couch Potatoes, they are the most experienced players because they have played so many tournaments in so many teams in the previous days, and them not having the speed here, this really breaks my heart. And at the same time, not able to take the manpower advantage for themselves, even after the spawn counter peaks. This is really, really heartbreaking because now, even after the instant advantages, they kind of reinforce it. This is simply gonna go in favor of the Gunners because they're allowing them to do so. 4 was on the scorecard. A possibility of 4-2 is really around the corner, but this is where a bottom line has to be drawn because Gunners, they're not showing any mercy to their opposition. They are being aggressive. They're being unforgiving, and some extent they're being greedy. There is something which are not supposed to be working out, but then it is working out. Yes, to some extent they are being punished. For example, the last one on the Jaeger was spawn peak, the counter peak actually, but still getting themselves back on the game, getting the lead for themselves. This is looking like this looks like a one-sided game, if I want to put it like that. Even though I do not want to say it, it is just what it is. But for now, I have a lot of, still this one, I do have a lot of hopes for the side of Couch Potatoes as they are going to be going for this push under the tunnel side. I believe there is going to be a smoke around the corner, but you know the side of Flores has been banned out, so it's not going to be available anymore. Mexicake is going for a wide peek onto this half-wall area, not the half-wall, rather the electric area. And I really love how the side of runners are reinforcing the elbow hold because the Flores has been banned, but regardless of that, they are putting the mute jammer so that no information is going to be gathered in. HSN is going for that Shaiko plays, along with Artemis going for that Freezer plays. So I do not see any roamers from the side of the defenders. I guess instead of going for the roams, they're going for this full-on the 5-man hold. Well, not necessarily a hold, rather than they're swarming on the location, and they're holding the crossfires as well. Smixing is going to take a significant amount of damage while being aggressive. He's going to have the flashbangs coming in, but he is going to live to tell the tale another day. That the attackers, the damage which have been dealt to the Valkyrie, they will have to reinforce, but no, the shot's going to miss from the side of Smexicake because the pre-fires, but he is not going to connect. He's going to have to wait to get the kills for himself.
Yes, Mexicake, he really needs to be careful on that particular angle though, because if the attacker gets a hold of Valkyrie, and if your shots are not pristine as a headshot, then things would not look too well. Oh no, Hussein! Oh man, that is devastating though for Gunners. Hussein was mainly the one who's been doing a lot of heavy lifting. 9 kills from this guy right here. And with him being eliminated at the early round, you could say that Couch Potatoes might have things under control. The main concern was to remove Smexicake out from the boilers, but turns out this was quite the opposite. And now, knowing that the main player is down for the count, they have to just push in. But look at the time, Couch Potatoes, they're losing so many time. Back again. 1 minute left. They haven't opened up any walls as of now. No control on freezers. Neither do they have control on basement laundry stairs. They are still in the big tower stairs hoping to find a push or two. Not a lot of presence being shown around from the bunkers. Yes, for now we do see them making that presence. Here comes Guy with the audacity. Instant control of boilers as he takes out Vinci. C4 attempt, not being able to find a kill or two. Some holes being made to see whether if he can get a player or two right from the freezer's side. The time, smoke gas canisters, is just working perfection for Team Gunners. And Couch Potatoes, they are yet to make a statement, they are yet to make a push, and somehow they are stopped by its tracks. Every single disabled utility has been present, and Smexicake, even with just 10 HP, he still deals a lot of major damage. Plants been going around while at worst, Smoke's gas canisters will force him to fall back in a 2v2 situation in an entire chaos. It's just Hercules, he needs to clutch it out. And with it, it's just Gunners who will win round number 5. How is this happening? And even more so, the Ibana had to go in for the push, because once you lose one of the players, once you don't have any covers to deal with, it's all game over for the attackers. And Couch Potatoes, they're taking so much time. They're taking way too much time. Even at a minute left, they still haven't figured out a way to open up blue bunkers. They still haven't got controls on boiler. And once, even if they do have control, Gunners always gets the best of them because time is running against them. Time is always running against Couch Potatoes, and they're using it to their advantage every single round. This should not happen.
this definitely should not happen, Baba, because the way the Valkyrie went for the aggressive play and he was forced to fall back, and for his own, he was greedy obviously, but the greed was escalated to the next level from the side of the Wamai, because he was full HP and he was like, okay, who shot my Valkyrie? I'm just gonna check it out, and he was punished for it. And even with the disadvantages, they are pulling these impossible rounds out, and it's just because the side of Couch Potatoes are taking so much time. Every single time once we see the plan going down, someone's gonna deny the plan, someone's gonna wait out, someone's gonna see the clock coming down to the wire. And I believe we have seen 2 rounds at least, including the previous one, where the clock hit 000, and this is not looking good by any means from the side of Couch Potatoes. 5-1 is the best possible score they can do, and to be very honest, it's not a good split by any means, but I think that is going to allow them to do some kind of breathing zones, but this, even that seems unlikely. And once again, from the side of Gunners, they will be being very greedy and they will punish for it. But is it really, does it really matter? I really do not know, because every single time we're seeing the side of Crouch Potatoes getting the opening pick. But despite of that, the side of Crouch Potatoes, they are not able to bring themselves back on the board. But I do hope that they're going to be able to bring some value out of this, because to be very honest, they have made so far in the tournament and they do deserve a shot in the playoffs. I believe that, but after the first map, it feels like the Gunners have simply reinforced their strategy, reinforced their guns, they reinforced their aims, and now they're simply on an adrenaline for Crouch Potatoes to handle. And to be very frank, this is heartbreaking to the side of Crouch Potatoes, because they have every single advantage. And still, they're taking so long just to select the direction when they're going to be pushing for. Not the execution I'm talking about, it's the direction, the initial ones. And just like that, the aggression is going to be punished from the side of... They're being aggressive on the side of the defenders. But then again, being able to run away with it, I cannot believe that, trust me.
Yeah, it's actually tough to believe about this situation, Cresta, because Crouch Potatoes, no matter how many times they take their time, at least you still have to give credit where credit is due, and that is picking out players one by one. They're very excellent in doing so, but let's just focus on the round, as we see a lot of gunfights being happening around from the kitchen's side, and it's Crouch Potatoes who have things under control. Dark Lord is here with the Finka, has been doing a lot of great damage, which means that Hercules is left to clutch a 1v4. It is a 5-0. Cobra has been tagged quite a lot from the dining room's side, but instead he won't be able to get the confirmation of the kill nonetheless. Hercules, knowing that this clutch might be huge for him, if he wins this, he'll be able to put himself on a flawless win 6-0, or else Crouch Potatoes might be able to end this first half on a 5-1 scoreline. Not a lot of information is being given around. Post plant is in. Only 40 seconds left. One of the information is being given around. He gets one. He gets a second. Vinci down and out with a headshot from Hercules' weapon. But the main problem has to be the control of the high ground control. It's exactly where Mojo is. He doesn't have any Candelas left. He could use the smoke grenades to block lines of sight. Hercules, he's still afraid that there is one ping on the top side, but time is what Crouch Potatoes won't be having any problems dealing with, and there you go, Mojo will get the kill nonetheless, ending off on the first half on a 5-1 scoreline. Although they did win this round, right? Although they did win round number 6, that does not mean that Crouch Potatoes are in a good spot. They're in a very bad spot. 1-5. 5 defenders back-to-back wins, and all Gunners needs to do is to win 2 of their attack rounds. They have all the time they need, they have all the chances, but if you give Crouch Potatoes a lot of chance in the second half, they can come back and they can put us back on map number 3.
Absolutely, there is a possibility for just that. But then again, the side of Gunners, they're showing so much, confidence, because when the Jaeger got that 2K back-to-back, I was like, okay, why do we have a lineup there? Why do we have the contestant there? The Jaeger was not supposed to get, 1 kill, okay, 2 kill, okay, that's a big question mark. And in quick succession, that was supposed to be impossible, and that's exactly how confident Gunners are feeling. And the confidence indication is going to be a bit more reinforced thanks to the presence of Amaru from the side of Smexy Cake. I guess they're simply going for the quick execution. They're not going for any strategies whatsoever, because other than the ace and possibly the Maverick being brought on the board, I do not see any kind of strategical plays. Rather, they're actually going for the fraggers here. They're even opting to go for a ass selection instead of a twitch. So they're relying on the guns, because they know that when it comes to the gunfights, they're simply outgunning them. It's not bad by any means, but the Crouch Potatoes, they will have to be so much careful here on out. because 2 more rounds off the board, their dream to be in the playoffs is gonna be done and dusted for this season of TEC Community Cup of Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft. This is really going down to the wire, but to be honest, it's actually going down to the wire for the side of Crouch Potatoes. Gunners, they have every single breathing zone they could have asked for. They're simply relying, they're simply sleeping on it. And now as the preparation phase comes to an end, the action phase comes in, we are seeing the players of Gunners are going for very quick execution. This is exactly what was missing from the side of Crouch Potatoes, because they took too much time while the opposition Gunners, they are not wasting any time whatsoever. Look at the execution, look at the drone works. They're simply going in for an armory drone, going in for the breaches. This is what speed is supposed to be. This is because as an attacker, you cannot afford to lose any seconds, because you never know if those crucial seconds are going to be benefiting you in the coming seconds, in the coming rounds, in the coming moments.
Knowing how Gunners desperately need an attack round win, the sooner they get the round win, the more confidence that they have on succeeding in the next future rounds. And I believe they're going to take this nice and slow. They have two of the players, two of the hard breachers from Gunners' end, opening up their respective walls. One from the attic's side, second from the second floor master bedroom. That can have a lot of lines of sight that they could deal with. All they need is just a simple frag or two and see whether if this execute works out well in their favor. And look how Gunner's progression is when it comes to their attack push. They've already succeeded in opening up both of the walls in a minute and 30 seconds, in a minute and 30 second mark, which means they could push in from the side. Now they're wasting a lot of utilities from the smoke gas canisters, which means it is on point. Now the only difference has to be the execution phase, because that's exactly where Crouch Potatoes are good at. Not a single C4 has been expended as of now. Not a single kill's been made from either of these both teams. And now making this double-angled way, might be able to see them make an impressive play that they could. But here comes Mojo. The denial is present. Artemis goes down. And with it, the gas canisters will be even much more detrimental for them to deal with. The second kill will come in too from Vince's hand. Looks like Team Gunners, they have a lot of problems on their attack phase. They still have a lot of problems pushing towards the side itself. And it kind of feels like they're having the same issue that Crouch Potato had when they were on attack. And what's even more worse is that they haven't cleared out the flankers just yet. Guy with Audacity. The rest of the two players are still in towards the attic side. They're maintaining pressure, but they're losing a lot of time. 30 seconds left. They still have the LMG Hussein. Dark Lord right from behind. He even gets the information, also the confirmation. And in just like that, we see the rest of the players on the side of Gunners just fall apart from Dark Lord. That flank was more than enough to give the win on round number 7, which means Crouch Potatoes, they will win their defensive rounds on round number 7, which will almost even the odds. But on round number 8, with Gunners still being the ones on the lead, all they've got to do is just win 2 rounds. But if they keep making the same mistake as Crouch Potatoes did on their attack, then things will not look too good in their hands.
Absolutely. The discipline on the side of Gunners were really respectable. But then again, when it came to their gunfire advantage, they simply couldn't keep themselves alive, because once the Maverick fell, followed up by the remainder, it simply felt like the Gunners didn't have the confidence. And this is exactly what Crouch Potatoes needs to reinforce on, either to just equalize it. Comeback is going to be around the corner if the equalization is going to be there, definitely. But the point I'm trying to make here is, from the side of Crouch Potatoes, they understand their crossfires, and if they can manage to burn the time, they will have the success. And Gunners, I think they also understand their weaknesses. So with both of these teams understanding their strengths and weaknesses, there might be a possibility that some kind of diversity is going to be seen. But I'm expecting the side of Crouch Potatoes to turn the tables around on the second half. Maybe this is exactly what they were waiting for. That, okay, guys, we know a lot of damage has been caused to our side on the attacking half, but we're going to be going for a comeback on the second half, or should I say the defensive half, because Oregon is not necessarily, I wouldn't say it's a defensive favored map, but rather I would say it's a balanced map, because there's opportunities for both sides. Yeah, there are hatches we need to take care of as a defender, but at the same time, there's a lot of angles you need to be worried about as an attacker as well, because the covers can be applicable, can be seen from both sides. And to be very honest, on the map of Oregon, you cannot be linear, which was a case in the previous game. You remember that, Baba, because I believe it was FARDIN's side. Oh wait, was it FARDIN's side? Oh no, actually that was not the case. It was, I think, Kashmir instead. That they were going for a very linear push onto the breach instead. So that's exactly where they faltered. But on the side of Gunners, they had a good map control, but they did not get rid of the defenders who were supposed to be taken care of inside the attic specifically. And this is exactly what is Shine. But now Shining is something the side of Crouch Potatoes have to focus on specifically. as they are holding this objective. But from the side of Gunners, they think good map control. But can they hold it? That's gonna be answered eventually.
Yeah, it's always that silence time that we have in the early rounds. And Gunners, if you take a comparison between Gunners' attack and Crouch Potatoes' attack, Crouch Potatoes, they always get picked out quite early in the round, especially in the first half. And although there were some certain moments where Crouch Potatoes were taking their time, they'd usually lose in most of their executes. And turns out on round number 7, Gunners also has the same experience. I mean, I wouldn't say experience, I would say the same encounters. And mainly because of that, it's going to put Gunners at a very tough spot because they just secured 5 defensive round wins in the first half. And Crouch Potatoes, since they're the ones on defense, they high likely have a chance to equalize this 5-5. And Gunners, if they cannot find a solution to their attack coordination, see whether what's the main reason why they couldn't get those important frag kills at the right moment, then things would not look too good from their hands. What's even more worse is that both of the players have all their 5 players still alive. In the first half, that wasn't the same thing. It was at least a man disadvantage or a 4v4 immediately, especially from the retreats that's been made from Gunners' end. So knowing all of that in hand, all Gunners needs to do is to utilize their time well by opening up lines of sight, opening up the hatches, and turns out they did lose a lot. Only 35 seconds left, and with Violet prepping all 3 smoke gas canisters in play, he could just block the entire lines of sight itself. The execute needs to happen. Some of the grenades not working out, but here comes the Candelas. They want to execute. But that smoke gas canisters will make a lot of problems from the attack side. It's just an aggressive push. Cobra finds one, and here comes Artemis. He might be able to find the second, but he does not. 4v3 and Crouch Potatoes, they're looking so strong, but for how long? It is actually looking stronger. Only 5 seconds left, and Vinci has got this under control. Round number 8. Still at the hands of Crouch Potatoes, and I've got to say from Gunners' end, was it really a good idea to all jump down from the hatch on meeting? I mean, all 5 of you guys? Like, all of them. Just jump down.
Every single
Even with the smoke gas canisters being in play, I can understand. You guys have already wasted your time. You have to go in for the push. And when all 5 of you guys have pushed in, the smoke gas canisters really did reduce a lot of health towards the Gunners' attack coordination, which did in fact ended up being at the win for Crouch Potatoes. 2 more wins on defense, and I could say the Crouch Potatoes could win it out. And if Gunners think that if they could win Kitchen and Dining Room on round number 9, if they lose this crucial round, if they lose round number 9, then Crouch Potatoes have high likely chances to put this match back on track.
Absolutely, they can, and we're looking forward to just that. But then again, from the side of Gunners, it kind of feels like the spirit of apologies for that. The spirit of Crouch Potatoes is actually taking over them, because every single time we've seen the side of Crouch Potatoes going for the attacking rounds, they were very slow. And this time around, it felt like Gunners were also being super slow, because once the hatch went down, and yes, as you mentioned, every single sword jumped for the hatch, and you do realize that I mentioned in the map of Oregon, you have to be a bit more, diverse. You have to have multiple controls of the lineups. But this time around, it was not the case. They just went for the same angle, and that's how they just faltered. This is still a lead for the side of Gunners, but can they take it in their favor? That is yet to be answered. But Crouch Potatoes, good runs for themselves for now, but they will be going for a defense onto the kitchen side and the dining side. Kitchen side and dining side, it is an objective I usually would prefer, because there's a less amount of angles you have to worry about as a defender, but at the same time, it comes with its own disadvantages, because once the attackers take control of the second floor, or should I say the small tower, there's not much you can do actually, because you just have to allow them. Okay, guys, you have to come in. You can go for possibly the vertical plays. So how do you counter that in general? You have to go for a hold onto the bathroom hallway, but there's nothing to be seen there. But then again, Vince is going to be using the C4 to use some open up some vertical angle, and he'll be able to tag up Smexy significantly, but not quite enough to get him off the board. And now Smexy is also trying to contest the angle, trying to find the K, but will not find anything for the time being. The utilities are going to be there from the side of the attackers as they're trying to get information, as they will find the confirmation that the tower hallway is pretty much cleared out, and that is going to allow them to take absolute control of the small tower area. The air jabs are gonna be okay. Impressive air jab onto the window so that it cannot be seen nor it cannot be flanked. So many utilities are gonna be used, and now the thermite. I believe he's gonna go for the second floor breach instead, so that he can open the wall. Instead, actually never mind. He's gonna go for the wall directly. So the covers are gonna be there. The vertical angle has been made by the kite himself. So once the plan goes down, this is gonna be a night for the defenders to go for a retake. But then again, as I mentioned, in order to make it a nightmare, they will have to go for the plan. And this is looking really unlikely because without clearing out the dining and possibly some players inside of the kitchen area, it's gonna be very impossible. Not to mention they only have 1 minute left on the clock.
1 minute and 15 seconds left for Team Gunners to see whether if they can get an opening or not.
Okay,
Good usage though from the breaching torches from Smexy Cake. I believe he might be able to get an angle towards the kitchen side, I'm guessing. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I believe it was right from the showers' end. They've got to make a push. They've lost a lot of time, and if they make the same thing that they did in the previous round, then things would not look too well at their hands. But the fight will happen nonetheless. And looks like Crouch Potatoes have things under control. 4-3, make that 3v3 as the grenade will stuck out from Hussein's Zan, taking out Violet. Another grenade from Smexy Cake. Will that connect? No, it does not. But a lot of damage being dealt around from the Showers' side. And here comes Wincy. He has the confirmation on the defuse. All he needs to do is just remove Hussein. But Cobra is still here. He gets to take out Smexy Cake. And it's a 1v2 that he needs to clutch. Hussein not looking too good, but he'll win that gunfight nonetheless. On a 1v1 situation where Cobra, all he needs to do is just deny the plant. And I believe that this will be a difficult task, and Hussein, not having any Cobra's whereabouts, will get picked out just like that. All Cobra did was just wait and wait for Hussein to arrive right at his crossfire, and he'll do exactly that. Crouch Potatoes will win yet another defensive round, 4-5. By losing first floor kitchen and dining room, this will be even more problematic for Gunners, because they just lost all 3 defensive rounds back to back, which means Crouch Potatoes, they're mounting a comeback. And in round number 10, this will be the deciding factor to determine whether if Crouch Potatoes can come back or not.
It's really looking likely that Crouch Potatoes is going to be able to make a comeback happen, because now the way they're playing and taking the map control, they're simply not taking any prisoners from the side of Gunners, because there's one more thing that Gunners did miss. They did not clear out the second floor. Yeah, you can go for the small tower, ladies and gentlemen, but regardless of that, you have to take some control. You have to take out the hatch player, because that hatch in general gives a very long line of sight. And at certain extent, you can also deny the plan if you lie down, and if you can, create some vertical holes with a shotgun in general. Even though Mute didn't have a shotgun back then, but he simply didn't need to, because Afinka knew exactly that he didn't have much choices. He had to go in, and that's exactly where the Mute shined. Crouch Potatoes, good progression has been made. Now Gunners, they're up against the wall here.
10 seconds remaining.
From the looks of it, Gunners, they're still focusing on the frags, but still, they will have to focus a lot on the strategies as well. The first map was their, it was a very, favorable one for them, but this time around, they did start in a very, fashionable manner, but now the fashion is gonna evaporate. The trend is not gonna be there anymore. It's gonna be outdated eventually if Gunners cannot take the run for themselves, as they are gonna be going for a not one saying they're gonna be going for an armory take, which makes absolute sense to me. But for how long can they hold on to this? This is also gonna be a hard question from my end. But as I mentioned from the side of previously, when they were attacking the same objective, Gunners did lose a lot of players when they were going for an attic take, and they simply cannot make the same mistakes happen once again.
At this point, you still gotta wonder whether if Gunners can succeed this attack round, because let's just say that they're doing the same mistakes as Crouch Potatoes are doing, which is, of course, wasting a lot of time. But all in all, you could say when it comes to making progression, they'd always focus on opening up the walls first, right? They did open up the attic walls, they even opened up second floor master bedroom. It's just that when they enter in towards the side, that's exactly where Team Gunners always have problem about the situation. And with the help of Twitch, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Actually, not Twitch. It was just the attack drones indicating exactly where the electric claw is. They still need to focus on the job, and that is opening up the walls. They shouldn't have much of problems for them to deal with those certain situations. The main thing that they do have to worry about is to find a way to get an opening pick or two, because Gunners, they haven't found an opening pick, neither did Crouch Potatoes. It kind of feels like they're playing this so safe that they've decided not to go for spawn peaks, not to go for any aggressive plays, and they're just waiting for the attackers to make their play, and turns out it's working out for Crouch Potatoes. They haven't made any risky plays. They're playing it so safe that Gunners are the one who is supposed to be making those risky decisions, and somehow they are losing in most of those situations. What's even more worse is that they keep losing time every single time where they try to make a play or not. Here comes the smoke gas canisters once again to block an entryway towards the trophy side. Son of Breach charges gets blocked out, and the second gas canisters will come in as well in a mere 40 seconds.
Exactly, and now the snowballs will be destroyed so that they cannot open up the attic wall, so that there is a lot of buildings of the attackers to go in, but eventually they will take absolute control, and now it's a 3v2 situation, and now the defenders, they do have the manpower advantage, but can they keep themselves alive? The Maverick's gonna take a significant amount of damage. Diffuser has been dropped, and now they will have to go for an execution very quickly, but now Dark Lord's gonna say no, he's gonna say no once again, and the equalization is gonna be there, ladies and gentlemen. The equalization and the comeback is real from the side of Crouch Potatoes. They're not giving up, they're not done yet, and they will make sure that they will try their best to push to the third map. And now Gunners, they had everything on their favor, but now the tables have turned. They will have to fight against their own will, and obviously this is feeling a lot overwhelming for them. This is gonna be a lot of frustration for them because simple mistakes they have committed, and the simple mistakes are actually punishing them severely. But then again, as I said, in the map of Oregon specifically, it's a bread and butter game. You cannot make two viable mistakes, two, straightforward mistakes, because those are going to predict your opposition. And 99% of the time, they're simply going to take advantage out of it. In the map of Chalet in general, you can make a mistake and you can get away with it because a lot of players may not understand, okay, what am I supposed to do here? But Oregon and Clubhouse, yeah, they're simply not in the same picture here.
Yep. Oregon Clubhouse is one of the most standard maps in the SA region. I mean, you could include it in the entire international stages, right? Oregon, Clubhouse, Villa. These three maps is actually a good way to understand the entire, map of the game. You could understand the way how, the map works. And Oregon is very easier for most of the players to understand, and it's also difficult to master. So it's always, you have that 50-50 chance. But seeing Crouch Potatoes, in which they had ended up their first half on a 1-5, suddenly we see them come back and equalize it 5-5. Now I've got to wonder what exactly happened from Gunners' end on attack. Is it because they took way too much time, or I'm pretty sure I've been saying a lot about time itself, but you've got to understand from Gunners' perspective, they're still stuck mainly because there are some certain players who they had to remove in the beginning to see whether if they can get an opening pick or two. Turns out they couldn't find anyone in the early rounds, which is in fact making more problems from Gunners' end because they're not making any aggressive peaks. They're just playing it passive, which means that Gunners, they have to do all of their work first as quick as possible. They still have fears of knowing that there might be one or two roamers who are lurking around maybe on first or second floor, and that fear is giving Gunners a lot of assurity problems. They're not even sure whether if it's good to focus on the side itself or just focus on the roamers. And although they have good amount of information from the side itself, executing from the side takes a lot of time for Gunners to even, to deal with in certain situations. So you could say that although Gunners are having the same problems as Crouch Potatoes did, both of them have a lot of problems on the attack phase. All in all.
Absolutely.
They don't have problems on defense. They have no problems on defense, not a single problem. But when it comes to attack, that's the main thing that both of these teams needs to work out on.
Exactly. Well, then again, when you're attacking, the clock is not favoring you, and there is a lot of uncertainty there. So there's exactly the factor where the attackers, I'm not going to say the team names in general because it is attackers who are struggling here. But then again, the exception needs to be made here. Gunners will be going for some plays under the Shaiko side, but will not find any success yet because the player is going to tuck inside of that area. But why do I feel like history is going to repeat itself? Do not go for the same drop again, Gunners, my guys. The Brain is gonna be caught into action by a magnet, and now the MLOC is gonna be spotted out as well. Now maybe just in case it is gonna be a full-on execution under the tunnel side, but the tunnel is not gonna be opened up. Now it will be opened up by the Gon6, and now Mojo is gonna be getting rid of HSN or Hussein in the process, and now going for the draw, going for the Candelas, but they will have to get the kills as well. It kind of feels like I'm having some deja vu's here, but there's gonna be one good for one, but not the second. Once again, Dark Lord is gonna be able to slap back. Vinci is gonna be taken out as well. It's a 3v2 situation, but now it's all up to the defenders once again. There's no way attackers are gonna be taking the lead here. They're simply falling like, you know, they're simply getting isolated every single time, and it kind of feels like there is a huge lacklustering happening here because Crouch Potatoes, they were down to the brink of defeat, and now they are sitting on match point. While Gunners simply lost 6 rounds in a row in the answer to Crouch Potatoes 5. Sorry, Gunners 5.
I still don't get it. I still don't get it why Gunners are doing the same thing.
It is looking really heartbreaking for the side of Gunners because they had a
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
yeah,
can.
so yeah, as I was trying to say, I still have no idea what Gunners were doing at that moment, especially when they did the same thing twice and they lost 2 times. Now I've got to wonder the amount of time that they took just to focus on removing those hatches. Why are they taking so much time? And when they successfully open up the hatch, why would they execute with not a single control on freezer,
Attackers have located a bomb.
not a
5 seconds
minute
left.
control on basement laundry stairs? It's just blue stairs,
Attackers are
blue
heading out to
bunker.
defuse a bomb.
I mean, one was on blue stairs, but blue bunker was entirely uncontested. The hatch was open. Most of them dropped from the hatch, and it ended up in the hands of Crouch Potatoes. And this is the 5th time I'm seeing Crouch Potatoes win all of their defense with Gunners wasting a lot of time on their hands. I still don't get it. I have no
Neither
idea.
do I, trust me. It kind of feels like their confidence just evaporated, if I want to put it like that. Because on the first map, they were being very confident. Hats off to them. On the second map, they were very confident. On adrenaline, as I mentioned, but after the roles have been swapped, it feels like that suddenly the players of Gunners, they have switched players. They have switched the entirety of the world. And it feels like a parallel universe now. Crouch Potatoes, well, on the brighter side of life, they are doing some good job here, so I will give some credits to their side, but these are points you simply cannot gamble on. These are points you simply cannot risk on. Gunners had everything in their favor, and now they're up against the wall, but now I hope they'll be able to bring something out of the hats. It's not Crouch Potatoes, it's Gunners we're talking about. And overtime is really possible from the side of Gunners, and I see them being a bit aggressive, taking the angle, taking the shots here, taking the positions here. It looks like it's still not going to be very beneficial as Vinci is going to be giving the Mexi kick very quickly. Once again, to the same C4, but then last time it was not a targeted C4, it was just open up the angle. Pinkabus is going to be able to bring Audacity back on his own foot. It's not going to be the same for Mexi kick though, because he is dead and he is in the grave. Artem is going to be going down. Things are going to be much more difficult for the attackers now, as slowly but surely all the defenders are just, attackers are falling one by one, allowing them to take the 1v1s. That is really not a bright decision. Hercules is going to be going for the peak, but he's getting the information first because he's getting scared now. The panic attack is going to be there. 1 minute left on the clock. The information is solved. The Valkyrie's location is known, but still, do you really want to go for the contestation, my guy? The plan needs to go down. There's so many things to be taken care of. Even the bathroom side is not been cleared out from the second floor. That is definitely a problem for the attackers, but then again, overtime is pretty much imminent at the moment. He's gonna be good, he's gonna be there, but it's not gonna be giving any kills for the attackers whatsoever. The Darkwood's gonna find one, there's gonna be one kill on the side of Mojo, but the Finka, he's gonna go for a potato, but he's gonna connect the shot. Eventually, it's gonna be a 1v3 situation. But there's no way the defenders, they're simply gonna take map number 2, ladies and gentlemen, as we move on to the third map, which is gonna be Border. Crouch Potatoes, they're not done yet. This map itself is gonna be pretty much identical to the previous match we had. Ladies and gentlemen, both of these teams, all of these teams here, they mean business, and now we need to settle it down on the third map, which is gonna be Border, as I mentioned.
7-5. 7-5. What just happened to Gunners? Like seriously, what just happened to Gunners? First half on defense ends up on a 5-1. What a great note. And then in the second half, we see Gunners. I have no idea what just happened. Second floor kids dorms, sure they did take a lot of time. The execution was okay-ish. But what was that execute on Basement Church? They did the same thing twice. Hatch drop, 3 players on hatch drop, smoke gas canisters, played well. We don't get to see a single early peak. The rest of most from round number 7 to 12 is just team gunners doing their normal jobs on opening up normal lines of sight and entryways, but it's just nothing. Then afterwards, when you see the execute, crouch potatoes, they're just waiting. And somehow they cannot find a way to remove 1 or 2 players out of the equation, because either they're making a huge frank, or maybe they're just heading onto the side. I have no idea. But Gunners, they lost 5, actually from 7 to 12 they just lost 6 rounds back to back on second half. 6 rounds in the second half. That is in itself,
Actually 7, if I'm not wrong.
I mean, 6 rounds in the, yeah, it's 6 rounds in the second half.
Actually 7
One round.
rounds. Oh, second
one
half, yeah, in the
round.
second half, exactly. But
One round in the first half where they ended up on a 5-1 scoreline. But yeah, so when it comes to a map like Oregon, this was a pure example on how defender-sided this map can be. Let's take a look at the highlights itself and talk about the entire match itself. Crouch Potatoes, my goodness, on a 1-5 disadvantage in the first half, not being able to make a successful play on attack. They've successfully managed to fling back by winning 6 rounds on defense back to back, not letting Gunners win a single round at all. It kind of, I wouldn't say the same problem from Gunners' end. I could say the same problem on Crouch Potatoes. Both of them had problems on their attack. They took so much time. Although there were some certain moments where Crouch Potatoes had problems opening up lines of sight, especially on second floor kids and even on attic. But Gunners, although they were quick on opening up walls and also lines of sight, they'd always end up on a 30-second mark in which they have to execute. But that's not the only round. They've done it 5 rounds back to back. Not a single early peak, not a single kill that we saw from both of the teams. It was just 30 seconds left. Everything is done. Let's just push. There is some, at least the utility usage from the attackers' end, the flashbangs to commit with that execute, but it's been blocked by a smoke gas canisters. So there's nothing much more I could say at this point. The only thing that I could say is that Crouch Potatoes, they succeeded on their second half, and because of this, we will be heading off to map number 3, which will be on border, and this will be able to determine who will be heading off towards the playoffs.
absolutely, that is the case. But then again, there is one thing I do want to mention. From the side of Crouch Potatoes, it was easier for us to understand what was going wrong. But from the side of Gunners, it felt a lot more confusing that they're not supposed. They also took their time, but to some extent they went too aggressive, and their aggression was the one which punished them. For example, let's take this the push from Artemis, going for the drop and doing the same thing twice back to back, as you mentioned, Baba. How do you expect it to be better? Because to be very honest, yeah, your opposition can be blinded by the lights, but he can still hear you, and he can obviously have the information. And even if he goes down, you have to make sure that you have your own cover, because you're targeting one specific player. And if you target one specific player, that is going to be a problem for you in general, because let's face it, there is a moment that if you're giving too much breathing zone for your opposition, this is going to be done and dusted for you in general. And this is exactly where the side of, I believe, Gunners fell short. I mean, good attempt though, but Crouch Potato, I must give kudos to them, because they predicted their opposition like an open book in the second half, and this is exactly where they actually made a reinforcement that even impossible plays can be doable. Even the people who, even if you're down onto the ground, you can make impossible plays happen. Because even I personally thought that Gunners, they have pretty much locked it out. We're not going to be seeing a third map, but this is exactly where they proved me wrong, as they took it to the third map. Border is gonna be heated up. I'm pretty sure about that. So regardless of that, we're gonna be
Yeah,
So
yeah,
regardless
I do
of
have to
that,
apologize for that. Yeah, yeah, turns out I actually muted my mic on that. Apologies for that. But yeah, talk about map number 3 as I try to answer your question, Cresto. I can say that the ones who is on defense in the second half will be the one who be able to win it out, because that's the entire theme on what exactly happening on map number 1, map number 2, right? I mean, map number 1, sure, we saw Gunners win it out on attack as well on the second half. Who knows, maybe we could see Gunners fling back on map number 3 itself. But for now, folks, we'll be taking a short break and we'll be right back with the third map border. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with map number 3 of the Esports Club Community Cup Series, Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming, and our broadcast partner Loco. And we are here to determine who will have the spot into the group stages, or should I say towards the playoffs. Will it be Team Crouch Potatoes or will it be Team Gunners? Crouch Potatoes made an impressive play on the second half itself, winning Map Oregon on a 7-5 scoreline, and they have just unlocked the decider map, which will be on border. This map will determine whether if Team Gunners can have a spot or will it be Team Crouch Potato who will make their play. And Cresto, I've got to ask you this question, man. Talk about map number two's performance where it was full on defender favored map. Do you think that it would be the same on map number three, or do we get to see some differences coming in from their ends?
To be very honest, I expect something similar this time around because now way the attackers and defenders, both of the teams are playing, it feels like they feel a lot more comfortable when it comes to their defensive plays. And to be very fair, it's because of their opposition speed. Because whenever their opposition is on their attacking side, somehow a legendary speed or maybe a ghostly speed, it's like every single time, even in the map of Chalet, the presence was there, but on the map of Oregon, it was simply on an adrenaline. I do not know if the adrenaline is going to be boosted up here because we do see a lot of Finca plays here, but despite of having the Finca, the aggression and I'm not going to say aggression, rather the quick decision making was completely lackluster. It was completely absent. So keeping that in consideration, maybe it will happen, but then again, as I said, it's a huge risk to be the devil's advocate here. At least I wouldn't be doing that, but it's pretty much guaranteed that this will be the last map of the day because so far these teams are here to make business. Then they're here to make their slot in the playoffs of TEC Community Cup Season 3 of supported by Ubisoft. So there's a lot of factors you'll have to take in consideration. And I believe that it is going to be a defensive favored map most likely, unless the attackers pull something out of that. Because in the previous map, only one attacking round was won by the side of, I believe, Couch Potatoes. Yeah, it was by Couch Potatoes because when it came to the attacking rounds from the side of Gunners, they couldn't take any value out of it. And we can say it was pretty much a flawless half for the side of Couch Potatoes when it came to the defensive rounds. So the confidence is there, but then again, if they were able to make any decisions within the past 5 to 10 minutes when the break was going on, this is going to be showing the results in the match itself.
Yeah, and talk about the stats that we've got from Camper as well. I mean, Camper, thank you so much for the stats that you've given to me. Talk about the stats that we have on this matchup on map number 1 and 2. Guy with Audacity, 14 kills, good amount of trades. He also had a cost percentage of 63%, which means that his KD ratio, kill, his trade efficiency was looking very good from his end. And the same thing can be said to Hussein too, because he also had 81% cost. Headshot percentage, on the other hand, Guy with Audacity is currently the one who is looking good when it comes to getting those great headshots, both on defense as well as on attack. 73% from this man right here, especially on the second half. And talk about the side of Team Crouch Potatoes, we have Vinci, who also has the same percentage too. Almost, I could say, it's 72% from this man right here. But all in all, the way how we see from the stats itself clearly shows that the side on Team Gunners has so much potential on defense itself. I could say the same thing towards Crouch Potatoes too. It always comes down to those who excels well. Maybe winning 1 or 2 attack rounds might be able to determine who will be able to proceed into the next phase. But if we take a look at the clutch situations, I believe Hussein is the one who made a lot of clutches in map number 2, Oregon. He made 2 clutches, an important one of that too, which is heavily necessary for him to do so. But all in all, when it comes to clutch situations, not a lot you could expect from Crouch Potatoes, because most of the executes that you've seen from Gunners on a map like Oregon were just usually the execute which failed all 4 rounds. So not a lot of clutch situations you saw from Crouch Potatoes. It was just the executions that Gunners made on attack wasn't working out too much. But enough about that. We are not wasting any time at all because map number 3 is a go. The decider map will be on map border. Crouch Potatoes will be on attack. Gunners will be on defense too. So you could say that on a map like border, there is a high likely chance that an attacker could win most of their rounds. But it always depends on the way how the players perceive and talk about this ban phase itself. This might give them the change that they need to be.
Absolutely, but then again, as you mentioned about the attacking side and the defensive side, there's one key factor that both of the teams will have to keep in mind. That is map control, because every single time the attackers take too long just to take map control, taking a decision that okay, where we're going to be pushing from, where is the decision coming from, and if they're not making up their mind, this is going to be detrimental for them, and this is where things are going to have the bottom lines, because this is the last map. Whoever wins it is going to be able to take a spot for themselves in the playoffs of TEC Season 3 supported by Ubisoft. So the Community Cup, actually, I forgot to mention that as well. So the ban's also going to be a huge factor here. We're going to be seeing a Tachi ban, which makes a lot of sense. An OSA ban, there's a big question mark. Well, then again, it makes absolute sense, because in the map of Border, if there's a lot of doorways, for example, on the archive area, you can simply place a door shield on the doorway, and then you can hold onto the AC window, and you can go for the plant, and at the same time, you can hold onto the sandwich window and whatnot. Pretty much every single objective in this map has at least one exterior windows, even though they're not very detrimental, but this actually opens up a lot of opportunities for characters like Osa and so on. And so that being in the equation, Mira makes a lot of sense as well, because Mira sees a lot of play in this map, followed up by the Cade in order to defend the Mira. Well, it's not necessarily that Amira has to be present, but the Electro Claw is going to be a huge factor when it comes to defending the hatches. So the Cade's going to be taken now. So as we move on to the first round of the game, as Armory is going to be selected by the defenders, which is going to be the side of Gunners. Once again, my question remains, Baba, that is, if the defenders are going to have any upper hand compared to the attacking side, or is it going to be the attackers who learn from their mistakes as they will take their revengeance for the previous two maps?
Revenge
Attackers
might be a
need to
cause
locate
for
and
Gunners,
defuse bombs.
because losing at a 1-5 major advantage on a first half really does sting. It really does. And seeing Crouch Potatoes ends up denying OT, winning on a 7-5 scoreline on a map like Oregon, clearly states that Crouch Potatoes might have got this in the bag. I could say it. But now, since Gunners realize what their mistake was, hopefully on a map like Border, might see them come back. You could say it's almost even for both the attackers as well as the defenders. It always depends on how they would perceive in this round itself.
5
So
seconds to insertion.
all the utilities have been placed, all the utilities from the defensive side are prepped and ready to go. All they've got to do is just wait for the attackers to make their play and see whether if they could find a weakness or two that they could exploit and remove one at a time.
Keeper deployed.
Maybe going for those 1v1s is not going to be a bad decision. Okay, never mind. Okay, never mind. Now I see it. Actually, I thought he's gonna be opting to go for a half wall setup, but never mind. It's actually not going to be. He says he's going for the pixel. But as you mentioned, these moments, these are supposed to be understood by the both sides actually, because the utilities needs to be utilized, and at the same time they need to understand that okay, where are we supposed to go next? The defenders, they are doing just fine. I'm not talking about the teams like nor Crouch Potatoes or Gunner. When it comes to the clock, they're just simply burning the time here, and they know that they can make it happen. But as an attacker, there's a lot of factors, and I believe they will be focusing on just that. I believe they're focusing a lot on the I believe a CCTV side that is a bit more commendable usually from any attacking team when it comes to the attack onto the armory side of the Border. But I do not see any presence on the AC window either. So where are the attackers? I see a couple of bars in the basement on the first floor. So I believe they're going for the vertical plays as well, even though there are no shields. But I guess it was the case as Mojo is going to be taking Spexy Kick off the board with a grenade. A nice throw coming in as the Mozi is not going to be available anymore. And now Eastern Stair control is going to be established by the defenders, but this will also be a primary target for the attackers, as they are going to be slowly but surely be taking some control onto the CCTV side, and maybe, just maybe, they're going to be going for the breach as well. But there's a lot of factors to be worried about, Baba, and maybe they'll be focusing on the side of the 90 as well, because I do not see any contentions on the balcony.
Yeah, I believe that was a cooked nade right from below where Mozi got picked out, but this early peak though, this early pick that Crouch Potatoes have done at least ensures that one of the roamers have been taken care of. But I still have one more, and I believe Guy with Audacity is currently the one who is roaming around. Maybe, who knows? But currently, I'm guessing that he's almost at the hallways side. Meanwhile, we see Vinci get one Hussein. Man, what a shot though! Unfortunately, he gets picked out from Mojo right from the stairs itself. In a 4v2 situation with Crouch Potatoes gaining the control on the side, it will be post-plant nonetheless. But Guy with Audacity might be able to do something about this aggressive push. He might be able to find one. No, he does not. An entire clean out from Cobra and Violet. And we see Crouch Potatoes win their first round on attack.
Finally, the attackers are gonna have some breathing zones, and it kind of makes me happy that finally the defenders are having a hard time. Even though, as you mentioned, this map itself can go in favor of the attackers because of the map positionings. Because in general, in any attacking defense of this map, you need to take control of armory, or whether if not armory, you have to take control of the CCTV side. And if you get the crucial controls of those specific locations, it's usually easy for you to maneuver and dictate the entirety of the game on the round in general. So finally, we do see the side of Crouch Potato taking that into their advantage and taking the round for themselves. Even though a lot of blood has been shed, getting these rounds for themselves, having the momentum, it's really commendable. But Gunners, they will have to create some of their own opportunities as well. They had a very good lead. They were a very monstrous team on the very first half. For the first map, actually. On the second map, it was no exception. But once the halftime came in, it was the absolute other story. On the other side of the spectrum, I mean, it feels like two different galaxies, or if not, two different multiverses. So I believe it's gonna remain like that for the time being, because Crouch Potatoes, now they're understanding, even if they're taking the time this time, they're still executing it in a very precise manner. This is exactly what we wanted to see from the side of Crouch Potatoes. Problem is if they can hold on to this, because inconsistency is a huge factor from both of these teams. I'm not saying that they're bad by any means, but when it comes to praising them, you have to mention that as well. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna agree on that with me as well, Baba, because we have witnessed it. The clutches happened. The moments where a comeback was not possible, even those happened. And now it's really hard for us to even say that, okay, this team is gonna have an advantage. This team is gonna be able to lock it up on this map. Because instantly, the Castus curse just comes in, and instantly it becomes a comeback. Maybe it's just us, or maybe it's the players, but in the end, it all comes down to the compositions. Don't you agree on that?
You know, Castus curse is actually a thing, especially when we talk about an X team is going to win against an X team. It always ends up being the opposite. I mean, I've talked about it even on the first map itself, but the things how I've seen, the things how changes makes all by itself, thinking that one thing would happen and it would end up being the exact opposite is just mind-boggling from my end. And that's the main reason why we keep saying that a Castus curse is actually a thing. It's just a superstition, but for now. But if you focus at the round as we speak, there's a lot of gunfights being happening around from the hallways side. There's some presence being shown around from the archives window as well as the entrances side. All they've got to do is have control on Fountain and Artemis. Oh, beautiful shot though. Be able to take out Mojo. But knowing that they have to take care of the rest of the 4 players might be a huge contestant for them to be making. But sorry about that. Ooh, okay. I talk about the round itself. Artemis, my goodness, he did make an excellent shot though. And towards the archive side is where most of the gunfights are happening in towards, and you see Violet taking out Hussein, which means that in the side of Gunners there's only 2 players left. Make that 1 as Cobra gets 1 more. And knowing that Crouch Potatoes had things under control, they shouldn't have any problems in dealing with the last player as well. And in round number 2, this round can also go at the hands of Crouch Potatoes without having any issues at all. Again, and also I do have to apologize that I had to cough in the middle of it.
It happens to the best of us. In the end, coughing is something we need to, something might get caught in our throat and so on. So I'm not going to be doing you, my guy. You can take your time. But what else should take their time is basically the side of Gunners, because they're just losing these crucial rounds, and it is creating a huge question mark on my head. Trust me when I say that. I wish I could have pictured that in an anime or something. It would have been funny to say the least, but it's actually not an exception. I'm having exclamation marks. I'm having question marks on my head, because yeah, I must compliment the side of Crouch Potato for being so aggressive, being so precise. Actually, no, aggression is not the accurate word here. rather it's the precision they're focusing on, the communication they're focusing on. That looks very respectable. But on the other side of the spectrum, I simply cannot agree to that, because being on defense, you are supposed to have the reflex, and the reflex game is not coming. They will be able to change the objective this time around, though, but can you still make it happen? Because
10
after
seconds
the
left before
second
insertion.
map, Gunners, they feel like I understand they are feeling tired because it is the third map of the day. They were overwhelmed on the very first map that okay, we won the map in a very fashionable manner. On the second map, we were supposed to win, but now we're demotivated. And now I think the demotivation factor is still available. And I can relate it personally, because in a competitive game, you have to make sure that your team is gonna be having the exact same thoughts. The mindset matters a lot. It's not necessarily the aim every single time. The luck factor is gonna be there. Your communication is gonna be there. Even your mood is gonna dictate how you're playing the game. And it seems like Gunners they're really not having the best of it, but still they will have to pick themselves up. If they are really having a time, do not, ladies and gentlemen. Every team they are offered with pause timers, but I think the pause timer is simply gonna be destroying their own momentum at the moment, whatever they have that is. So going for that, it's still gonna be a judgmental decision. So the defenders, they're trying to focus on a southern hold. Are they gonna find any success? What do you think, Bawa?
I'm pretty sure that Crouch Potatoes are always one step ahead when it comes to information gained. And I believe this time it's not the same. This Mexicig somehow figures out a way to take out Vinci, though. It's actually an important frag out at that as well. Taking out the Zofia might look good from their hands, but an instant refrag would come in at the hands of Cobra. The same thing can be said to Mojo too. Removing two players out from the second floor gives them much more control on that particular place, which means that there is still one more. You still have Guy with Audacity. He's thinking of going in for a flank, see whether if he could
Attackers have dropped the bomb.
find an opening or two. But I believe he'll just wait it out because the site is downstairs. The site is on first floor tellers. He should be making some risky decisions, because once if he does, and if he loses those important gunfights, then you could say that Crouch Potato might have things under control. The only thing that they have to do right now is just waste a lot of time. A minute left for Crouch Potatoes to be making their play, and Gunners are doing an excellent job on holding their ground. But Guy with Audacity, though, from his other end, might be able to do something about this in the situation. A lot of times being wasted around, but still, there is still hopes and dreams for Gunners to successfully defend this side, and that beautiful shot from Guy with Audacity will confirm their suspicions. But Violet is already in the side. He's already going in for the plant, but it's been denied from Hercules. Sprints around to safety towards the ventilation room. He gets one, and the last kill will be at the hands of Audacity once again. The flank, it worked out well in their hands. All Audacity had to do was just wait for the perfect moment, and when the time is right, they'll be able to get those kills one by one. I believe he had the information from the Black Ice cam, so technically he had information on the player's whereabouts. He just had to wait it out, see whether if they are mainly focused on one particular thing. And once they did, that flank was so good. All Guy with Audacity had to do was just be in towards the archive side, find a player or two, get the confirmation on the kill, and eventually end up being in the hands of Gunners. So, job well done for them. They'll be able to succeed holding out the site on first floor ventilation and workshop. And now, on round number 4, we have to see whether if that works out
Attackers need to
well
locate
from
and
Crouch
defuse
Potatoes'
as
end.
many bombs as they can.
You could say that from the side of Team Crouch Potatoes, they almost had that, right? They almost had those two kills in which they did take out both Mexicake and Hercules. The only difference was that the flank was the main reason why Crouch Potatoes lost in the first place. They didn't had any information. It would have been best if they at least placed a claymore on towards the fountain side, or maybe an attack drone to give them vital information. But when it comes to a heat of the moment, where we could say that yes, this could have done that, this would have done this, it always comes down to when you're in the zone. So you could say that from the side of Team Crouch Potatoes, they had the necessity, knowing that, you know what, we've already removed two of the flank players on the side of Team Gunners. I'm pretty sure that they won't bring yet another one, and that assurance of knowing that they wouldn't bring more flank players did eventually ended up having one more. And because of that, they not only got the control on the second floor, they even got to remove the player who was, planting the defuse in towards the ventilation room itself. So very unfortunate that Crouch Predators had to be in the situation like that, but at least it will give Gunners the win that they require on a site like ventilation room. But although on round number 4, knowing that Crouch Potatoes have made a mistake, I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't make the same mistake twice. But as I'd like to say it though, with that first early frag which has been made from Hussein's end, he'll be able to take out the important operator of them all, and that is the Heart Breacher Thermite. Knowing that Thermite has been gone, it's even difficult to see whether if Crouch Potatoes can at least open up a wall or two, because they don't have any hard breach capabilities, which means that they have to brute force their way in, and that is towards the Archives' side. And what's even more worse is that they haven't got a single kill or two. What was that, Smexy Cake? Wall bang at that too to take out Dark Lord. There goes your Finca, there goes Cobra. The entire place on server room has been locked and loaded. Not a single person can have access to it, but he'll get shut down nonetheless from Vince's hand. Walls will be opened up from the side, but they've lost a lot of bodies here. 2v4, and with the Sophia still being alive, with both of them on full HP, they don't have a lot of time at that too. 45 seconds. They still need to make a play, and that play will be diminished sooner than later from Artemis' shot. They got Vinci. Now it's just Mojo. It's just difficult to predict on what to happen, but in the end, we know exactly what's going to happen. It's Hercules. We'll get the final frag, and with it, we will see Gunners fling back by winning round number 4, equalizing it 2-2. Alright, round number 5.
Attackers need to locate
2 round wins at the hands of Crouch Potatoes, 2 round wins from the side of Team Gunners. Both of them has made an exceptional job on adapting the situations on the second half itself, winning both ventilation and armory lockers. And now they are here to determine who will put themselves back on the lead. And I'm pretty sure in the first half that this could end up on a 3-3 equalizer. And I'm pretty sure that might be the chance that it can happen. But what's more interesting is that we see Crouch Potatoes, especially Violet, who will bring in a 6, I wouldn't say a 6 pick, it's just a re-pick from the Hibana towards the Fuse. And it's an interesting one, because having a Fuse with a cluster charges can, like we said, on map number 2, it can actually help in removing most of the important utilities. So although it does work out in their hands, and since you can combo it with the Finca, the Adrenal Surges, which in fact you have 2 of the LMGs which are so powerful. I just realized they have 3 LMGs. Vinci, Violet and Dark Lord, all 3 of the players on the side of Team Crouch Potatoes have their LMGs. So you could say that for Gunners, they really got to be careful with high weaponry. But I believe that it shouldn't be much of a problem for them, since they just need to time their utilities right. Knowing how Gunners came back in those 2 rounds, early picks from Hussein, the shots from Alibi, which was so powerful. Now we see a lot of changes being made from the operator's picks itself. Hussein will bring in the Malusi this time, and with Artemis bringing in the Frost. Those Frost Mac traps will be huge if timed right. And this will give them the chance that they require to win most of their rounds and see whether if they could end the first half on a 4-2. That's exactly what Gunners are trying to do. That's exactly what Crouch Potatoes want to do. But you have to admit that this is not Oregon. This is border. Talk about that first frag itself. Cobra with the first frag, taking out Smexy Cake, give them the opportunity that they need. There goes the Thorn, but you still need to be worried about the rest of the traps which is being laid around from the defensive end. You have a lot of trap operators being present though, but they're losing a lot of bodies. Not quite sure exactly what happened though from Viles' end, but he will get the kill. I believe that was from the cluster charges that he got the kill off from. But this is concerning from Gunners' end. Cluster charges once again being used from the side itself, not being able to find a kill or two, while Mojo decides to do the same thing right from the Windows side. Seeing if he can get a kill or two, but it will be Dark Lord. 5-2, not a single player on the side of Crouch Potatoes have been removed out. Then the grenade would have almost got the life of Hussein, but he's still alive nonetheless. But for how long? Look at the control that they've made. That's one, that's two. Hussein is just holding all by himself. In this 1v3 situation, all he's got to do is just waste a lot of time. 30 seconds. He needs to hold his ground, but that concussion will give away his information. That would be more than enough for the attackers to see whether if they could go for the frag or just go for the plant. All by himself, Hussein is just stuck in a very hard place, and he'll get picked out from Violet nonetheless. Team Crouch Potatoes won't have any problems dealing with this round at all. Round number 5 will be theirs, which means that Team Crouch Potatoes will be in the lead 3-2. And in round number 6, Crouch Potatoes can put themselves on a 4-2, unless and until we might see Hussein make his fair share of plays on round number 6.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
So from the current looks of it, I did miss some, but then again, at the 6th round of the game. But then again, from the current stand-up, they were able to get some life in their bodies and in their players. So the ability that they're going to be able to equal to Crouch Potatoes. They're also going to try to make sure that they are going to be having the lead because they had such a hard time on the first map. They had such a hard time on the map, and now they have the lead for themselves, and they're really not going to be giving it away that easy and that soon. So keeping those in the equation, it all comes down to Gunners. That after such a long time, getting those momentum back online, how much value can you bring out of it? It's also gonna be a bit more, big question mark from my side because, to be fair, those were some heavy damages. No matter how much you try to ignore it, those were some rounds that were gifted to you, but then again, you simply couldn't take it. And if that is in the equation, how do you go for these comebacks? Because your opposition simply has a lot of motivation for it. What don't you think, Baba?
What would I think about this? I could say that Crouch Potatoes, although they've had a shaky start in the first map, they are somehow recovering back on border itself. And bringing a composition like a triple LMGs is an interesting one to be looking at, But talk about this entire round itself, you could say it's going well in the favor for Team Crouch Potatoes, but Gunners, they still have some certain tricks up their sleeve. You saw Hussein, who is still on point with his shots. You even have a Smexy Cake, who almost got picked out quite early in the round, but he still does his fair share of efforts to see whether if he can get an opening pick or not. But with him being gone, though, things are not looking too much, though. Great C4, though. Good C4 from Artemis as he gets to take out Cobra. It's just a usual trade though, but a second C4 might claim the life of yet another attackers, and especially with the help of the information being gained from the Valkyrie, things might look too good. But here comes the cluster charges from the Fuse, not being able to find one. But all in all, in a minute left, Crouch Potatoes, they are making so much progress, and that progression is going to give them the kill. 4v3, and Hussein, he needs to do something about this.
Absolutely. Now, in this 4v situation, there needs to be somebody who needs to go above and then say hi to the Fuse first. Otherwise, this is going to be a huge problem for them because the Fuse is not going to be stopping going for the clusters. He does have one in his pocket, so obviously that is going to be targeting for the just to go for a kill. But then again, it's not actually the fuse charger which is going to be looking for the kills. It's also going to be Dark Lord and Mojo's assault rifles. It's a 4v1 situation for the side of Artemis. Artemis is going to be good for one. Can he find the remainders? The grenade's going to be good as well, but there's no way because the vertical angles has been covered up by the attackers. Just like that. Gonna be seeing. Wait a second. Why do we have GGs in the chat? I do not think it's.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
not.
we thought
It's,
it was-
it's just the end of the first half. Yeah, apologies been given from Dark Lord's end. Again, apologies. I just said Dark Side. No, it's Dark Lord.
I guess it's.
Dark Lord.
I
Yeah.
guess it's just. I guess it's just an exhilaration. Adrenaline surge there. Adrenaline rush there. They've been playing the game for such a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, he's feeling like it's a ranked game, and as I mentioned,
Yeah,
the players are gonna agree to
maybe,
that. So will the admins. So yeah, usually ranked games, and compared to the other competitive shooters like the ones out, let's not mention names. They have one thing in common with their ranked pools. For example, you need to win the exact same amount of rounds as you play in your competitive ranks, or let's say the ranked games. You mentioned CS:GO or Valorant or anything, but in Siege in general, you need to win 7 rounds, not in consecutive order, but you need to win 7 rounds. If it's a 6-6, so that's gonna be there. So let's leave it to that. We're gonna be heading into the second half of the game, which is gonna be a 4-2 split here, ladies and gentlemen. So the problem here is, for now, the attackers, they were able to take some advantages. That is on the brighter side of life. But now, as the side of Cross Potatoes are gonna be on the second half, they have a decent lead. Can they hold this for themselves? Because Gunners, they have everything against their walls and they have everything to gain here. That is a problematic situation, but Cross Potatoes, I'm expecting a lot from them because they had a Cinderella story here. And obviously they're looking for the princesses here. They're looking for the, ice shoe here, to be more precise here. Regardless of that, the attackers, what is gonna be in their minds now? Are they gonna do the same mistakes? Because I must give kudos to the side of Crushed Potatoes, because they, even in this map, they took their time, but this time they acted quick. Taking your time, getting your teams together, that's a good decision. But not acting at all, that's a mistake. And this is exactly what they fixed here. But Gunners, they did the same thing on the second. Are they gonna do the same thing in this map? I know I'm being a bit repetitive, but this is exactly what was happening every single time in the previous 2 maps. And to be fair, it was a bit frustrating even for us to understand what was happening back. But regardless of that, there is going to be some presence on the eastern stairwell, and I believe that was whoever that was, he will be able to fall just in time. So there is nobody to be seen here. Now the attackers can simply proceed to take control of the location, and looks like it is gonna be a breach onto the side of the office wall. Most likely it will be, but other than that, maybe they're actually trying to flush out the information as well. There is a player right on the corner, so the breach is not going to be coming in yet. Instead, it is going to be the terror devices, which will do most of the damages. 90 controls also going to be established by the Finka. So some good progression has been made by the attackers, but can they hold it? Because, oh my god, that C4 is also going to be destroyed in the process as well. So a lot of C4s have been destroyed in the air today. C4s also have feelings. But for now, there's another C4, which will, I believe it was a C4 indeed. So half HP is going to be taken out by the side of Audacity. Now the aggression is going to be different side the attackers, as the defenders will slowly but surely fall back to the objective for their own defenses.
Yeah, talk about the first frag, though. It will be Hussein and Guy with Audacity. Turns out Team Gunners have control on second floor offices. They want to continue the pressure that's been making around from that particular place. But Violet Versace playing as patient as possible in towards the fountain side, and Mojo still holding on from the side. It's difficult to predict whether if he could succeed this gunfight or not. In a 2v4 situation, Cross Potatoes, they're losing their ground, they're losing their momentum. But is there still a chance? Because Violet, his position is still unknown. He could be able to find a kill or two, but Hussein finds it. He takes out Mojo instead. On a 1v4 situation, if the players doesn't know about this whereabouts, this will be huge. Here's one kill. Is there a second? No, it does not. Hercules will deny this nonetheless and gives Gunners the round win on attack. Round number 7 will be theirs. And I have to say this, Cresto. What exactly happened on second half on map Oregon? We might expect the same thing happen on map Border too, because it's map number 3. The attackers on a map like Border, it's always attacker favored, right? And the only attack rounds that they have higher chance of success has to be on either on second floor or maybe on first floor ventilation. But anything other than 2 of the sites, First floor tellers might have a chance for the defenders to win, but all in all, it always depends on
Defenders,
how
protect
you
your bombs
push
from being
through.
defused by
And
attackers.
gunners, instead of pushing from Archives door, instead of pushing from the walls in towards second floor armory, they decided to go very aggressive and get control on offices and fountain instead. All four of them were in one place, and they have successfully managed to remove all 5 players from that particular spot. So you could say that gunners are particularly focused on one push instead of a split push. So cross potatoes, they could use it to their advantage. See whether if they can get a flank or two, so that they could find a surprise pick
5
and
seconds.
see whether if they can hold their ground or not. And this can be done if they have some info-related operators like Mojo has. And since Mojo will have eyes and ears of most of those places, if he see all 5 players in one spot, he can just immediately indicate the defender saying that yes, one of the roamers, they have to go in for the flank because this kills will be huge. And on round number 8, I hope we might be able to see them do the thing.
This might be the case, but then again, it's gonna depend on their communication as well. But from the current standpoint, it looks like both of the teams are having a really hard time going for the communication, and it makes absolute sense because playing a BO3 is really not child's play because it creates a lot of frustration, it creates a lot of tension. And from the current standpoint, the defenders, they understand that attackers have slowly but surely picked up their pace, and now they're just using the trap operators. But regardless of that, Darklos are getting rid of Zofia very quickly with a C4. I believe the execution happened in the side of CCTV, so those, as you mentioned, those Valkyrie cameras are really coming in handy. So the information has been there along with the frags, and this needs to keep up for the side of the defenders as well, so that they can keep the lead for themselves, because this is the last map and they have pretty much a very good reading zone to work with. Air jabs are gonna be in place, so that is gonna be solidifying the confirmation. Oh my god, they did not see that coming. Cobra went for the swing, not into the swing, but he just stood up with the half wall. He's gonna be getting rid of the Nomad. Even the Nomad did place 2 of those air jabs, but not anymore. Now getting rid of Neo Mute is gonna be a very difficult task here because there's a lot of crossfires to be dealt with. There's the Bandit, there is the Mute, and there's a lot more happening in the side of the armory. I'm pretty sure about that. So a lot of time has been burned from the attacking side, and this is exactly the task for the defensive side. They do not, some of them may understand that they may not even make their way to the objective, but they would just want to solidify the round for themselves because they do not want to give the round. But nice shot coming from the side of Audacity as well onto Mojo. He did not expect that coming from him on the custom side. But with 1 minute left on the clock, the hatch is not yet to be opened. I believe the hatch is soft. I think I saw that, but Cobra, yeah, it is soft indeed. Cobra's gonna go down in the hands of Audacity. So the hatch, open the hatch is gonna be not a challenge by any means, but other than that, going for the execution, that is gonna be a difficult one. And I believe Bandit is gonna be falling back eventually because he has done his job with 40 seconds left on the clock. The attackers, they're pretty much down to the bottom because they will have to take a selection when it comes to going for the execution.
Things are not looking too good from Gunners' end though, because they are in the second floor offices for the past 1 minute and they are yet to make a response, and that response will be Cross Potatoes just decimating their opponents one by one. And it's just Hercules left in a 1v3, and it's just barely 10 seconds left. Hercules needs to find an opening, and I'm pretty sure that Team Crouch Potatoes won't have any problems dealing with the last player. There you go, Crouch Potatoes win round number 8 with them succeeding on defending second floor armored lockers and archives, putting themselves on a 5-3 score line. They just need 2 more runs to win, which means they have to succeed on winning bathroom/tellers. And I believe the second side has to be on first floor customs/detention. Unless and until if something happens to it, then you could say that Crouch Potatoes might not have any problems dealing with the situation. But for Gunners, you could say that they were looking good by doing the same push again in towards the fountain side, but they were completely
Attackers
put
need
an
to locate
entire
and defuse
halt.
as many bombs as they can.
It's the same push that they did on round number 7. I'm not gonna lie. Both round number 7 and 8, it was the same push that they've made, pushing towards fountain. Not a single wall's been opened up. Not the barricades from archives hasn't been opened. Neither do they opened up the windows of the archives. C4 frag, especially right from the fountain side. It felt like Gunners have been doing the same push, and they've opted not to change their strategies at all. And I don't mind that. I mean, if you guys want to keep pressuring the opposition team in a way that they try to lose their control, maybe it could work, maybe it does not. But if you keep doing it over and over again, that wouldn't it be predictable for the opponents to know what you're doing and they just play to it accordingly? Because there is high likely chances that it can happen most of the time, and it did happen on map number 2, Oregon. So making sure that Gunners would at least change their way of execute on the first place could have at least helped them in their future rounds. But all in all, they're still making their great efforts. They're still in the game. All they've got to do is just win 2 more attack rounds and they can just equalize it 5-5.
Well, it's easier said than done, Baba, and from the looks of it, Gunners are not having the momentum because, as you mentioned, the linear push going to the same direction. Even so, every single time they're failing to hunt down the rumors, because even last time the bandit and the Jaeger were stuck inside of the armor area and the archives area, and they were not hunted down. And in order to take advantage out of it, the captain just went in and took the last kill. So the side of Couch Potatoes understands that when it comes to the Chrome work, they're really shining like a bright star in the world, in the sky, in the universe, or rather the galaxy. And simply gonna remain like that because the attackers are really taking heavy damage because the skill that has already taken significant ones. The cluster charges are gonna be there, but any damage to the defense side whatsoever. It's the C4, however, is gonna be taken out by the attackers. I believe it was thanks to the cluster charge itself. But then again, there is no conditions I'm seeing from the side of the defenders, which will be giving some issues for the side of the attackers. I guess now they understand that going for a Roman C4 is not going to be a brightest decision, but no! Going for a vertical angle is going to be a worse decision. My guy Mojo is going to go down. And okay. Now the vertical angles have been opened up and the hatch is also open up. Finally, some speed has going to be gained by some of the attackers, and now they're sailing to the objective. Darkwood, he's really thinking if he should go for a visit on the Fuse and the Finca. No value is gonna be found whatsoever. The hatch is gonna be peeked by the Mew, but he's not gonna find success in front of Fuse there. Darkwood will be able to slap back with one, but there is a lot of progression which needs to be made here. Audacity is super low on HP, but now the manpower advantage is in favor of the Gunners. They will have to gun them down to make it happen. With 48 seconds of clock, they will have to select. They will have to select a direction. But once again, as I said, I do not want history to be repeated here, Baba, because last time they went for the hatch. The hatch in this object is a good decision, but if you have the cover. But if every single soul goes for the drop, you know where this is going. 30 seconds left for the clock, and now they'll have to make a quick execution here as the Fuser is super low on HP, as he was the person who was with the diffuser. It's going to take on a certain situation. The conflicts are coming from both sides, and now Hussein trying to stick it. Darklo's trying to find just him, but he is gonna be found. No, he will be found, but not before the plan is gonna go down. So 1v1 situation. It's a healer versus the healer. Vinci versus the Finca. Who's gonna find success? It's not gonna be the Fink. It's gonna be the Finca. Just like that, Hussein's gonna be able to secure another round for themselves. A comeback might be possible. The equalization might be possible, as the defenders are really struggling. 4-5 is the scoreline.
Yep, 4-5. And it's time for Gunners who can bring back the round itself. 5-4. Round number 10, and the site will be the same nonetheless. I believe the main reason why they had to lose on that major gunfight was that the hatch was already opened. They didn't have the necessary C4s to deny the plant in the first place. Imagine if Vinci had that C4. That would have been more than enough for Team Crouch Potatoes to secure round number 10. But most of it was mainly used on removing players at the early phase, knowing that they had good information from the Valkyrie camps, but they couldn't get to convert those frags into kills, and because of that they lost a lot of utilities in the early round, and when it comes to the late round itself, they didn't have any explosive utilities to deal with, and next thing you know, Crouch Potatoes, they were just left with just gunfights that they had to deal with. And in that 1v1 gunfight, we all know who would actually win. It would be the Hussein nonetheless, right? I mean, you have the LMGs, you can just constantly shoot towards that door, you can just pre-fire it and get the kill nonetheless. For Crouch Potatoes, they just lost 2 attack rounds in the second half. And I'm pretty sure that Gunner still has a chance to come back on a map like Border, and I'm pretty sure that this can happen in round number 10 itself. 5-4, Crouch Potatoes still need 2 more rounds to win. the way how changes we've seen from the Operator picks itself. We see Mojo bring in the Mozzie, we even see Vinci bring in the Thunderbird. What's even more interesting is that we see Guys with Audacity bring in the Fuse, the Finka from Hussein, and last but not least, the IQ from Hercules. And I'm pretty sure why Hercules brought in IQ, because he wants to remove those Valkyrie camps. Early pick is here, and this time it's favoring for Gunners' side, as we see, I believe it was Smexicake who did succeed in taking out Cobra. A job well done at that too, because he'll be able to take out the Melusi. But you still need to focus on the Banshee deterrence if you need to focus on the site itself. A good early peek itself. In a minute, in 2 minutes left, they have all the time that they need to scout out, see whether if there is any players playing from the second floor. Make sure you have some traps being later on from the flank side. But the C4 though from Violet, he might be able to claim a kill or two, but no, it's been pre-placed. And with the help of IQ removing those important utilities, you could say that Team Gunners might have control when it comes to information.
Absolutely. The C4 may not even come in handy, but then again, this is where they will have to be careful. And well, usually as an IQ, I'm expecting him to look around the map in general, looking for Valkyrie cameras, because the Valkyrie cameras were a huge factor when it came for. But if the C4 is gonna be spotted itself, that is a $1 billion question. But the C4 is gonna be exploded, but it's not gonna do any damage. So the value is not gonna be found. But on the brighter side of life, the attackers will have some reading zone. The understanding there is a C4 which will be lacked, but there is gonna be some vertical placement side of Mojo, as he will be getting rid of Smexy Cake. Verticality is going to be present from the side of Fuse as well, as he's trying to flush out the players, trying to get a kill as well. But still, the kills are not going to be coming in. It's going to be a hard recharge coming in from the side of Fuse, trying to open things up, trying to go for and execute for himself as well. Then again, in this 4v4 situation with 1 minute left from the clock, the attackers will have to take the pace once again. We have seen the attackers shining brightly, but this has to hold, this has to execute once again. Another Fuse is going to be going down. There is a Banshee which will be spotted out, but Hussein is going to be going for Consec instead. Sprays are going to be good, and Fuse is going to be getting rid of, I believe it was Violet. Yeah, it was Violet. 3v4 situation, I believe, is in favor of the attackers, but now going for the drop, going for the kills are going to be very detrimental, because the crossfires has been established by the attackers. As you can see, there is the Valkyrie with a long angle side. Mojo is going to be down, but there is going to be a player who will be denying the planter, but it will be rejoined eventually, and there you have it. The plan will be going down. Dark is going for the swing. He's looking for the kill, but he will not find anything. He will find one, actually, looking for the second, but will not find success. All up to Vinci with the spare 3 away, but he will not find anything here, as Hercules is going to put him out of his misery, as the equalization is going to be there from the side of Gunners, as they will finally start gunning down their opposition as we move on to the 11th round of the game in favor of.
Yep, there you go, 5-5. Round's been equalized. And in round number 11, this is where we get to see whether if Team Gunners can have the opportunity to put themselves on match point, or would it be Team Crouch Potatoes who will put themselves back on track. The site will be on second for Armory Lockers nonetheless. It will be the same site where it has a 50-50 chance for both Couch and Gunners to win this site. So at this point, I'm not going to predict anything, folks. I am seriously not going to predict anything at all. And what's even more, that I did not predict that the entire stream for the Community Cup would go all the way from 4 in the evening to 12 a.m. midnight. It's 22nd. Yeah, it's 22nd, and we still have 2 more matches to go, right? So I'm pretty sure that most of the 3 matches we've had, I mean, there are some which are memorable, there are some which are quite confusing, but all in all, you've got to see the way how Gunners and Crouch Potatoes have been playing, right? I mean, this is the Community Cup after all. You'd expect to see a lot of experimental plays, but yeah. Just to let you know, guys, the stream has been on for more than 7 hours, 33 minutes. You could say it's almost the similar matchup where where CCV and Jack had to cast a matchup between Shaheens and Hunter's LFO, but all in all, let's just focus on the match as of now. It's round number 11. They've equalized it 5-5, and now Gunners, they've got their match back on track. Can they be able to put this to match point 6-5?
either of these teams had the opportunity to make it happen. Okay, looks like Dark Lord just became Michael Jackson here by going for the moonwalks, and he will be taken away as well. Unfortunate turn of events, and that is gonna add up to a lot of problems for the side of Gunners here, because without even firing a bullet, they just lost some manpower, and that was one of their crucial players as well. I believe it was actually never mind. It was not Gunners. It was actually Couch Potatoes instead. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. So Gunners may have the advantage, but can they pull anything out of it? Because they both had a very hard time. And yeah, as you mentioned, having the match point for either of these teams, and yes, it's possible for any of them. But at the same time, overtime is also really possible because the way they're having back and forth rounds, even though it has not been into quick succession. Rather, it has been like in a couple of rounds in a row and then a couple of rounds in a row from the other side, but still the equalization has been there. And on the brighter side of life, Smexy is going to be getting rid of Cobra very quickly, and a very important player as well. I believe he was the top frag. Yeah, he is the top frag along with Mojo. Things are going to be much more difficult for the side of Crouch Potatoes. I believe they will play a bit passive here or not because they understand the control of office is already given to the attacking side, and they will simply go with the Maestro utilities with the C4. Actually, the C4s aren't going to be available anymore because those were used already. But the attackers, they're not aggressing here. They're taking the time here. On the second map, we have seen them being very aggressive. I mean, even on the first map, they were aggressive, but on the second map, they were on an adrenaline. I guess after the aggression, they felt a bit short. But now, aggression is something which can be very punishable for either of these teams because they're separating each other. And there you have it. Artemis is going to be getting rid of Vinci here. There's going to open up a lot of opportunities for the attackers, but there is some resistance from the defensive side. But now it's all occupied in a 1v4 situation with the Ace being low on HP. But can he find anything? No. It's going to be such rule putting him out of his.
And there you go, match point on round number 12. And this time it's Gunners' time who will get the upper hand.
Can they make it happen or not? The playoffs.
So yeah, 5-6 is the scoreline, with Gunners being the one on match point. In the second half, from round 7 to 11, the only round that Crouch Potato had won was on defense on round number 8. Second 4 Armor Lockers and Archives is theirs. But now, since a timeout has been requested from Crouch Potato's end because one of the players on the side of Crouch Potatoes had disconnected, so we have to wait for the player to arrive at the right moment, and we could proceed on round number 12 without any hiccups. Now, for the past first and second halves that we've had, first half knowing that Crouch Potato had won 4 rounds on attack back to back. I wouldn't say back to back. Round number 3 and 4 was still at the hands of Team Gunners. Second half, though, Team Gunners have done an exceptional job on winning most of their attack rounds itself. And you could kind of see the pattern here itself. On map Oregon, it was heavily defender favored. And now on map number 3, with the map being on border, it is attacker favored all the way. And knowing that most of the gunfights that we've seen from Crouch Potatoes, they've although their C4 game is working out a lot in their favor, even with the Valkyrie camps giving them such useful information, it's been heavily countered by Smexy Cakes' IQ's scanner. No matter what kind of gadgets that the defenders have, they'll be able to immediately detect where are those important cameras are. And once they remove it, Team Crouch Potatoes, they lose all the information that they have. And Gunners, all they have to do is just see whether if they can get an opening pick or two with the help of the attack drones. They just complete their job and get the final kill without having any problems at all. So you could say that it always ends up being on whose favorite is, and you could say from Gunners' end, the plays how we've seen, it's just the usual. There's no changes being made from the execution wise. Not a lot of clutch moments, or should I say, a lot of close encounters from both these teams. Most of the close encounters we did get to see was on map Oregon, where we saw Hussein make a numerous amount of clutches from his end. But I'm pretty sure that from Crouch Potatoes end on map number 3, there is high likely a chance that we did get to see them make any clutch situations. But all in all, we will see Dark Lord returning back into the game, which means with the ready confirmations being made, we will resume back round number 12. Unless and until Crouch Potatoes wins this round, which in fact we might be able to go to overtime. But the way how Gunners have been proceeding by winning 3 attack rounds back to back, I'm pretty sure that they wouldn't have any problems with this site itself because they're going back to Tellers and Bathroom, the same site where they lost twice, and Crouch Potatoes wants to do it again.
Absolutely, they wants to make it happen, and but then again, I do wonder if the side of Gunners are gonna let it go once again, because on the second map, they had everything in their favor, and just like that, it felt like they've gave it away to their opposition. And now, if they're gonna do the same thing again, to be very honest, Crouch Potato is not gonna mind. They're gonna be like, okay, this is a gift for us. I will just take it. And what if we take the map itself as well? What if we take the spot as well in the playoffs? They wouldn't be sad about it because this is the last slot available, and these teams are fighting their way to get their own tickets there. I mean, this is how competition is supposed to be, and this is exactly what we're getting delivered of. I mean, to be more precise, on the first 2 maps, those were one-sided games. The second one was an exception with the comebacks, but now everything's going down to the teeth. I believe players are ready; they can go for it because the players have selected their operator composition. Gunners, they're sitting on matchman with a very comfortable manner, but Crouch Potatoes, they will have to push it to overtime to make it happen. But as I said, it's really a hard decision to make. It's really a hard call to make. Both of these teams are really outperforming their own, selves, if I want to put it like that. Because the first map, yeah, it was the side of Gunners who were monstrous. I've said it multiple times. I'm gonna say it 1,000 more that they were monstrous. The second one, Gunner was the same, but on the second half, it was all in for the side of Crouch Potatoes, and now they're on an equal level. It feels like they're taking fight with their own size. But from the looks of it, looks like Gunners are having a hard time because they are not ready yet, even though it was not a disconnection issue from their side. So I guess we're gonna have to wait a bit more longer. So if you're doing it, it's completely fine because now the players are gonna be getting their heads together, and this is where a lot of factors are gonna be, swinging on or hovering on. Overtime is gonna definitely tire the players of Gunners, while losing the round here for the side of Crouch Potatoes is really gonna break their hearts. But then again, it's all about the emotions. It's gonna come down to this. Both of these teams tried their best. That they have pushed so far, and I think finally the confirmation is gonna be there. We're gonna be starting the game, ladies and gentlemen. We're not gonna be waiting any longer. The delay has been pretty long, to say the least, but finally we might be looking forward to the very last round of the game, or maybe we're gonna be seeing a decider where overtime is gonna be imminent. We're gonna be getting danced as we head into the defensive round on the objective of Showers and the office side. It is going to be the side of Gunners on attack and the side of Crouch Potatoes on defense. We've seen the side of Gunners being pretty strong on this attack specifically. Comes to taking the second floor. Are they going to be able to take it once again? Because the side of Crouch Potatoes, they seem to understand that they're giving too much control to the attackers when it comes to second.
Yeah, the control is what Crouch Potatoes are having a lot of problems though. No matter how many times that they try to use their C4s, it's just not working out. Even with the information being gained from the Valkyrie scams, Gunners always finds a way to counter this. And now they've even brought in the IQ. You even have the fuse from Guy with Audacity. So I'm pretty sure that there will be some resistance being made from second floor archives. That has to be because there has to be some fortifications, because if we don't see Crouch Potatoes make some presence being shown on armory lockers, I'm pretty sure that Gunners won't have any problems dealing with any situations. And with the help of fuses, cluster charges, you can just clear any utilities from the site, and when everything is clear and ready to go, they'll just open up the hatch, just get inside the building, and immediately you'll just get control of it without having any problems at all. And for Gunners, this is their match point. So a single mistake can give Crouch Potatoes the win that they require. They can put themselves back on OT, but let's not forget that this is a decider round, and this will be so influential for Gunners because they just got that early peak, and that is Mojo who just got taken out.
Now the Azami barriers are not going to be available anymore, and you know, like I'd love just like Wamai and Legion, Azami barriers recharge over time, and now with 2 minutes left in the clock, a lot of covers are going to be just done and dusted. The defenders will have to face a lot of pressure here. This is going to be huge for them. The attackers, they're not overexceeding this, they're not aggressing on this, they're going to be playing methodically. They're trying to hunt down if there is any presence on the second floor. There is, I believe Vinci is still positioned on that vicinity along with the Valkyrie around the corner. Intentionally, but I cannot find a reason why, because and Fuse was there were no defenders near the vicinity who could have gone for rotation, at least not with a shotgun. So maybe instead they're trying to use their reinforcements, even though I see 4 reinforcements being left over by the defenders. That is definitely a problem, because those are utilities you're not going to be able to use in the future rounds. You have to use, I mean, this is how you burn time to the attackers. I mean, with a breach you can literally press a button and the floor is gone. Hard time, and now it's all gonna depend on how this vertical phase is gonna be going, because the defenders one by one they're being
Yeah, C4 will be placed around from Cobra's end. Unfortunately, it's not going to work out well in his favor. They're losing a lot of time though. 30 seconds. Gunners, although they've succeeded in removing 2 of the players out, they still need to focus on the site. And I believe they'll do exactly that. Guy with Audacity we'll be able to find one. Cobra finds another one as he takes out Artemis, and looks like Team Couch Potatoes are here to fight back. 2v3, but Gunner still has the advantage. The hatch drop, not quite sure if it's a good idea. Cobra will be able to find one. The push will happen nonetheless. Guy with Audacity is the only player left. Actually, there is 2 players left too. Plan is going on. Guy with Audacity has the cover, but does he have the confirmation? Oh no, he does not! Hussein has to get away from the plant, which means that Team Couch Potatoes, they will win round number 12. And which means that in round number 13, folks, we are heading to overtime. Did not expect to see that ending though. They had all things under control. They even had 2 players left. But losing that gunfight immediately gave Crouch Potatoes the win that they need. And now it's all reset. 6-6. Round number 13 is a go. And in this decider, these 3 important rounds will determine who will have a chance, who will have a spot for this Community Cup. Man, it's been a long journey. All the way from 4 in the evening, now it's 12 a.m. in midnight. And I've got to say, although they've made their fair share of mistakes on first and second half, first and second map, I'm pretty sure on map number 3 border, we could see some close encounters being made from both the teams itself. So I wish them the best of luck, especially on this overtime, because they'll definitely need it for these 3 important rounds. So we'll see how well, whether if Crouch Potatoes will perform well on attack, and the same thing I could say for Team Gunners as well.
10 seconds to go. 5 seconds left.
So, from the current standpoint, with overtime on the board, there's a lot of factors to be worried about from both of these sides. These teams are simply not giving it up that easily, but now, as the roles have been swapped, we will be seeing the side of Gunners on the defensive side, and this is exactly where they will have to shine brightly. I mean, there is a factor that they are feeling tired, and obviously they're having a lot of moments that they're simply not having the best of their strategies. You also have to have the move as well. On a BO3, on the 3rd map, as it went to overtime, so many things are going to be on the line. But now, the attackers, they're actually focusing on a bit more of a map control from the looks of it, but this is from the side of Crouch Potato we're talking about. So maybe we'll be seeing some slow pushes, but methodical as well. As we will be seeing the Alibi contesting the balcony area, but nothing to be seen as of now. They're taking some good amount of contestants here. Valkyrie is going to be positioning himself on this bottom side. There's nobody to be seen for the time being. Air jabs are going to be in play. Artemis can try to destroy it if he wants to. Maybe there is actually... wait a second, it's actually not the case. There is a rotation as well, so he doesn't have to be worried about it. So many utilities are tossing inside of the CCTV side as well. So no, actually I was expecting some contestations on the CCTV side. It's not going to be present here. But instead, it's gonna be on the CCTV window, and there you go. Smixy is gonna be connecting a very wonderful shot onto Cobra. He's gonna be good, but it's not gonna connect whatsoever. So utility is a huge. It's having a huge jump onto this specific objective.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Smixy is expecting somebody to be on the window as well. He's not wrong. He's gonna see this player, but he's not gonna connect the shot. Unfortunately, the names are gonna be delivered. Not gonna connect either. He's gonna take half of his HP. Not quite enough to get the kill, but it's gonna be Artemis who's gonna get the kill along with Smixy as well. 2v5 situation, and now the Sophia and the Finka with the LMG will have to do a very tall task. They have the good guns, but it's to make the shots count. It's really difficult when you think about it. They're still outside the building, rappelling on the CC window, expecting some control of the as, but it's still really going down to the wire, going for the sprays, but none of the defenders are gonna be going for the swings because they understand any kind of aggressive plays, any kind of greediness is gonna be very heavy on. It's gonna be very heavy on them. They cannot simply afford it at the moment. 40 seconds of the clock. The shots are gonna be good, but nothing's coming in. No headshots, no connections. When 30 seconds after the clock, they still need to recover the diffuser. Oh, never mind. That's not gonna be there.
Yeah, they still need to recover it though. But I'm pretty sure that Gunners, they have things under control, right? It is a 2v4 with Vinci and Dark Lord, both of them having an LMG in hand. Gunners will just stay as patient as possible. There you go, Smexikeki still here, and also Hussein. The final frag is in, and so does the victory at the hands of Team Gunners. Round number 13, it's all theirs, and they'll be the one to put themselves back on overtime match point. All they've got to do is just win one more round, and victory will be theirs. They've lost a lot of defensive rounds on second floor armory lockers and archives. Even I could say the same thing on bathroom and tellers. And Crouch Potatoes, they've only won 2 rounds on defense in the second half, round number 8 and round number 12. But the rest of it is just the attackers gaining the lead. So there you have it, folks. 6-7. Overtime match point is at the hands of Team Gunners. And if they win this, they will secure map number 3 and also the spot for the playoffs. But Crouch Potatoes, they can also win this. They can equalize it, but that will be the only chance that Crouch Potatoes will have, because on round 15, it had to be done. It has to be done. Round number 15 is the final border. Which is in fact quite funny because we're even playing on a map border itself. So
yes, exactly.
you know, I'm pretty sure that in order for my pun to work, I'm expecting round 15. I am definitely expecting round number 15 because we could end it on a border itself. Because why not?
Well, both of these teams had their ups and downs, and obviously they're looking for a border to make and settle everything down here. So the pun might just be effective, my guy. And to be very fair, I'm not going to be an exception here, even though there is a factor that the guys side of Gunners are looking confident for now. They have the momentum, but still, they can jinx it. There's a huge factor of jinxing happening here the entirety of the matchup. And it started from the second map, to be more personally expected the side of Gunners to clean it up on the second map, because I did say multiple times they look, and they not only look, it is a fact that they are a bit more experienced compared to their opposition, but their opposition, even though they're lacking somewhat of an experience of tournaments like these, I mean, they did play a lot of them as well, but they're also making sure that they're not underestimated by any means. The drone was going to be coming in from the side of Gunners. They are going to be focusing on the CC side, but the problem here is, I think there is somebody on the 90 hallway. I think I saw some outlines. Yeah, there is. No, never mind, it's not the case. Even if there were, they did fall back just in time. And there is a player inside of the half-wall area, though, of CC. That is the Wamai. But he's simply trying to contest any possibilities of any early frag, any C4s, and everything. And the C4 is going to be coming in. I'm not quite sure where it came from. I believe it was from the eastern entrance, from the Valkyrie. Yeah, it is from the Valkyrie indeed, but it's not going to connect, and he's going to fall back to save his life because no team can afford to lose their manpower. The Valkyrie is still sitting on the camera to gather information. The Sech doesn't quite know. Audacity will be falling back to the stairs to join his teammates, and now they will be focusing on an office take. But it is a play right in the corner. The nades are going to be good, but it's not going to connect once again. So many utility has been dumped. 120 seconds left on the clock. Another utility is going to be tossed in. The Vinci, but Vinci is going to be the person who's going to be able to start things off by getting rid of Hercules. Might just be heading into the 5th round, ladies and gentlemen. This is looking very exciting. This is looking very
pressuring for both sides, and looks like it's simply gonna be the case because AJ Hassan and Artem are the last player standing. It looks like it's gonna be solidified as Artem is gonna be getting rid of. Well, he is gonna make some progress, but he doesn't know the location of the player on the right side. Now it's all up to the Finka. He has to make a play happen. He doesn't have the adrenaline surge to go for the direction. He has to go up and close and personal. He will be able to find one onto Vinci, and now this looks very doable, even though they're low on HP. Fuser is not in the attacker control, but they can recover it if they want to. There's a player in the corner on the 90 side, but the Valkyrie is going to miss the shot, unfortunately. So it's going to be the applicable case for the Nomad. But Nomad is super low on HP. That is the difference maker here. The Wallbang is going to be good, and he's going to make sure that Dark Rose comes down to a very slither of an HP. And he's going to be tagged, and he's going to be jabbed, and he's going to be down on the floor. It's all up to the Melusi. Now he does have good HP, he does have a decent gun to work with as well. The flash is gonna be good, and now he has to fall back. He has played safe. So many factors are gonna be taken into equation here. 80 seconds left on the clock. He's gonna find one. Like a second as well. Hussein, he will have to make a very tall task. That hoist job is gonna be there from the side of Mojo. He's playing it safe, he's playing it steady. But Hussein, the location is gonna be there. He doesn't have, unfortunately, Melusi doesn't have the C4 anymore in her kit anymore. And now the plan is to go down, but it's not gonna be the case. It's simply gonna be the 15-1. As you mentioned, the pun is gonna be activated, Baba. Oh my god, it went to maximum overdrive, and we need the 15 round to settle out. And do note, ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be the border of the border between both of these teams. 15th round of overtime match point for both of these teams.
A border within a border. That's borderception for you, Christo. 7-7. Final round. No more pauses. No more waiting from the defensive side. It has now finally come to this. Bathroom/cellars will be the final site for both of these teams. And it will be decided in round number 15. Man.
Attackers need to locate.
There's not a lot I could say on map number 3, you know. There's not a lot because Crouch Potatoes and Gunners, both of them, they're just going head to head. And talk about map border itself, it is heavily attacker favored, so the only thing that I could say is that most of the time it's just 1v1 gunfights, right? I mean, when it comes to clutch situations, Gunners had usually won most of it. But yeah, we're finally here. Round number 15.
10 seconds left.
The deciding factor on who will proceed into the next phase for the community series. And then when I say next phase, I meant the spot, because we're still waiting for spot number 5, right? Spot number 5. Yeah, and we still have 2 more matches to go, especially on the second qualifiers too. So this isn't the only match that has been done and dusted yet, folks. We still have 2 more matches to go, which will be on tomorrow, and then afterwards, I believe after a day or 2, we will resume back the playoff stages for the Community Cup series, and then we'll be able to see what's going to happen. But for now, let's just focus on this final round, round number 15. Crouch Potatoes and Team Gunners, they have stretched their way all the way to the final round. What's even more poetic is that the map is also on borders, so there you go, the final frontier and the first frag, this time at the hands of Team Crouch Potatoes. They took out a Smexy Cake, which means that they've lost one more, and turns out Team Gunners, they're losing their side of their control even more, so they're losing control on their information gain. Lost bodies already, they've even lost their health. And at a minute and 46 seconds, and a minute and 40 seconds left for the attackers to make their play, you could say that the attackers have things under control. No. This doesn't happen most of the time. It always happens quite the opposite. So, for now, talk about Gunners' side. Although they've lost one, that does not mean that they're out of the game just yet. They can still come back. Hussein is still present with a total of 15 kills, and with him, all eyes on him. If Hussein gets this, that is more than enough for Gunners to secure this map and also securing the spot for the Community Cup series.
Absolutely. So Hussein has a very tall task to go for, but then again, it's gonna be the remainder of the players who are also having their own celebrations. But it is gonna be the attackers who has the manpower advantage. So they're simply trying to gather information, but the drone utilization is really not the
Bomb
most.
located by
It's really not the
attackers.
best one I've seen because a lot of information has been gathered but not acted upon. So I believe this is gonna be a bit more of a plan focused game, even though the fuse clusters are gonna be coming in. Not finding any value whatsoever. We will be seeing Hassan going for the shots, and he will keep adding up to his kills here with 16. He is 16th on the game. Cobras off the board. It's a 4v4 situation, but the HP disadvantage is really gonna be a detrimental point here because Hassan and Audacity is not having the best of it. But with 30 seconds left on the clock, the defenders, all they have to do is to stay alive as attackers. They will have to make some values out of the plan is gonna be going down as the defenders pretty much looks oblivious about it. As the cover is gonna be there as well as the attackers are making some solid progress, and the plan is gonna be going down. It's gonna make it into a post-plan scenario. It's all up to Artemis. It's gonna be him against the wall and the world. He's gonna be tossed through the air jab and he's gonna be tossed into the claymore. That is the most saddest way you can accept your fate, but in the end, it is gonna be the side of Crouched Potatoes after a very hard victory, a very hard day. They will take their victory and they will place themselves on the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. It is really heartbreaking for the side of Gunners because they had everything in their favor. Just like that, every single chance that they have, it has been shattered into pieces.
Yep. There you go. The finale. It's already been done, and it's Team Crouch Potato who will proceed into the playoffs. Congratulations to them, and also I gotta appreciate for Team Gunners. They've done all they've could, but unfortunately, their journey comes to an end. But I've got to say, map number 2, map number 3, a bit of surprising twist and turns of events, but in the end, we all know what exactly happened. Map number 2, defender favored. Map number 3, on border, it was just full on attack sided map, all in all. And round number 15, Cross Potatoes, all they had to do was just get control on the site, and once they did, it was all over for Team Gunners. All over. They just kept, getting removed one by one from either Mojo's end or maybe on the side of Cobra too. But all in all, it's looking very great because that's that's just the first two matches, folks. We still have two more to go in the second qualifiers. So I'm pretty sure that the amount of matches that we're going to have, especially in this Community Cup series, will be absolutely amazing. And I'm pretty sure that I could say the same thing too in the next month for Pro Series. So I'm pretty excited to see whether if Hunters can continue their win streak or maybe Mercenaries can get their revenge once and for all. But focusing on the Community Cup itself, well, there you have it. We have our two matches done, and Couch Potatoes will be the one who will snatch their seat into the playoffs. So congratulations to them again, once again, 8-7, and also as the standards as it is, we'll just take a look at the highlights itself. Talk about the entirety of from round number 1 to 15. Most of the time, it was just Team Crouch Potatoes who were having good control when it comes to the attack sides. They didn't have much problems from their end. And the same thing can be said to Team Gunners, though, from their own attacks perspective, too, in the second half. It was looking even Stevens. You could say that the entire match was balanced in a way. They made, I mean, if one team makes fair share of mistakes, the other would do the same thing too. If one team makes an amazing play, the other team makes the amazing plays too from their ends to it. It was like it was like north and north pole of a magnet, which it does not attract, but instead it just repels. So no matter how many times you try to bring them together, it always have that repulsive force, right? And I believe I believe that you could say that it's almost as the same as we'd seen on map number 3 too. A lot of mistakes being made, a lot of questionable decisions being made from both the teams, but in the end, we got to witness what exactly happened in the final round, and it will be Team Crouch Potatoes who will get the win nonetheless.
Absolutely. Well, in the end, it did go down to the wire, and none of these teams. I'm not gonna say any of these teams being less experienced at this point anymore because they all went down to the wire, and then due to the last round, as you mentioned, border of the border. This is exactly where the decision has been made. So, keeping that in consideration, I will give credits to both of these sides, but unfortunately, we only had a slot for one within these two these two teams. But I believe that both of these teams actually deserve a spot in the playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. For now, it is gonna be the side of Gunners. We will have to say farewell to, but Couch Potatoes, a well fought victory indeed, because they fought so far to make it happen. They had such an exhilarating moment, and now they're going to be really happy with the effort they have put. It's really going to be heartbreaking on the side of Gunners, but in the game of R6 in general, we can only give chance to one. There's not much we can talk about it, because it all came down to the overtime side. It all came down to the very last round, because after this we cannot host any more rounds. It's just the deciding factor. This is exactly what the side of Gunners fell short, because otherwise I'm pretty sure, Baba, you're gonna agree to me on this, that if it had unlimited overtime, oh baby, we could have gone all night.
Yeah, maybe, Cresto, maybe. Imagine if there was infinite overtime, and when even if the match does come to an end, we still have to resume our next future matchup. So, yeah, that can be a chance. But all in all, there you go, folks. We don't have infinite OTs, and here are your match results: 7-3 on map number 1. Chalet at the hands of Gunners. Match number 2 at the hands of Team Crouch Potatoes on map Oregon. And last but not the least, 8-7. Maximum overtime on a map like Border. Team Crouch Potatoes will win. And there you have it. Both of our matches done and dusted. But that's not all. We still have 2 more matches to go in the Esports Club Community Cup Series, Season 3 for Rainbow-Six-Siege. And you've got to thank the sponsors, Ubisoft, for making this event possible. So without them, it's very difficult. And also, if you got a need to get some high-tier graphic cards, Zotac Gaming has got you covered. No matter what kind of piece it is, the 30 series or 2000 series, Zotac Gaming has got you covered. And last but not the least, our broadcast partner, Loco, here to give you the entertainment that you require to meet some of your content creators, and also some many other tournaments that is more to come. But for now, folks, that would be it from me, Baba Gusta, with my co-caster Cresto, my admins, and also the production team Assassin47. And we will see you guys in tomorrow. Actually, it is today itself. We'll start off the match in 4 in the evening itself, as we will continue with the rest of the 2 matches. But for now, folks, we're going to be heading back. We're going to get some sleep, and we'll be right back with the next matchups. Until then, take care and good night.
I don't know if I can make it when I walk alone. Can somebody come and save me? I just wanna know. I wanna know.
I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red.
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light. I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red